This is a full movie of my journey on F1 25, taking a team from zero to hero, the full road to glory in 3 seasons, winning the Constructors and the Drivers' Championship. Going through the highlights and some of the biggest races over the course of the 3 seasons to give you a full picture of that journey. Enjoy. Every team has this moment where for the very first time their car rolls out the garage with all the hopes and dreams, and it sets sail into uncharted territory. This is F1 25, My Team Career Mode.
Hey there, my name's Andrew. I'm your head of personnel. Be useful for the team to know a bit more about your background. Give them a sense of how you intend to lead our efforts.
Background, okay. So for the first time, we're actually giving some context to, where we've been as a person, as a team owner before we establish this Formula One team then. We've got people manager. Every organization is made up of people, and managing people has been your speciality ever since you started climbing the ladder. You know that the team is only good as the people in it and are committed to empowering and developing your staff to allow them to reach their full potential. The skills in this area will allow you to motivate your workforce to complete facility improvements quicker. So not only is this context and background, but it'll actually give you a starting owner perk skill that will benefit you from the off. We've got head engineer. You might suffer the boardroom and the politics, but the garage has always been where you felt most at home. Your team success will be measured on track, making this endeavor primarily an engineering challenge, and you've always loved those. Your experience and knowledge in that field will pay great dividends given the nature of the team and its goals. So your expertise in this area allows you to earn more resource points per week. And finally, we've got the CFO. No F1 team can survive without sound grasp of financials, and your skill at juggling not just the numbers, but the relationships, the politics, the ebb and flow of negotiations is renowned throughout the industry. You're not just managing a team, you're managing a brand, an idea, a legacy even, and you're determined to be remembered. Your judicious accounting allows you to earn more cash per week. Now, the blurb, the context of that actually sounds a bit of me, the whole managing a brand, an idea, a legacy. You guys would have kind of seen a little bit of that in my prequel video yesterday to kind of set up a bit of story and lore to this entire series. But if we are actually a bit more realistic maybe in real life, I am an aerospace engineering graduate. It's been some time now, but I did actually go to university to try and study engineering to get into Formula One. So I feel like the head engineer suits me personally quite well, and the perk of having more resource points per week I think is a really good way to go. And in the past when we've done games like this, I've always tended to pick the engineering background when you can choose something like that. So let's go with that.
And tell us a bit about this HQ. How well developed are the facilities here ahead of our debut season?
So this is where we set up our team. Very familiar sort of mechanics here where you have 3 different levels, and if you want an easier start to this My Team career, you can go for advanced or extensive. You guys know me. You guys know how it works with this My Team series, how I've always done it. When we start things off, we start off from the very bottom. This is a big road to glory project to try and take a team from the very bottom to the very top. So we're going to go with the basic facility investment.
Hello, Mathis, head of your engineering facility. Let's discuss where we think we are in terms of car performance.
And the same thing here with the car development. Like with the facilities, we'll be starting with no development from the very bottom. It's going to be a real struggle to claw in some performance at the start, and it's a case of, as usual, you kind of have to get some momentum and domino effect going to really start to find, some ground on the AI. But that's the fun of it. That's the challenge of it in Season 1, isn't it?
Hey, boss. I'm Anissa. I head things up in your corporate facility. Let's discuss our financial situation.
And just as was the case with car development and the facilities, we'll be starting off with the lowest amount of cash possible.
Right. With all that out of the way, our next task is to finalize our team's visual identity, our official name and branding.
Okay, now we're getting into the good stuff where we get to shape our team's identity. The team name, of course, is going to be the return of Aarava Archer Racing. Oh, it's good. It's good to type that out. It's been, like I said, a whole game cycle since F1 23 since we have typed out that name on an EA Codemasters F1 game. And of course, as you may have guessed from the prequel video, I am returning Aarava Archer Racing to its roots, When I first started my first My Team career on F1 2020, I told you guys I wanted to base the identity off Brawn GP because of my all-time favorite F1 driver, Jenson Button, and that is what we are returning to after a break of that identity on F1 22 and 23. So it's been actually 2 full games since we last actually donned these colours as the main team colours.
Next up, there's an amount of contract work we need to get nailed down.
Now, this section will be very familiar with those of you who've watched the series before.
First, we need to settle on our title sponsor. This will represent a key source of income over the coming season.
But unlike previous games, for the first time, we've got to pick a title sponsor that will actually matter.
We have a few potential sponsors lined up. Each contract splits our income in 3 ways. A signing bonus that we receive now, a weekly income paid over the course of the season, and finally, a bonus at the end of the season, if we achieve the goals set out in the contract.
So we've got 3 to pick from. Fairly similar signing bonuses, really. Very different goals, though. You know, scoring 10 points, finishing 10th in the championship, only scoring 5. But we've also got different backstories for each of these. We've got innovation and technology with Exxon there. We've got X4MIG, performance excellence, and Seren, fan engagement for their core values. And then if you click into them, they've all got individual backstories and kind of lore as well. So I really like that, you know, trying to immerse you in a bit of a story from the off when you make up this team. So for example, X4MIG, established in Germany in 1891 by Felix Hermann. X4MIG initially specialized in engineering of precision machinery for various industrial sectors. Today, X4MIG stands at the forefront of engineering, pushing the boundaries in automation technologies, robotics, and high-tech manufacturing. I feel like that plays into the background we've chosen for ourselves as a head engineer. Let's just go ahead and look at the new loyalty rewards that now come with the title sponsors.
This is our title sponsor, which are responsible for the bulk of our team's income. While much of that income is paid weekly, a large part is dependent upon us meeting our contractual obligations and hitting our seasonal goal. As we develop our relationship with this sponsor, we'll increase their loyalty, which over time can result in further benefits. That said, as our team's fan rating grows, we may be able to attract more valuable title sponsors. So, knowing when to prioritize building loyalty over the financial benefits of a more lucrative sponsor is something we'll need your guidance on.
So a new mechanic now on this game is loyalty rewards that as you stick with a title sponsor, obviously you build a rapport, you build a relationship, there's trust there, you know, more funding might come in and you unlock perks as well of different decal designs so you can then get more interesting logos to then use on your car as you go on.
Secondly, we have to make a call on which engine supplier we want to work with this season. Generally speaking, our choices can be defined as a trade-off between performance and durability, with the caveat that neither come cheap.
So next up to choose is our engine supplier. Of course, the usual 4 options of the Renault power unit, the Honda, which is badged obviously at the moment as Red Bull powertrains, Mercedes and Ferrari. I think what makes the most sense for us as Aarava Archer GP, knowing who we're going to have as our #1 main driver, I think Honda. It's on par with the Mercedes for performance, maybe lacking in the durability department, but not as bad as Renault, for example, and I think fits the team story as best it can for this first season.
And finally, let's talk drivers. Obviously, we need 2 of them. So let's start with our first one.
Here we are then. For the first time, we're actually picking 2 drivers that will be managing and playing as throughout our entire career. To start things off with this series, I have activated the F3 driver icons, and of course, I have activated the driver icon of Jenson Button, because I am going to be bringing the 2009 World Champion, my favorite driver, back to Formula 1. But alongside him, I really fancy picking one of the F3 driver icons, because for the first time we have some F3 drivers in the game. And I'm going to go for Tim Tramnitz, the German driver, 62 rated, so one of the higher rated F3 drivers. I'm looking at that pace there, nearly 70 pace. I think out and out speed is going to be very useful as a second driver. So out of the bunch, I feel good about picking Tim.
That all looks solid. Good choices and all within our budget. Feel free to review your choices if you want, but otherwise I think we can move on. Finally, we need to approve our race gear. Don't worry about sponsors just yet, we'll add them later. For now, let's just focus on the livery design and suits.
This is where things get very interesting then. Finally, the race gear with the suits, the gloves, and the car livery. I'm going to start things off with the driver's suit, actually, and the gloves, and then get to the livery. Just keep you waiting a little bit longer. But we had a couple of different options going around here, but I felt this one, it just fit the vibe I wanted to go for this first season with the look of the team. And then we get to the car livery. So these are the starting liveries you have to pick from at the start of My Team career mode. There are a few you can purchase via the podium pass / the kind of, the store area. And one of them is an X4MiG variant. Now, if you have one of these liveries, you can only use it if you have signed that specific title sponsor. So thankfully, I signed X4MiG, obviously. So I can use this livery off the bat in this series, and that's exactly what I want to do. I love the patterning of the X's on the front wing, and especially the side pod and engine cover. I think you'll agree, kind of almost mimics the kind of style of livery I designed back in like F1 2021, with the kind of, gridded aarava logo across the engine cover. And then with a nice design on the nose cone, giving it a little bit of difference, so it's not just fully plain white alongside the fluoro yellow, and the sides as well with the kind of different line work, different finishes on the black with going for metallic and then gloss. I think it all comes together as a pretty decent first livery. As first liveries go on the base game without mods, I think this is probably the best we've had in the My Team series, especially when you think back to some of the really basic ones we had on F1 2020 at the very start of this entire concept.
I think that's everything, boss. If you're happy with all of this, give us the nod. We'll get everything moving. And if not, feel free to go back and review your choices.
I think we're good to go now, but I just wanted to point out, setting up this My Team save of mine, I have put on increased driver moves, the new feature to hopefully encourage more interesting driver transfers as we go from season 1 to season 2. So we won't know the full impact of that until the end of this first season. In terms of the resource sliders, as per usual, I'll be putting myself on reduced resources and cash rate and increased rates for the AI, keeping the sliding scale development on and the player faults to the maximum to get that realism and potluck that is Formula 1. And so with that, we're good to go. Let's launch this team.
Hello and welcome to this very special live stream. Great to be with you all, because today we're going to witness history.
That's absolutely right, Natalie, because for so many years we've wondered exactly what 11 teams would look like on the grid. Guess what? Today is the day we find out.
And we are here at the team's state-of-the-art HQ. We'll be seeing their brand new car very soon, but behind every team, behind every car, there's one person central to it all.
Yes, and they've been described as somewhat of an engineering genius, coming up with all the ideas to push the car and the sport to its limits. The question is, though, will they be able to step out of their comfort zone to deal with all the things that come with being a leader, dealing with the team's finances, sponsors, motivating the team and the drivers? Will they be able to juggle that, or will they drop the ball?
And we'll be seeing more behind the scenes as the season progresses. But of course, it is all about what happens on track. So, without further ado, let's see the fruits of their labor, the brand new 2025 car.
That's not the livery I picked. I think that's our testing livery. That's our testing livery, guys. Don't worry, don't worry.
Well, thank you all for joining us. The team have done an incredible job. The car looks sensational.
It certainly does. Congratulations, and all the very best for the season ahead.
Team and car launch. Finally, we're at the career hub.
Welcome to your team HQ. This is the hub of the team's operations, and it's probably worth having a look around, familiarizing yourself with the different areas you'll be responsible for directing. You can use these options to navigate around your HQ. Keep an eye out for notifications. I think Madison Engineering was looking for you earlier, and they were asking for you in corporate as well. You should catch up with them before we proceed further. Oh, and as you look around, keep an eye out for this message. It appears wherever you can summon more information. It's a very useful reference if you want to start digging into the finer detail of how the team functions. This is your activity schedule. Scheduling activities between race weekends lets you and the various facilities focus on specific areas of productivity. You can select the different facilities in your own schedule over here, and then select an activity for them to pursue. Picking the right people to work on the right thing at the right time can give us an edge when we really need it, so don't overlook the value of activities. You should consider setting some now, if you have time before the next race.
So we're all very familiar with the activity timeline, but this has now been made a lot more complex, as you can see, breaking up different activities into the different categories of engineering, personnel, owner, corporate. So different activities under each one means you can do some simultaneously. So it's a bit more realistic with all these activities going on at the same time, because before it was always kind of one after the other. Didn't really make sense because these departments can work separately, and it also just gives us way more to think about every single time we're in between Grand Prix, trying to balance things, making sure we're keeping on top of it, and also making sure we're maximizing every activity we could do in terms of the perks of boosting driver focus. Or you can see, you know, we've got early driver talks for contract negotiations. For engineering, you know, we had, you know, boosting the R&D just a little bit. The owner, you know, we had kind of an onboarding to boost the morale of all the departments. So lots of different things for us to delve into when it comes to activities on this year's game. And obviously right now, as a brand new team, money is a bit short, sponsors are a bit short probably. So on the corporate side of things, I'm very keen to put in the sponsor discovery activities and sponsor kickoff galas to try and aid that and get sponsors to this team ASAP. We then have our team owner area where we can check in on our owner training. So these are the owner perks. You can see that engineering focus is there from my backstory, so we can earn training points to then spend on these perks, and that will benefit many different areas of the My Team career as we go on.
Your team standing on the grid is measured in two ways: fan rating and sentiment. Fan rating is a measure of your team's prestige and history in the sport, and can be increased by completing accolades. Whereas sentiment is more dynamic, a measure of your recent performance both within the current season and looking back to previous seasons. As your fan rating increases, you will earn not only a one-off award for each fan rating level, but also ongoing bonuses that benefit the team. Positive sentiment can unlock more bonuses relative to your fan rating, whereas negative sentiment can temporarily disable bonuses you've earned until your sentiment improves. The combination of fan rating and sentiment will affect many aspects of your career, so keep tabs on them at all times.
So that's the fan rating system. Going to keep a keen eye on that, and obviously naturally we'll be earning accolades to boost that as much as we can. Also, you can look at the results and the R&D as well.
Hey boss, thanks for coming down. First GP's not far away now, and people are starting to roll off the project as we get more and more of the car locked down ahead of our debut race. We can't afford to lose momentum, so we need to start tasking people with work towards our first upgrade package. As it stands, we already have some resource points, data from testing, that we can use to kickstart our research efforts. We just need to know where you want us to start. Let's go pick an upgrade to research.
Of course, I'm very familiar with R&D, and those of you who've played enough F1 games are going to be familiar with this area, but it's slightly changed this year, with now you having to research the parts first by spending the R&D points. Then you spend a small amount of money then to develop the parts, but there's 2 different time periods that those happen. So things are a bit more long-term and slow down in a sense, and there's kind of 2 lots of management you have to do when it comes to now bringing upgrades to the car.
Copy that. That feels like a good place to start. I'll get the research team.
So off the bat, I decided to do a weight reduction upgrade. I always feel like the My Team cars are very overweight and heavy compared to the AI teams around you, especially the nearest air arrival even. And then at the same time, just wanted to get some downforce on the car. So we went with rear downforce instead. I'm hoping the front end will still be pointy enough just with the handling to be okay. But eventually, obviously, we'll level out the downforce as well. And then eventually, once we've developed these parts, we'll have to also work on assigning them to each individual driver.
Okay, this is the facility improvement screen. Here are the improvements you can currently schedule for this facility. You can access the other facilities and explore their improvements from these tabs. Some improvements need us to have completed other improvements first. If an improvement is blocked, it will be listed here, along with information on which improvements we need to complete first in order to unblock it. Each improvement will provide us with an ongoing benefit, but they each also increase the size of that facility. As the facility gets bigger, it will unlock higher levels of that facility, which in turn unlock further improvements for us to pursue.
So these are all HQ facility upgrades, but instead of just simply leveling up your facility, your department of engineering, personnel, corporate, you're now purchasing these smaller subsection upgrades, and they all add up into the phase of your department, is how I understand it. So right now, we can't really afford much.
Welcome to the personnel facility. All the money and technology in the world won't help this team if we don't have the right people in place. And this is where we focus on achieving just that.
This is the hub for the team's finances, our corporate identity, and for our ongoing sponsor relations. Speaking of which, it's important to ensure that our new sponsors are reflected in our team's livery.
This next part of the game, though, is going to be very intriguing. For the first time, we've got the Decal editor, and this is a way where we'll get some income coming in via the secondary sponsors. So I think because of the nature of the livery that I chose to work with, the primary sponsor is actually hidden underneath the design of the sidepod, which I like, because otherwise that would have looked a little bit ugly. But you can actually go ahead and sign with any of these secondary sponsors right now. Some of them are locked at the moment. We need to increase our fan rating, but I was surprised that you could actually just go for the ones you want. So you can actually just design the car how you want. If you like the logo of one brand, you can pick that, and then you can place it in white or black initially, and then eventually unlock the color versions of their logos. But you can rotate them, scale them, mirror them how you want on each individual bit of the car. So you can see here I'm mirroring this one brand for either side of the front wing to get some sponsors on the front end. You can then go for the rear wing and scale up the sponsor and fill the space. And eventually, as you improve your team, the fan rating, etc., you can unlock more and more sponsors. So you can actually put multiple on the rear wing, multiple on the front wing, side pods, etc. So eventually you can get a very crammed and more realistic looking Formula 1 car with multiple sponsors on the nose cone, for example. Right now it's kind of a more basic entry with just one sponsor on the nose. I'm still a bit critical that I really wish you could put one of the sponsor decals right by the top of the chassis where you will see it from the T-cam below the halo. I really hope they maybe patch that in as an additional thing from this feedback, because it's always so good to have more decals on the actual T-cam bit that you can see as well as the rest of the car. And then of course you can also go with the custom numbers for the first time to match the team and to not color clash with the base livery you've got. But now for the first time we've got an HQ event.
So, we're gonna need to open talks with drivers for next season. They could be ours, or are currently driving for other teams. You should head to the driver comms page to see who you want to consider. This is where we manage our discussions with drivers, both our drivers and other drivers we might be interested in signing in the future. These slots are for our current drivers. We're obviously much closer to these two than anyone else, but it's still an important job each year, figuring out what's important to them and where their long-term aspirations lie. But we also have to be prepared for the future. If we lose one of our drivers, or if we feel we have a better prospect, it's important to have done the groundwork to allow us to negotiate with a new driver. Or more than one. Just be cautious. The more drivers we engage with, the more likely it is that our current drivers will get wind of it, and that can very much affect how they feel about us and about their future in our team.
So it does seem like very early doors to be talking about driver contracts for next season, but I suppose these things in F1 do kind of start, quite some time before you actually even go to have meetings with drivers. First of all, you got to suss out who's interested, have some feelers, and that's exactly what we're going to do. Obviously, I'll be putting out feelers to re-signing Jenson Button, but who his teammate will be going forwards, I feel like we're going to want to maybe change away from the F3 driver, and one guy I have my eye on is Bortoletto.
I've reached out with a very early preliminary inquiry to their side. I'll let you know how it goes. Hard to get a read on it at the moment. These things are always fluid and move quickly, but if they're interested in us, I'm sure things will move a bit quicker.
I think Bortoletto is going to be a bit of an underrated pick in this career. I think 74 rated, maybe a little bit cheaper than some of the other drivers around him. And obviously, you guys will know if you watch my manager series, I wanted to sign Bortoletto in my manager series, and I didn't get the chance to. So it'd be cool maybe to sign Gabriel here in this series. And I've also put out a feeler for Isaac Hadjar, or, I want to, because I think, again, I reckon they'll boost Hadjar's driver rating in a patch, in the first patch of rating updates. So going for Hadjar now, if we get to that point for Season 2, might be a good play, because then we'll kind of get a free upgrade on him as a driver maybe. And also in real life, obviously, I think, everyone can agree he's become a very, very likable character.
A sponsor sees potential in us and wants to explore a partnership.
Now, this is pretty damn cool. I think this comes from our corporate activity choice of the scouting for a new secondary sponsor, and it's come back with a result. So JPB is a brand new secondary sponsor that wasn't available to us. We can now add them onto the car, and that will give us a tiny bit of extra income. So I'm actually going to swap out one of these slots with JPB, because we actually have that brand elsewhere on the car. I think it's useful to have as many different brands and sponsors on the car as possible, basically. So make sure to fill up all your spots is going to be my top tip, with different sponsors on the car. So this is what the car is looking like now. You can see a few different sponsors on the front wing, the nose cone, the engine cover, rear wing on the top flap, the sides as well, and also the side of the chassis. So we've maxed out all the slots available at the moment. So with that, we are nearing the point of being ready to go towards the start of the season. We've obviously got the developments now to come in.
Great news. One of our research upgrades is complete. Once we finish researching an upgrade, we can start developing it for one or both of our cars. Head over to the development screen to get started.
So we'll go ahead and spend money on developing. We have to pick single development right now. Eventually, if we have the facility improvements, we can do dual development. But right now, I can only develop one upgrade at a time, which means I will only be able to give one of our drivers this upgrade. First of all, initially. So already a choice of priorities being taken in this career series as we now go to the new season grid reveal. So the grid has been revealed, and we're at the home stretch now towards the first race of the season, just maximizing the activity timeline as much as we can. I put the personnel upgrades to boost the focus of our drivers at the very end, so they're the most focused going into Australia.
Good news. The research for an upgrade is complete, and it's now ready for development. Make sure to head over to the development area when you have a moment.
Research complete now on an engine upgrade as well, because off camera I actually upgraded that as well with the extra R&D points we were earning just going through the various weeks, of course, because there's quite a lot of days from the start of the season to now. This is the R&D chart, first of all there, so just a quick look at that. So we've got a lot of work to do just to bridge the gap to the next best team of Kick Sauber. So as per usual at the start of this My Team series, we are going to be, you know, at the back. Our teammate is probably not going to perform very well at all. Obviously, I'm hoping myself as a driver can make a bit of a difference here. We did have also, by the way, a delay on the development, on the research, I should say, of the chassis upgrade. So I think we're going to have one upgrade on the rear downforce available for Australia, but the chassis, the weight reduction, and the engine upgrade will have to wait till after Australia. So just one minor upgrade on the car for ourselves that will allocate to Jenson Button, because I think at this stage of the career, having the upgrades going priority to the much higher rated and icon driver makes a lot of sense, of course. I did have a look at some HQ facility upgrades, by the way, but I thought with us only having, like, you know, 1.5 million at this stage, let's hold off. Let's assess where the team's at after the first race, and then maybe we can think about spending some cash on a facility upgrade. But let's just head on.
Hey boss, what do you make of this?
Slightly different event now. So this is a bit familiar if you've played the story mode or seen me playing the story mode. It's more of a, you know, kind of sideline story sort of event, kind of, where we've got a hiring campaign apparently, so we can either run the campaign, spend 50k on that, or decline it with a bit of a backstory there. I don't know if this will tangibly mean we can get some better staff, but I thought it makes sense as a new team to run a hiring campaign early doors. So we're going to go ahead. 50k is not that much in the grand scheme of things to us. I think on the top right, actually, you saw that might have boosted the morale of the department. So you're going to want to actually focus on those story decisions. But now we come, finally, guys, to the Australian Grand Prix, round one, and the first time we select which driver we're driving as, and obviously it's a no-brainer who I'm driving as. I'm going to be stepping into the shoes of Jenson Button on his return to Formula One. I mean, we even have a nice custom Braun GP fluoro throwback helmet for JB in this season. It's also a nice mash if you've seen his modern helmet that he's racing with in WEC at the moment. We've got that patterning merged with his old school Jenson Button helmet from his Formula One days. So I'm going to love donning that in the cockpit. And it's now time to get a bit buzzing as the drivers enter the Team HQ on the ground here in Australia. And it is time to hit the track for the very first time in F1 25 My Team career.
The long wait is over. This is it, a brand new season. And before the show gets well and truly underway, we've got the all-important matter of a free practice session. It's great to be back.
It is great to be back, and I am very excited to delve into some racing now inside of this career, because as I kind of talked about in my previous video, you know, starting off with Breaking Point 3, the story mode, it was hard to really gauge what the AI was like inside of that mode. Whereas now, this is a first chance to really see if the AI is improved enough to get some better racing to what we've had to deal with on the previous year's F1 game. And then outside of that, just always exciting to hit the track for the very first time and see that new car turn its first corners and laps down under at the rightful place for the season opener. Let's now get straight into the action for qualifying.
And a warm welcome, everybody. We're here in the heart of Melbourne. It's Albert Park, and it's qualifying for the Australian Grand Prix.
This is always a very important moment. The first lap in anger with the My Team car. In Season 1 especially, you know, I always like to think back to this moment when we're like multiple seasons down the line on this game and how basic this car was, looks-wise, but also feeling-wise. You know, it's the worst car on the grid. It's the worst the car will ever feel in the entire series. And saying that, it feels pretty all right, you know. I feel like with this year's handling, where it's that happy blend of 24 and 23, like the best bits of 23, taking out that, you know, infinite grip feeling where it's just a lot more mellow and calm mid-apex and getting on power as well. I think it's made even a bad car like this more enjoyable to drive. Like, I feel like I can get towards the limit of this car, and maybe the lap time's not there, but I still feel in the realm of comfortability driving the car, if that makes any sense. The first lap initially is nothing to write home about, still getting used to, you know, the actual limits of knowing how hard I can push it under braking, which is a big thing on this year's game. The braking seems a little bit longer than it was on F1 24, and generally the lap times also around the circuit are slower than you would have noticed in last year's F1 game. So it takes a bit of getting used to finding where I can really push the car mid-apex as well. Getting on power seems like I feel pretty comfortable with that, but obviously we've had no tyre wear yet. But as I alluded to in the Breaking Point 3 first episode video, the game itself visually, I think for me, playing on my PC with Ultra Max graphics, path tracing enabled, which you need a pretty beefy GPU for, which I thankfully have, this game really has actually taken a step up visually. It looks so much better. It looks gorgeous when you're viewing it in replay cameras. And especially when you get to night races, let me tell you, for the first time, it actually looks like, you know, when we used to have those trailers and it said in-engine gameplay, it finally looks a lot more towards that in-engine sort of recording they used to use only for trailers, but was never available for us playing the actual game. Well, now I think that is definitely the case. So 2 flying laps on the board, definitely on that second one, found a bit more time braking that much later and a bit more confidence on the front end to, you know, really turn it in with some aggression, but that's only got us up to P18. Obviously, our F3 teammate, he is so low rated, I don't expect him to be any higher than the last row of the grid, to be honest, but I want to try and see if we can maybe do anything to sneak into Q2, and to do that, I've had to use my third set of soft tyres, so we're going for broke. We've gained quite a bit of time, again, finding more confidence on the front end into some of these quicker corners, 7/10 in fact, as we go into the last sector, and this might just get us into Q2 at the detriment of that Q2 lap, because I've used all my new soft tyres now, so if this is going to be enough to get through, we might not be able to do a whole lot in the second session, but we've nearly gained, well, just over 9/10. I was going to say a second, but we just lost a bit of time in the last corner, but it's good enough to get up into a P11. I'm really happy with that, finding a load of time at the end of the session. Obviously, track evolution, the track getting quicker, and it's caught out a few people in Q3. Namely, the biggest surprise for me is Alexander Albon in the Williams being knocked out, and I'm sure Isaac Hadjar will be disappointed to be knocked out in the V car. Bortoletto's done amazingly to get up into Q2 in the Kick Sauber, and obviously they're the team nearest to us in the R&D chart that we're aiming for, so we want to try and basically match Bortoletto. But very nice how that, you know, he was the first driver we picked out to maybe have talks with in the future potentially. Russell's time was a bit precarious in Q1, so definitely needs to pull up his socks into Q2, but like I said, I don't now have any new soft tyres for this session. I only have scrub sets that I used in Q1, so we've made it through into Q2, but at what cost? At what cost? Because it's not going to be an amazingly quick lap. It's probably not going to match the time we did in Q1, but I'm still pretty happy that we got through into the second part of qualifying in this first ever session on the game with this car and series. And to be fair, even though with tyres that are slightly worn, it's a pretty decent showing and decent one and only lap at the end of the session when the track grip's at its highest to get P14. So not actually stone dead last in that Q2 knockout phase, but ultimately knocked out. But Bortoletto, what is he cooking? He's got into Q3 in the Kick Sauber. That's incredible. Ollie Behrman as well. Amazing performance in the Haas to be P8. So Antonelli, Bortoletto and Behrman, the three rookies, into the top 10 shootout. And it's at the cost of the likes of Carlos Sainz, P11. Russell, P15. We out-qualified George Russell driving as Jenson Button. We've got to be happy about that. I will very much take that as a Q2 result, and that's gonna give the good vibes as we now head on into Sunday for the first Grand Prix of the entire series.
The winter is over. It's time for Formula One 2025. Yes, that long break that you've all been coping with so well can now be put to the back of your minds. It's on-track action and it's off-track drama. That's what we're looking forward to. Before we begin, let's take a quick look at the grid lineup for today's race. Max Verstappen put in a fantastic lap yesterday and he'll start from pole position. And Lando Norris lines up alongside. Looking down the rest of the grid, we have Piastri, Hamilton, Charles Leclerc and Tsunoda, Fernando Alonso, Antonelli, Behrman and Gabriel Bortoleto, Sainz, Stroll, Liam Lawson and Button, Russell, Gasly, Esteban Ocon and Jack Doohan, Hadjar, Albon, Hulkenberg and Tim Tramnitz rounds off the grid. That's it then, it's time to go racing as we head down trackside for today's race. And with me for this commentary this afternoon, former racing driver Naomi Schiff. New season, new dawn, and now 22 cars and 11 teams on the grid.
First of all, this is such an exciting time. I mean, to have an 11th team on the grid is exciting news for the sport. But for them today, I guess you would be really nervous. It's the first time you're going to be doing this. There is so much to learn. But at the end of the day, they've got to remember that expectations aren't that high. They've all been there before. They've all had their first race, and no one is expecting them to land on the top of the podium. So just learn to walk before you can run.
Strategy-wise, it looks to be a 2 versus 1 stop. You know, the soft tyre not even involved, medium to hards or 2 sets of mediums, and then a hard. I think we'll initially plan for the 1 stop, but I'm really not sure about the tyre wear levels in the game itself, but also this team. Remember, we're the worst team on the grid, so our tyre wear levels compared to other teams will probably be the worst out of the lot. So our car physically may not be able to maybe pull off a 1 stop, you know, cleanly without having some rear end or traction issues, which, knowing me, having a lead foot could be a problem. So we're going to plan for a 1 stop, but going to hards for the first pit stop will leave us open to maybe pivoting to a 2 stop if we feel like we can't hack it with the high tyre wear versus our rivals around us. We're keeping our options open because it really is a massive stab into the unknown, but that's equally why it's so exciting every year. But this year, maybe more than recently, because after a big break from My Team Career Mode, the last time we did this series was on F1 23. We are back. It is My Team 2.0 now on F1 25. A clean slate, another story to form as we go to 5 red lights. Aarava Archer's first race in Formula One is underway. Lights out. It's a cracking start versus the hard tyre runner of Carlos Sainz. Stroll gets caught up behind Bortoleto. Another slow starter into turn 1 as Behrman goes side by side with Fernando Alonso. We're up to P11. Bortoleto just mincing us on the exit though, but we've got Stroll who got boxed in from the kickstand, where we're trying our best to hang it around the outside of the Brazilian, but he's done really well on the inside, and we're just also being a little bit overcautious maybe on lap 1, not wanting to be too aggressive. You know, high fuel levels, first real race on the game with this machine. You know, mistakes can happen, so we need to be a little bit cautious on this opening lap and just slowly bed into a rhythm. But as starts go, that's pretty damn decent. Up to P11 from P14, you know, made the most of Sainz being slow off the start on hards and Stroll getting caught up behind the Sauber, like I said, and now trying to stay ahead of that very man on the soft compound. Might be a bit tough, but I'm going to use the DRS from Bortoleto as a bit of an aid. Obviously, he's going to help us along here, but there's a gap already forming to Fernando Alonso, so Bortoleto may be a bit of a cork in the bottle for us as we try and go to the inside, but Bortoleto very nicely defends kind of very awkwardly the middle of the track. Really couldn't feel comfortable committing to the inside there. Couldn't go to the outside either way as well, so Bortoleto frustrating us, but it's definitely promising to see early doors. The AI being very active in their defensive work and attacking, I should say, as well, as Lance Stroll tries to go around the outside. Of course, he is the quicker man at the moment on the softs, but the more we can frustrate him, the better off we're going to be, because eventually those softs will wear out, and he's a very odd man out on the softs, I must say. Most people around us on the medium or the hard, but you get the sense that we can have have Bortoleto, as it's good to see ahead of Bortoleto. The grid is starting to string out a little bit. There's a train behind me, but that's because we're yet to overtake Gabriel, so we really need to get past him because there's more pace to be had in the clean air. So now, using the DRS and a little bit of battery work on the outside, Bortoleto on the inside, we give him a bit of a squeeze, then go back to the racing line, give him the room to work with, but we make the overtake up into P10, and straight away we're met with a lovely battle ahead of us. Side by side is Fernando Alonso and Ollie Behrman. Cracking little fight there as the Haas on the inside squeezing Alonso out. That's really promising to see. AI on AI battle with the heavy fuel loads as well. That's what you want to see. That's a bit more like it, as Verstappen is the one that leads the way, though, by the way. Lap 5, Lewis Hamilton second place, though. The McLarens, where is the pace gone from the all-conquering McLaren? Well, it's because both the drivers are on hard tyres. The Ferraris and Red Bulls, they've started on mediums. The Papaya outfit, they've decided to go very different and started on the hards. Now, I feel like eventually that will be a hindrance to them, because right now Verstappen and Hamilton are streaking away a little bit from Tsunoda, who's doing a real good job of holding up Leclerc. So McLaren might come to regret that strategy decision, but you got to say, it's good up and down the field. You're seeing the AI choose very different tyre strategies, clearly, as we now focus back on the top two, because look at this, Lewis Hamilton going round the outside, leads the Australian Grand Prix now on lap 5 in the Ferrari. This is the dream scenario people were hoping for in real life. A Hamilton v Verstappen fight, and it's the Ferrari that leads. The McLarens nowhere near their real life pace here in the Australian Grand Prix, but down to the tyre choices. Antonelli doing well in P7 whilst his teammate languishes in P13, but Russell trying to find his way through on the outside of Stroll, and Behrman and Alonso still very much fighting ahead of me, and I'm really hoping that Behrman and Alonso fight enough that I can get involved as we focus now on Tim Tramnitz, our teammate, of course, one of the F3 driver icons, doing quite well actually. P19 ahead of Hadjar, Sainz, Gasly. That's a couple of good names to be ahead early doors in this race, as Russell still continues to try and get that move done, or in fact I think it's the other way around. I think Lance Stroll has re-overtaken George Russell. The Aston Martin frustrating the Mercedes car for sure there, as Alonso actually losing the back end of Ollie Behrman, and maybe that's time for us to start snapping at his heels. Back to the fight with some of the top teams though, and that's Leclerc getting past Tsunoda, or Tsunoda actually maybe going for the repass. It's really hard to tell as these guys are fighting aplenty, and it's a really great commitment from Yuki Tsunoda on the outside, as Alonso must have heard me in the commentary box, because he's got a move on now and is attempting another pass on Ollie Behrman. Is he going to commit to the outside? He is. Some great moves happening in this last sector, and these two are loving this side by side in the last couple of corners, but they're slowing each other up so much, and you can see Alonso backing out of the throttle, knowing when to back down. But that's invited us in now to a three-way fight with DRS wide open for us. We go down the inside, easy does it though into the corner, because I was sure that Alonso was going to pinch us. We're cutting from the right to left. Alonso tries to block, but we've got the overspeed on the outside to try and make this move. Alonso's still on the inside. We give him the room to work with, but we get the overtake done, but then we drift it through the next corner, lose the back end, and Alonso's right back past us. Little mistake from me, probably overcooked the tyres making the initial move on Alonso. It was well held from me, to be fair, going opposite lock and just using the runoff area to good use to carry on going, because that could have been really bad if that was a full spin. But just showing mistakes very easy when you're fighting on heavier fuel. But we're going to come back at Alonso this time, a bit more of a usual place to make an overtake, right round the outside into the high-speed chicane, the place I was actually sat at for the real life 2025 Australian Grand Prix. That place was, so great action being had there, just as was the case in real life, as it's Leclerc now ahead of Tsunoda. The two McLaren still unable to make any sort of inroads, but they're on the hard tyres, that's why. And Hamilton has got the afterburners on, because he's streaking out into the lead, and the very much opposite is happening with his former teammate of Mercedes. It was a horrible qualifying. Maybe this is why he was having engine issues maybe on Saturday, because it's carried over to Sunday. First race of the season, and Russell is out. That is going to be painful, and it means the youngster, Kimi Andrea Antonelli, the lead Mercedes car in this race, P7, as we get repassed by Fernando Alonso, or at least he tries to, as we go on the outside on the racing line. Easy does it, but the tyre wear you can see on the right-hand side is pretty high. I feel like it's a bit higher than the teams around us. Definitely higher than the Aston and the Haas, it would seem, because I can't now keep up with Ollie Behrman, and I am now considering we maybe move to the 2-stop as Leclerc gets done by Tsunoda. It's a 2-3 now for Red Bull again, but look at Lewis, 4 seconds the gap is, so Hamilton has really got the bit between his teeth as it's overcast conditions, but a bit of sun maybe just peeking out now on the main straight as Alonso again tries to pass us. This time he's done really well to keep it side by side on the exit at turn 1. Bortoletto sniffing around. I am struggling to keep Alonso at bay. My tyres do not feel great. It's lap 9. It's a little bit early to think about a pit stop, and thank God I didn't come in on that lap. I was tempted to, but as we get onto a new lap, you're about to see a message pop up for my teammate in the pit, so I would have held him up if I came in on that lap. So thankfully I've decided to come in on the next one, lap 10, but I need to. Behrman has come in as well, Bortoletto as well. Alonso continues on though, so I have a feeling Alonso might be going for the 1-stop, but I think Behrman is joining me on a 2-stop. It's going to be interesting to see what tyre he chooses, because I'm still going onto hards to leave us open there, but it's a good pit stop. Oh, cracking pit stop. 2.4, and that's seemingly quicker than the Haas team, because we get ahead of Behrman. We ghost through, thankfully, so if that was a no ghosting system, that would have been a monumental crash, but we have ghosted through, and we're up to P15, but Behrman's chosen the medium, so he's committing to the aggressive 2-stop, 2 sets of mediums to start the race, whereas I'm saving that second medium potentially for the end of the race, but I want to see maybe how this hard tyre stint goes. If we can go to the end, I will try it, but based off that medium tyre stint, it seems like this car at the moment just doesn't have the tyre wear maybe to hack it at the moment. Maybe with 1 or 2 upgrades, we could be, you know, in line to trying to pull off a 1-stop, because I feel like in these early stages, that's a good way for you to gain points and get those positions, is just having track position. As Behrman makes quick work of us with DRS. I don't put up too much of a fight because he's on mediums. He's going to be quicker in this stint. It's all about patience for me now and just doing my race on the hards, seeing if we can stick with Behrman and picking off people that are struggling, like Carlos Sainz clearly is, because he's going very slow on that first set of tyres he's been on since the start of the Grand Prix. And it's really about how we do later on in this race, after maybe some tyre wears kicked in for others on their mediums, and can we now hopefully stay ahead of the likes of Ocon as Behrman goes for the pass on Sainz. We aggressively defend Ocon, and now Sainz really slows up Ollie Behrman, so this is maybe a chance for us. Can we catch Behrman napping? I mean, can we get Sainz? Definitely, because he's very much struggling on those mediums, but Behrman's now fully ahead, so maybe the chance is gone. I thought for a second maybe could we get a double pass done, but Behrman clearly has so much pace on those new mediums, and Sainz is really struggling on his old ones. And to be honest, this is why I came in earlier for the hards, because this would have been my pace, because I was really struggling. And it's really crucial now that we get past Sainz, get into that pocket of clean air just behind the Haas. Both of us have DRS though, and Sainz, really aggressive, shuts the door, gives us no room to work with on the inside. We almost invite Ocon in, so there's honestly some really decent defensive driving from the AI so far in race 1, but Sainz eventually is no match for us into turn 1. We get to the inside, it's a punchy late brake move, and we needed it done because he's on old mediums. We need this clean air, but despite that, you saw there, Sainz actually tried to repass us, so we had to go defensive ourselves, and now we can push away a little bit and use the clean air, as it's now a 1-2 for McLaren. Obviously, they've been on their hard since the start of the race. They're still going on, whereas the 2 Ferraris and Red Bulls have made their pit stop. So Hamilton coming out ahead of Leclerc, seemingly, who's managed to undercut, I assume, Verstappen. So it's now 3 for Ferrari. It's a kind of Noah's Ark. 2 McLarens, 2 Ferraris, 2 Red Bulls. The McLaren's yet to pit. Ferrari and Red Bull, I feel like, in the driving seat, though. And then, you know, a very good day in the office so far for the carb, seemingly. Lawson and Hajar, P7 and 9. Albon recovering well so far, having been knocked out in Q1, but I don't think he's pit yet, P8, so we'll see how it shakes out. But we've come out just behind Antonelli, who's made his and one and only stop as he comes out to hards. But you saw there, the Merc went to lap, what was it, 14, 15 on mediums, whereas I and, you know, Behrman and, you know, Bortoletto, we could only hack it 9, 10 laps on mediums. So clearly you can see there is a tyre wear performance difference between the top teams and the midfield to bottom. So we shouldn't be too concerned that we're having to maybe bail onto the 2-stop, because it's just a case of we need to make those upgrades. There's good fighting going on between Stroll and Behrman now, and these two are holding each other up so much that Antonelli is getting involved, I'm getting involved, but we're being patient because I feel like there's no point trying to overtake Antonelli because he's in a much quicker car. We know he's going to mince us, so let's just stick behind Kimi and almost try and hopefully follow him through, because he's got to be like a hot knife through butter on Behrman, on Stroll. So if I can try and stick with Kimi, we could maybe, there's a double lockup from Behrman, we can maybe get through. But right now it's quite tough, you know, because the AI are not only good at defending against myself, but they're good at defending each other, and that's creating some really good dynamic racings and battles. But it's making things difficult for us in a car that obviously doesn't have the out-and-out pace. I am just living off, you know, catching people unawares and trying to catch them with the DRS if we can. As Antonelli overtakes Behrman, can we now get onto the back of him? To be fair, lap 18, Behrman now should be feeling the tyre wear on that second set of mediums, because he's probably going to be pitting in the next 2-3 laps. So now is the time where we're probably on the better race tyre and we've probably got better race pace than our fellow compatriots. So let's try and get Behrman if we can. We couldn't manage it in the first stint. Can we get it done in this second stint and have a bit of fun with the Haas, a car ahead of us in the R&D shot? It's a good little follow-through of the high-speed chicane. We've caught Behrman a little bit. DRS open. Behrman goes defensive. Does he? No, he sticks to the racing line, leaves the door open, and we're just going to send it through. Behrman leaving us enough room to work with. Can we get to the inside for the next corner? We plant the power. To my surprise, Behrman committed through there, makes a bit of contact with us, and overtakes us. We go for the switchback, but it's futile. He pits. Of course he does. He's done the work his team wants us to. He's held us up, and now he peels into the pits. But that was really great. I was so caught unawares that Behrman was going to keep his foot flat through that right-hander before the second last corner. I thought I had him, but to my surprise, he was there. He still was going for it. So that's very, very good to see. And it's good to see battles happening all the way up and down the field as Sainz and Gasly fight. But Sainz has just met the back of the kick Sauber with damage now. Meanwhile, for us, we've got Yuki Tsunoda for company right behind us, maybe feeling the pressure and dipping a tyre onto the grass. It's a big snap of oversteer. We've actually done really well in hindsight to keep that out the wall. That's 2 close shaves in the first race. Really is all about trying to get the rust off my driving. It's been a long while since we've done a proper career mode video, and you can maybe tell with a few moments of you know, scariness there, but equally it's just a tyre or also maybe of the hards kicking in. But Tsunoda gets us. He was always going to get us. Verstappen now putting the pressure on Leclerc. The 2 McLarens, they've pit for their mediums and they've come out behind, so they've got a lot of work to do. McLaren, they may be regretting starting on the hards, you know, having a car as quick as they do, as we now come in lap 20, because that near miss just before Tsunoda got us was my cue to come in. To be fair, 9 laps to go. 9 laps, you know, we felt the tyre wear 9 laps in the first stint on the medium, so this is probably the right time to come in for that second set, and we're just going to come out ahead of Ollie Behrman. So, yeah, the car can't quite do a one-stop yet, but let's see what we've got now, because we're out of sync. We're now the ones on the quicker tyre. Behrman, Hulkenberg on the hards behind us, so we shouldn't be threatened by Ollie Behrman, and we should be able to push flat out now, knowing that, you know, 9 laps is within the realm of the medium tyres. Let's see. I'm still quietly confident we could do some good work here and chase after the cars ahead of us. We've got a lot of clean air to work with. Doohan, Albon, Lawson fighting, and Albon makes a great move on the outside to get up into P9. I think we're aiming for that group, you know, by the end of the race. So let's see as Antonelli chases after Tsunoda. There's a big gap from Tsunoda to the top 5 cars. So that seems like P6 and 7 settled between those two. Lawson now getting Doohan. So Doohan loses 2 places in the span of 1 lap. Maybe he's due to come in for a pit stop. I don't know. As Verstappen is all over the back of the first Ferrari in his line of sight to the race lead. Leclerc is got to be trying to defend this for Hamilton's sake, for Ferrari's sake, but Verstappen is going to have the DRS. Lewis is not giving Charles the DRS, so there's no teamwork happening here, and Verstappen is going to make quick work of him on the outside up to 2nd place, and now he sets his sight on chasing after Lewis Hamilton. It's another chance to have maybe Verstappen v Hamilton, Red Bull v Ferrari, and I have a feeling Verstappen is going to be going like the clappers to try and chase after him. Meanwhile, lap 21, replay here of Gasly at the bottom of the field. He was already having troubles in this race, but now it's double trouble. He is out with a mechanical fault, and so that's 2 DNFs in this race of Pierre Gasly and George Russell, as Leclerc actually might come back at Verstappen. Tyre on the grass, but he is going to commit to the outside, and the Ferrari does repass. So this might just give Hamilton a little bit of breathing room, as it's 1-2 for Ferrari once again. But look in the background, Norris now lurking in the distance. Are the McLarens going to join the party? They're on the mediums, remember. Ferrari, Red Bull on the hards. It's the same way as myself on the mediums, chasing after a bunch of people on the hard tyres. But Verstappen is relentless and repasses Leclerc with 5 laps to go. Is he going to be able to shake Leclerc, or is this going to be a case of Leclerc annoying Verstappen enough where he just can't catch up to Lewis Hamilton? And speaking of catching up, we have bridged the gap to Lance Stroll on the hard, and we're coming at it at a rate of knots. It's actually an easy pass there. Stroll doesn't make much of a fuss, and we obviously have the overspeed with a bit of DRS and ERS usage. Really using quite a bit of battery now in this later stage of the race, down to single digits, but it's fine going to none. You'll notice most big braking zones trying to regain some of that harvest energy and then using it tactically when we need to make the overtakes. Medium for the most part, whilst we're trying to catch up to these guys, and I still reckon we can maybe catch up to these two, you know, right for the last point. P9 versus P10. I still believe we can maybe get 1 championship point on debut here in Formula 1 as a team. Obviously not a debut for Jenson Button, the 2009 world champion, but debut for Aarava Archer Racing in F1 2025. As we're closing up to Doohan now, who's really struggling for pace. Obviously he got double overtaken by the 2 we're trying to ultimately chase after, Albon and Lawson, as we fake to the right, go to the left, and it's going to tighten up Doohan's line. We go around the outside, and we're now into clean air, 3.2 seconds worth of it, and we've got, what, 4 laps to go, including the one we're on. It's time to push like an absolute stabbed rat, take every bit of tyre life out of this medium tyre, and see what this car can do on lower fuel, obviously, in race conditions, and see if we can maybe make a miracle work and get 1 championship point, or 2, who knows, but right now, Lewis Hamilton still leads the way, but the gap is now creeping down to just maybe under 1 second. Is this going to be a race victory decided in the final laps of this first ever Grand Prix on F1 25? Verstappen sails around the outside, Hamilton defenseless on the inside, but he's maybe got time to come back at Verstappen, but Leclerc might be saying otherwise. Hamilton goes immediately defensive again as Leclerc now is attacking him, and this is going to hand Verstappen the victory, surely. The two Ferraris. Oh, it's a lovely, lovely battle and squabble, but to the detriment of them as a team, because neither of them are going to win this now. Look at the amount of time they've lost battling each other. They're going to have to debrief about that, because it's now 2.1 seconds the gap to Verstappen. Hamilton holds on to second, Leclerc third, but ultimately either of them have lost the chance for victory, because it's now all of a sudden the last lap, lap 29, and unlike in real life, the McLarens have been nowhere owing to their awful strategy. I'm sure they've actually got some genuine race pace in there and some just quali pace, because I think it was Lando on the front row, but they just really got the tyre choices wrong today as a team. Antonelli P7 behind Tsunoda, Alonso P8 doing really well on a one-stop for him. Sadly, we just couldn't hack it. I'm convinced, you know, maybe you'll say in the comments we could have done a one-stop. I don't think so. I think we would have got minced by Alonso at this point of the race and by Albon and Lawson. At least now we have a chance to catch up to them. But it's Max Verstappen that crosses the line down under for the first win of the season, ahead of Leclerc, who did get Hamilton on the last lap for second place. And here we are now on the last lap, last sector, last couple of corners. Can we do anything to get one championship point? We're so close to a point. We've got battery to use, but our tyres are going. Oh, the rear end steps out, and we are narrowly going to miss out on a first championship point on debut for this Aarava Archer Racing team. Oh. But the team's first points would be right around the corner. So clearly, I think the rain affected Q3, helped out Verstappen and Red Bull get on pole position. It was pole last time out for the McLaren, but Verstappen managed to overturn them. And obviously, McLaren had that horrendous strategy in Australia. So let's see if McLaren can actually use their #1 R&D car, our car pace this time round. For us, from P18, we're starting on mediums. The strategy is a two-stop either way. My engineer was telling me on the screen, either just a more aggressive two-stop with a soft and two mediums, or you go two mediums and a hard. I reckon we could do a bit of the opposite. So I've started on mediums, and I'm trying to plan for a medium, soft. I reckon at the end, with lower fuel, we could have some fun on the soft compound of tyre. But Japan, I think we can avoid the hards. I think we can pull it off. But I've left myself open, again, like in Australia, by starting on mediums. Just allows us to pivot a little bit. And, you know, when we're a team, as we are right now, where we have to be very open to anything, because we know the car doesn't have out-and-out pace. This is the best option, I think, is always basically leaving ourselves open to choose what to do in the middle of the race. But here we are then, our first outing driving as our F3 driver, Tim Tramnitz, as we go to 5 red lights for the Japanese Grand Prix. Lights out, and we're underway. It's a good getaway versus the two Saubers on the hard compound of tyre. A lot of movement going on ahead as it's nearly 4 wide. Lawson, Antonelli all quite close together, doing on the inside of Behrman. I think Albon there going a little bit wide and off circuit even. Great to see the AI making a couple of mistakes into turn 1 as we look to book in the overtake on Hulkenberg, because he's still snapping at the rear. Look behind, we've got the move in. Oh, Doohan loses the back end. It's another AI mistake. That was awesome to see. Doohan just getting a bit of opposite lock on the hard compound, obviously struggling to heat up that compound maybe, and we get one more free position for P15. It's a decent start. JB up 1 position, I think that is, up to P20. So let's see how he goes on through once everyone settles into a rhythm. Speaking of, we dive down the inside of Ollie Behrman. I'm not gonna lie, put my hands up. I wasn't planning that overtake. I just ended up being on the inside of him at the hairpin. So caught him napping a little bit as we go side by side now, jockeying for position. We have plenty of scrapping with Behrman in Australia driving as Button. Now it's our turn on the other side with Tramnitz, but he's got the better of us into the spoon curves. We just didn't have the confidence under brakes to get that on the inside, you know, the heavier fuel loads. I just want to, you know, until I fully get to grips with the car, you know, it's going to take a couple of episodes to fully understand where the grip levels are, the limit of the car. I'm just taking it easy on the opening laps because I just don't want like a big mistake, a bit of damage early on, and it's all about just easing in. And the logic is, as the laps come, we'll get comfier and comfier and be able to take the fight to these cars ahead of us maybe, as Behrman leaves a little bit of room on the outside. We go the long way around at the same place. We were too timid last time. We have the confidence now on lap 2 to make the overtake. Bit of battery use to drain it through to make that move, and we're up to P14 now as there's a move going on ahead of us between Lawson and Ocon. Another great little AI on AI scrap. Good to see through 130R as well, which is very, very good, because a lot of times they like to back out quite a fair bit at 130R, but good to see commitment there from Lawson's AI, and he's got the overtake done, and so does Max Verstappen. So an RB overtakes a Haas down the order, and the other Red Bull overtakes the McLaren at the sharp end. So Lando is actually in the lead then, off second place. So yeah, he actually did very well in the opening laps to overtake Verstappen from pole, but Verstappen's got the bit between his teeth and got it right back from him only 2 laps later, as we now focus on Jenson Button down in 20th at the moment, having qualified 21st, making an overtake on Bortoletto with DRS aided up to P19, and I'm really hoping this could be the start of him pushing on with some clean air, but he's chosen the soft compound, so it's not something I would choose. Like, if I was driving as him, I would have gone with the medium again. I really hope maybe in the future they think about adding in this game the option, since you're playing as the team owner, managing the whole team and managing both drivers, maybe picking the other teammate's strategy. That would be quite good, because I just would never pick soft for the start of this race. And right now, Button's not really showing too much great performance on that soft, I can't lie. So maybe the soft tyre won't be the silver bullet I'm hoping it will be at the end of the race, because at the moment this medium seems to be really, really solid, as we again find some good pace into the hairpin. Very, very sketchy soft though, with Albon neck and neck, side by side through this entire complex of corners. And again, like with the Behrman fight in Australia, I was convinced I had that overtake done, planted the power, and to my surprise, Albon's come right back around the outside, and now Behrman's on the inside, nearly 3 wide into 130R. Unbelievable. Where did the Haas come from? That is awesome to see. Albon kept in the fight, Behrman joined in and made it 3 wide momentarily. That is what we are missing all game long in F1 24. AI committing, going for moves, staying with it with the fight. That's brilliant, and thankfully we actually managed to finish off the move on Albon as we just about threaded through on the inside, and now lining up Esteban Ocon. We're up to P13, so making good progress on the medium, and of course Ocon, he's on hards, Lawson softs ahead. So the soft tyre will be wearing, and the hard is just not up to pace yet. So we make quick work of Ocon, or so I think, on the inside, because we've made the overtake, but now Ocon's got a really good run and will come back at us. We've got DRS, but so does he, because I think he handed off Lawson. So the Haas on the inside. Look at Albon having a little sniff, but we go very aggressive, swoop through back to the racing line to cover off Albon and finish the move on Ocon. But Ocon had a real good run for the re-overtake. But yeah, the medium clearly is the better race tyre at this moment in time. The hard, it's still rubbering in, and the medium's still quicker than it, and the soft is now wearing out, because we will try and catch up to Lawson. So I think we've chosen very wisely on the medium, but I'm concerned then. It seems like the hard is taking a while to give the performance, so I don't want to go to that. But equally, based off, well, the soft tyre runners we're overtaking or catching, and onto Button, maybe the soft is also it's just wearing out a bit too much here around Suzuka. So I don't know what the end of the race is going to look like, but for now I'm happy to be in the medium, let's say. But meanwhile, the sharp end, it's still Verstappen from Norris, Sonoda in third, Leclerc with the 2 Ferraris sandwiching Oscar Piastri, Russell ahead of Gasly is on lap 6. This was a replay of an engine failure for Lance Stroll. parking it up on the right-hand side, kind of out of the way, so there's no kind of virtual safety car or safety car or anything like that. And so he is out, unfortunately, today. Alonso flying the solo flag for Aston Martin in P9 at the moment, ahead of Kimi Antonelli, as there's moves going on between Ocon and Albon now. Lap 7, Albon getting past Ocon. So that hard tyre really isn't working yet, because Albon on mediums as well, I'm pretty sure, gets past. And, well, Button, P19, not making much progress at all, is he? He's got Doohan ahead of him. Hadjar as well. Hadjar looks quite slow, and he's holding up Doohan, but Button just can't make an inroad on him. 89 rated Button, can't make an inroad. Frustrating to watch from my side. Oh my God! It's a massive crash for George Russell, and it's our first ever safety car of the series and the game. What on earth has happened there, though? George Russell, we just cut on live to him midway through the crash, hitting the wall. What has happened? Is someone else involved? I'm not too sure at the moment, but now this changes things in terms of anyone on the hard compound. They're going to be so pissed off, because this safety car is so badly timed for them. For the medium runners of us, soft tire runners, this safety car works out. Any people on hards, they're going to now have a very difficult time. But this is a replay. So Russell, whoa! Russell just gets a tank slapper. And it's a magnificent AI mistake. That's the best way to describe it, because I have never seen an AI have such a glorious crash like that. Just off a throttle, tyre wear issue. And there's a big puff of smoke. Oh, and a big thump on the wall, Russell broke his wheel. He broke his front wing. Gasly got a front row view. That is extraordinary. That's great to see again. I mean, obviously not for Russell's sake, as he's now started the season with 2 DNFs. 1 engine failure in Australia, and then this one was a crash. But that was a pretty spectacular AI mistake right into the wall. And so an early safety car. We come in now for a... Oh, no. Oh my God, no. There was a mistake on the pit stop. Oh, this is painful. This is painful. There was a mistake on the pit stop. I've also been held up by Aston because they were double stacking. It's that usual double stack issue where all the double stacks hold each other up. So that's massively screwed over Button, and we've also lost out because we've been overtaken in the pits by Hulkenberg, Albon. We're down to P14 from what was it, P12? And Button now, I think, is in P20, I believe. Oh, that's a bit frustrating, but it all started with the pit stop issue on the front right. If that hadn't happened, maybe we would have got out all fine ahead of Hulkenberg, ahead of Albon. It is what it is now. We have to put it behind us. We're a new team, so mistakes are going to happen like that. And we prepare ourselves for a safety car restart. Now, I want to point this out. I don't know if they've changed it slightly, like the way the AI act under a safety car restart, but... Or maybe I just wasn't concentrating, but I got completely caught napping. Like, I fully was nowhere near Hulkenberg's rear end. To be fair, Hadjar behind me has also been caught napping because he's nowhere near my rear end. But look at the amount of time I've lost to Hulkenberg. One of my worst safety car restarts ever. I just fully got so clocked out. I don't know whether it was... I think I just wasn't fully engaged with my brain on the restart, but I also feel like the AI didn't bunch themselves up as much as they would have done on previous games. I don't know. Let me know if you've had any experience with that with the safety car. But anyway, we're going to have to just get our head down now. At least this gives us some clean air to heat up the mediums and get into a groove, because we'll then get on to immediately sending it on Hulkenberg, lock up from the Williams for good measure, and so that's going to maybe put us on to the back of Albon. He's on the hards, Ocon's on hards, so we know from the first stint those tyres are rubbish. So I feel like it is in our realm of possibility to overtake Albon and Ocon here. We go through on the left-hand side, having to give a little bit of room to Albon. It's really awkward, this chicane, because then we lose the back end a bit, and Albon is right back on us there. He's actually already side by side with us with the proximity arrow, and the Sauber behind is also having a look. So once again, it's nearly 3 wide as the AI behind me has a look whilst I'm defending another rival of ours. As we get up into P12, though, we finish off that move. Very much deja vu from the battle we had with Ocon. Meanwhile, at the sharp end, look at this. Lando Norris and McLaren, they've jumped back into first in the safety car period, the pit stops. They must have jumped Red Bull in the pit lane. So big stuff for the race lead, potentially. Lando Norris leads once again in this Japanese Grand Prix. Verstappen, I'm sure, will be right on him as we now go back to our POV. Lap 11 on to 12, catching up to Ocon. This time, not going for the massive battery use into 130R and out of it. Instead, I wanted to see if I can get the move done into turn 1, because it would negate the whole fight back from Ocon on this very straight. So instead, we just power through. We stay on the racing line because that's the place to be for the overtake, because that actually allows you to defend if you just stay on the racing line. And we make swift work of him up to P11 as expected, because those hards just aren't working very well at all, really, for any of the midfield guys. Maybe for the top cars it might do. And speaking of the top guys, Lando leading. Verstappen fakes to the left, goes to the right, and he makes it look easy, Verstappen does, into first place for the second time in this race. Pulls Lando's pants down into first place here at the Japanese Grand Prix. Leclerc still in a Ferrari sandwich, so again, McLaren not making the most of their technical performance on paper in the R&D chart as... oh, it's a long day in the office for JB, man. P20, what a fall from grace from the first race. P20 behind Bortoletto, although to be fair, remember, he got screwed over with the pit stop issue that we had. So here's hoping he can maybe come back, as there's another yellow flag for maybe a car having an issue on the mini-map I can see. Meanwhile, we're focused on Liam Lawson in the V-carb, down the inside, easing it in, get the elbow out and trying to squeeze him out. And this time, we are going to try and fully get this move done. But again, I did the maximum I thought I could do of squeezing out Lawson. And again, I'm surprised. I'm so taken aback by the AI on this year's game. Genuinely seem to be able to hack it around the outside. A lot more than they ever did, as we now go from the left to right to get down the inside of Lawson and book in the move this way. A little bit aggressive on the exit to really push away. Plenty of battery use and DRS aid to thump away from Lawson. And we actually gain a few more positions, because some people have made a pit stop now for their second stop of the afternoon. So we're up into P8, now catching up to Pierre Gasly, who, by the way, Gasly has been running comfortably in the top 10 this entire race. Very impressive, considering Doohan has been way down in like P19 the entire time. So Gasly really outperforming the Alpine, but we're going to catch up to Pierre, because those hards, of course, still just not working very well compared to these mediums. Even with the tyre wear, these mediums feel better, and clearly are better than the hard tyres. But eventually it is going to be time to think about our second pit stop of the day. We come in on the next lap, lap 18, and thankfully I did, because Button came in on the previous lap, so we timed that well. We're now in for the set of soft tyres, and I'm hoping these will work pretty well. It's a so-so pit stop, and we just managed to get our way through the RB. Leclerc with the fastest lap on medium, so a lot of pace being found on this last stint. Quite a few people, it would seem, on the softs then at the end of this race, or coming off the soft tyres, I don't know. As we're out in P13, Hamilton 3 seconds up the road. So clearly there are still some people yet to make their last pit stop, because Hamilton was running like, was it, P6? So I think he's very much still, we've still got a lot of people to pit, as we now watch JB make quick work of Hajar. He's up to P18 with that overtake, and now lap 21. We're getting past 2 people in the pits, 3 people in the pits, Gasly included. So we've undercut Gasly, but Gasly also comes onto a set of softs, and he's going to have even more of a delta time pace on the softs, having delayed his pit stop by 3 whole laps. And with that, he flies past. I don't even fight that much because it's clear that Alpine in the hands of Gasly today is actually unreal. Like I said, he's been in the top 10 the entire race, so I felt like there was no point fighting him that much. He's not in our race. I would like him to be, but he's not in our race, and he's showing why, because he's flying at the moment on those softs, 3-lap newer soft tyres. Button is now up to P15, so he's gained quite nicely in the pit stop phase, because to my surprise, Alonso, Antonelli, way down the order. What's happened to them? They were running in the top 10 in the first stint, but now Antonelli P19, Alonso P17. It's a day to forget for the silver arrows. And at the moment, Gasly has already gapped us by 1.5 seconds. So, yeah, he really wasn't our fight today. But Hulkenberg, Ocon, Albon, they might be cars we can fight, especially Hulkenberg. You know, the Kick Sauber's the very next team in the R&D chart, and we're running in the points right now, P8, so I don't want to speak too early, but could we be on for our first points? We were denied them in Australia in the first episode of this entire series as we watch Ocon overtake Hulkenberg. Now, he is a car we need to worry about. Ocon could definitely just comfortably overtake us, so we need to watch out for that and maybe go a lot more defensive with him, as at the sharp end, Leclerc overtaking Norris on the softs, Leclerc on the mediums. So maybe the McLaren is really struggling with tyre wear, because Verstappen is nearly 6 seconds ahead of Leclerc on the softs as well. So that is very peculiar from McLaren. Unlike in real life, some really horrible tyre wear maybe for them. As we focus back on our fight with Ocon, and here he comes on the inside. No DRS, but he's still got the pace to make us wince a little bit, having to go wide through 130R. Meanwhile, a side-by-side behind between Hulkenberg and Albon. So the Sauber is falling down the order. The Williams and Haas are coming good, and Ocon is going to be gunning for us with DRS open now on the right. We give him a good old squeeze, but he's fully past us. We go back to the racing line, cut in, try and get it back down the inside and wrestle the car through, but we dip a tyre on the curb and the grass. And annoyingly, that's the move done. The Haas has got us, and we can't be too annoyed, because the reality is we got into a track position because of our strategy and some good pace on the medium, but these cars are quicker on paper, and the soft just isn't that good. I've had no pace on the soft. My fastest lap of this Grand Prix was on the medium. That just tells you how bad the softs have been for us and for some cars in this race. So it's just how it sometimes go. But now we're focusing back on ourselves as we try and maybe secure our first points of the season, nay, of the team's existence. I can't lie, I'm a little bit sad that we've not been driving as Jenson Button to get the team's first points. But in reality, you know, down the line, you know, in Season 2, Season 3, we'll get our first ever win for Aarava Archer Racing on this game. And then I'm hoping we'll be driving as Jenson Button. So there'll be a bigger accolade and memory to come driving as JB for this team. And, you know, a lot of the times you forget about the junior driver you sign at the very start of my team. So maybe in another sense, it's kind of nice for the F3 driver, Tim Tramnitz, to get a bit of the spotlight today as we try and secure this team's first ever points driving as him. But elsewhere, Max Verstappen crosses the line on the softs for a second win of this season. Unlike in real life, he is wrestling that Red Bull to lofty heights once again, like in 2024. As on the last lap here, we're looking in the mirrors. We use all the battery in the world to stay ahead of Albon. And even with that, through the final corner, oh my God, bloody Nora, it's going to be a photo finish. Oh my days. Did we keep that position? Oh, thank God we did. Oh my word, we kept it. P9 is ours. It's not only one championship point, it's two of them in the Japanese Grand Prix. And the rest of this first season would follow this same pattern of having to really scrap it out for some points, but there were also some strokes of genius through this season to pull off some miracles. As we go to 5 red lights, the duel in the Formula 1 calendar is underway as it's lights out. It's going to be a tight run into turn 1, but we're finding the room on the left-hand side, squeezing past Ocon and Alonso for a fantastic double overtake. Leclerc will lead from pole position. Hamilton versus Verstappen for second place. Max is trying to get contact though between the two former big title rivals here in 2025. They've come together and Verstappen has a bit of major damage. Whole end plate is off. That's going to hurt surely around a track like this, but it maintains then a 1-2 for Ferrari. Verstappen, Norris, Tsunoda from ourselves in P6 driving as Tim Tramnitz. Button P9, so he's at least kept position then and not lost out. Piastri up to P10, Antonelli down to P11. So it's looking quite similar to real life, you know, the two Mercs down the order and near some Williams cars. Oh dearie me, are we about to see some imitations going on? Can you imagine if that actually happened? That would be unreal. But anyway, as we now focus back to our POV and we're looking to keep up with Yuki Tsunoda. We made quick work of Ocon Alonso and trying to see if we can keep up with Tsunoda, and we are actually through that final couple of corners. Tsunoda quite weak on the entry to the corner. On the exit though, look how good that Red Bull is on traction. That's going to be frustrating for us, because if we're good into the corner but we can't get him out of the corner, that's just the kind of just the worst place to be, because it just teases you in for the overtake, but we can't actually get near enough to then make that pass. We need that final little oomph of acceleration as we get onto the straight through the tunnel. Lap 2, can we go for the dive out the tunnel? It's going to be a close one. Banging tyres. Tsunoda does well to defend, and that's fair play. That's fair play. I tried it, but it didn't work. We were a bit too audacious, but you know, that's what you want to see. We gave it a good go. No one got hurt. It's all fine. Wheels were banged, but it's fine. We continue on, and if anything, we've actually helped ourselves out in terms of Tsunoda. If we keep on fighting like this, he may just drop out of DRS from Norris, and that'll be quite ideal to help us out in the straight line speed department, because then maybe could we get close enough into one of these turn 1s to make a move as we drift through mid-apex there, and we get very close to the wall. And if we carry on like this, we'll be meeting the wall at some point. So maybe we just need to rein it in a little bit on the aggression. By the way, you may have noticed, I haven't mentioned it so far, but pretty much everyone apart from Lando Norris ahead of us is on the hard tyres, Lando on the medium. So all of us trying to go longer into this race. And this is quite the opposite to what we saw in real life, where you know, many trying to opt for either a soft to get it out of the way or a medium was really the tyre of choice. Whereas here in the game, all of us going for hards, most of us going for hards, and this, you know, could screw most of this grid over if there's like an early safety car, because then you don't have a hard to go to later on, for example. So we'll see how this plays out. Obviously, this is also probably more because of the high tyre wear we're seeing on F1 25, which has obviously been so great for the AI battles, but it's making sometimes an unorthodox strategy in a place like here in Monaco. As you saw there, frustratingly, we tried to go for another little half move on Tsunoda. It hasn't worked. Now we're defensive versus Fernando Alonso as we cut onto one of the best camera shots in Formula 1. Leclerc going through the swimming pool at full pelt in his Ferrari, leading over 2 seconds to his teammate Lewis Hamilton in a pretty convincing 1-2 for Ferrari. Verstappen with that damage to his front wing, losing pace now and holding up Lando Norris, but Tsunoda nowhere near him because we've held him up enough trying to fight him, and so he's not within DRS, and we're still piling on the pressure to the Japanese driver trying to break into the top 5 here. That would be quite something. Meanwhile, Button still P9 as per usual in Monaco. Not many movements happening at the moment, but you feel like maybe when Norris starts to feel some tyre wear, I wonder what his pace is going to be like. As I alluded to, the tyre wear has been pretty high in this game, so surely he's going to feel that at some point, and the pace will start to drop. It won't matter though, as there's a red flag early on. Lap 5 is for Ollie Behrman, who's blocking the entire track at Mirabeau, I think that was. And so, what I just brought up is coming to fruition. All of us on hards, are we not screwed a little bit? As I mean, to be fair, that's a good reason for a red flag. Behrman spins it and pretty much blocks nearly the entire track. We've got 2 cars in the wall then, with Bortoletto blocked by another, so good reason for the red flag, but frustrating here. Actually, you know what? No, hang on a minute. Is there a second set of hards then? I did not realize that. I thought there was only going to be 1 hard tyre for the race, but I guess the allocation has meant that all of us have another set of hards. I tried to play around with maybe going mediums to maybe get a jump, because I thought, you know, maybe we try and jump some positions on medium, then try and hold track position later with hards. But if hards are available, if we started them, why don't we just keep going on? And I thought the AI would do that as well. So I've not taken the risk just in case I've made the wrong call. We're going to trust what our in-game engineers want us to do as we go to 5 red lights once more. And it's a sluggish start for the McLaren. Could we get ahead of Lando Norris into turn 1 with 3 wide? Because Verstappen, I think, is there. He is. But you know what? Going around the outside, we may have not overtaken the McLaren or the Red Bull, at least one of them. We've got the other one, though. Tsunoda's behind us, and in fact, he's behind Esteban Ocon. So we've made the pass on Yuki on the restart as we watch Verstappen go through Mirabeau. He's still got that damage. I swear, he's still got that end plate that is off. And under red flag, you can change things like the front wing. So I don't know whether that's a mistake from the coding on this game and they've not applied the rule properly, but Verstappen should have been able to change that front wing. So I don't know what's going on there, but he's now driving around still with one hand tied behind his back. And all of a sudden, we could maybe have a chance of sticking with him then, perhaps, if he's still got that damage. It might be a case of visually it's off, but maybe physically, like in the physics and the handling, he's got it on, if you know what I mean. I don't know if it's a visual glitch or not. Let's see, I guess, in the next few laps what his pace is like. Meanwhile, this is a replay of Button making a pass himself into turn 1. So he just watched me get round the outside of Tsunoda, and he's had a good go at getting past Alonso. Alonso comes back at him, so we had a bit of a scrap with Fernando driving as JB last time in Imola. The two of them side by side, AI on AI battle, wonderful to watch, and JB is going to commit to the inside and hopefully is going to squeeze Alonso out. I mean, he gives it a good go, Fernando, into the hairpin, little bit of contact, but Button's going to have the better racing line, and he is up one more position in this race, and up another as Ocon comes in for an early stop then into the pits, and Button into P7 then is as we try and squeeze at Tsunoda, who is nipping at our heels. Tsunoda probably a little bit annoyed at what happened at turn 1. I think he's been in the wars with Ocon clearly, because that's maybe why Ocon's come in for the pits, and Button now right up his chuff. We're trying to play a bit of tactical work here, because I thought Button's now only one car behind me. So can we try and do a big bit of teamwork here? Let off throttle. Oh no, I got stuck in neutral for a second, the hairpin, and Button is through into P5, and he's going to owe me a drink after the race for sure, because we've done him a massive favour, as we now run 5 and 6 as there's more drama in this race. Max Verstappen with an engine failure right ahead of us. The Red Bull goes up in smokes, and that's going to be a second free position for JB, who's now going to climb up to P4. We'll be back up to P5. That's almost a bit of good karma for doing that teamwork. We got an instant retirement ahead of us to give back the position we just gave up, huh? That pretty much worked out amazingly for us, as it's Hamilton under big pressure from Lando Norris, and Leclerc, I mean, he looks like he's absolutely walking away with this one. The man from these streets, so it's like knows it like the back of his hand. He's absolutely slapping everyone up, as I'm just reveling in this 4 and 5. And I think at this point in the race, it is time to activate the Monaco 2-stop shenanigans. And by that I mean, just as they did in real life, we are driving about 5 seconds slower than we could be going to give Button the pit stop window. Oh, there's a crash behind! It's the second Red Bull! He's out! It's a double DNF for Red Bull at the Monaco Grand Prix. It's a second red flag at this GP. What on earth has happened there with Yuki? I know I was going slow. I wasn't going that slow. Like, I was actually pushing away from him at this point. He's not even on my gearbox. What on earth happened for Tsunoda? It looked like just a bit of dirty air. Oh, big snap in the middle of the corner. Yeah, he just got dirty air. Or maybe the tyre wear kicked in a bit too much for him or whatever. And that's all him. Yuki's made a big error all by himself and crashed into that wall in Sector 3. It's a second red flag. Now, this red flag has made things awkward because now most of us don't have another set of hards. Now we have to go to mediums, and apparently, according to the strategy screen, they won't make the end of the race. That's going to be a little bit dicey at the end. I wonder if we're all going to commit to that last-minute pit stop for softs as we go to lights out for the third time in this episode. And we are running 4 and 5. We're having to go very defensive to stop Alonso overtaking either of us. Once again, we play the big team game here. And we protect JB and P4. But we're about to get a radio that'll make things interesting.
Looks like we're experiencing an ERS software glitch.
So, we've got no ERS again. It's the second time this has happened in the last 3 episodes. Miami, we had no ERS. Around here, it's not too bad, but it is definitely going to be an interesting situation coming into towards the tunnel because you do need ERS for the tunnel. You can see I'm slowing up because I'm trying to deploy the Monaco 2-stop tactic anyway. Again, after this red flag, I feel like that's the only way Button's going to survive this. And in a funny way, this ERS issue is actually helping me slow down the pack behind me. So if anything, the engine and me, we're in sync. We're on the same wavelength. The ERS has tactically failed at the right time where I'm trying to go slower on purpose, as they did in real life, by the way. So before anyone comes at me in the comments for this tactic, this is realism. This happened in real life, and I'm just being as realistic as possible as we can be here.
The guys have fixed the problem with the ERS. It's now available. Okay, the stewards have now enabled DRS. DRS is now online.
Right, so thankfully, as soon as DRS is enabled, we've also got ERS back, so that will help, because although we are going slower, we do need battery at the, straight line points through the tunnel, the main straight, to still stay ahead of the train. But as they did in real life, it's all about LICO, lifting, coasting, going slow. In real life, they're going 5 seconds slower than they could have gone. And that's exactly what we're doing. We're doing it even better, actually, because lap 21, we have got Button a 30-second buffer. This is unreal levels of teamwork from me. Just as Williams, the team right behind me, did in real life, and VCarb did as well. It's quite funny, actually, just like in real life, the 2 Mercedes cars are caught up in it, and they're caught up in the train, as it's Ferrari and McLaren out front, not having the same issues as Mercedes being caught up in this funny business. We've just seen Leclerc and Hamilton make their pit stops, so the Ferrari's going earlier on that last pit stop, pulling the trigger and committing to that last stop. Whereas I did think for a sec, could Lando, could Button, could they go to the end? Maybe wishful thinking, and we're about to find out lap 30, 9 laps to go. Lando will peel in, and I think Button is going to be following him. I think the 2 Ferraris went on to another set of mediums. I think these guys must be going on to softs, because that was the strategy I had on my screen, is going longer on mediums and you go to softs. As we just watched, the Ferraris are on medium, so they've gone earlier and gone to another medium, whereas Lando and Button opting for the soft. That'll be useful in case something was still to recur in these 9 laps, but we're going to watch Button's pit stop, because this is the first actual pit stop that Aarava Archer Racing has done in this race. I've done none. I've technically done my 2 mandatory stops with the red flag pit stops, but I've not actually been into the pit lane once today. And I don't think I will, because, okay, we've done the work for Button. He's made a pit stop and come back out in P4. I have done my work, but you can see I'm now in no man's land because everyone behind me made that extra stop. So I've got 7 seconds to Sainz there. By the time it's lap 32, the gap is down to under 1 second. At this point, there is no point me pitting. If I pit, my race is done. I'm out the points. But we're at Monaco. I could maybe drag these mediums to the end of the race. This is the only track on the entire calendar you could say this could be done with this level of tyre wear. My rears are absolutely shot. My fronts aren't too bad though, which means basically into all these corners, my front end is actually pretty responsive. Like, I'm not feeling the tyre wear into the entry of any of these corners. So that means under braking, I can actually defend and place my car exactly where I need it to in the middle, awkwardly being a bit too wide for Sainz or Albon to make a pass. But the rear tyres, it's an issue on traction out of the slower zones onto the straight. So lap 34, Albon is now the one having a go. He's overtaken his teammate Carlos Sainz, but again, we just play nice and easy where we go. Safety car. Oh, wow. Oh, it's a big spin for Lewis Hamilton. No, the 7-time world champion is facing the wrong way. Oh, wow. There was almost a horrendous T-bone collision there. Lando's POV is insane, just seeing the side of the Ferrari. But it's a late safety car, and that's going to bunch everyone up. That might make things difficult for my race. But Button now closing up to Lewis, and Lewis is peeling off into Mirabeau's runoff area. He's retired. And so, by miracles, Jenson Button is into a podium position with 5 laps to go with a couple under the safety car. Unbelievable. What am I watching? Here's a replay. Oh, it's a horrendous spin for Lewis Hamilton, and that must just be tyre wear. And maybe that's now showing maybe a mistake for Ferrari to go early onto mediums. They might have been better off going later onto the softs, because clearly Hamilton feeling the tyres. And, well, I mean, Lando's very lucky that that wasn't a crash. That could have been a much bigger incident if he didn't slow down enough. And that could have been Jenson into second, but I'll take third place for him. I will. I very much will. He's in third. The safety car is in this lap. We've not even caught the pack. So we've got about 2 laps to go, not including this one. And the safety car's come in right now, by the way. So we've just got going. It was very awkward to know when to go, because it didn't actually say green flags for us, because we're so far away from the actual green flag running. But we are racing now for position, and I, as you can clearly see, I am nursing these tyres home, and I've got the entire pack behind me. But this is Monaco. Just like in real life, it is so difficult to overtake on the game, and I am just nursing this car home on nearly 80% worn rear tyres as we come to the last lap of the Grand Prix, and we focus on the sharp end. It has been an unbelievably chaotic Grand Prix here today. 2 red flags, 1 safety car, but through it all, one man has kept his cool, one man has been above it all, and it's this man from these very streets and this principality, Charles Leclerc. He is going to rewrite history here and make it back-to-back wins at the Monaco GP from 2024 to 2025. But my focus is on this man, the 2009 world champion, back in Formula 1, back on these streets that he won at in 2009, now coming through for a historic, groundbreaking podium for Aarava Archer Racing. It's going to be our first podium as a team in Formula 1, and it's so fitting that JB will take us across the line for it.
Cheers, guys. Yeah, can't believe that. Fantastic. Excellent. Great job, guys. The car is just such a big step forward.
Elsewhere, though, there's still a race to finish as we cut to ourselves so far back, 55 seconds back from third place. This has been the biggest tomfoolery ever. And the best bit is, it's realism. It's realistic to what we saw in real life as we hear the horns blasting from the yachts around the marina as we come through the last sector for ourselves, leading this big train, and we have somehow managed to keep this thing on the road, not in the walls, and we are going to also come through for our best finish driving as Tim Tramnett. It's going to be a 3-4 double points finish. Unreal. unreal. I mean, we got, again, like Miami, very lucky with some things with the red flags, the safety car, but we also did some big team play, taking inspiration from, well, this team right here, Williams. Insane. As we get going to 5 red lights under the floodlights here in Las Vegas. Lights out, and we're underway. It's going to be a squeezer into the wall. Stroll going for the very aggressive move across this as it's 3 abreast ahead. Leclerc on the outside of Button. Verstappen gets through. Button gets squeezed out. Verstappen on the soft compound. The only man, it seems, around us on the soft, making a good getaway to climb up, of course, because he can clinch the Drivers' Championship today. So no wonder Verstappen's very keen to be aggressive at the start. He knows that he can get it done today, and he'd rather get it done earlier than taking it to the final race, even though really it's already job done, because mathematically it may be still possible for, I think, Lewis Hamilton to mount a comeback. He's second place, to be fair. 2 wins in a row, and Verstappen 2 DNFs, and he's right in there, but that is an unlikely story. So I think Verstappen can take it chill today, knowing he'll still probably grab the championship. At the front, I mean, Gasly and Hamilton doing 3, so it's a 1-3 for Alpine. That is going to be a very interesting look. We're going to follow that progress to see, because this might be a grand old day for Alpine. It might be a grand old day for Ocon even. He's running P4 at the moment. He's going for the move on 1, might be 2. He's got doing, and he's actually got the legs to have a go at Hamilton. 3 wide nearly for a second. Haas, Alpine, Ferrari. What on earth have we seen? Honestly, I've said it so many times, because you can tell by my voice, hopefully, I'm genuinely so shocked and so giddy that we've had such a big change of the pecking order already in season 1 at the end. I mean, up until maybe the last few episodes, it was a very, standard, season 1. McLaren were there, Red Bull, Ferrari, maybe a little bit of change with Ferrari looking very strong, unlike in real life, because they just upgraded so much in the season. And then these last 3 episodes, it's all swapped over. Some teams have nosedived, some teams have gained big, and JB is gaining big in this race. He's only got an overtaken Leclerc. The Ferrari now is susceptible, a bit vulnerable, and Button is already pressurising Verstappen as we launch it down the inside. A little lock-up, and it's going to be a little bit of argy-bargy in there, but we get the move done on, as they would say, Chuck Leclerc around these parts, and we're up into P11. Button leading the charge now, though, for Aarava Archer Racing. He looks like in a racy mood. This looks like the Button AI that we got in Miami, if you remember that, where he was actually going for moves after moves and look quick. And this is promising for our race, because if my AI teammate is looking punchy, that means there is more performance for me to find and dig deep in this car to match him, at least, as we see Ocon genuinely going for the move and getting into second place. Gasly and Ocon, the 2 former French teammates at Alpine previously, are now running 1-2 in 2025. That's a madness. I bet both of them would have never guessed it. And it's great to see his Button. This is even better to see. He's gone for the move on Norris. That McLaren is an absolute donkey. It may be able to qualify well still, but clearly the race pace is absolutely shot as we make quick work of the McLaren as well. And, Lando and McLaren waving goodbye to the Constructors' Championship they had coming into this season, and they're nowhere near Verstappen in the Drivers' Championship. It's the Ferraris that are the 2 cars chasing in P2 and 3 in the standings, but it's all calm for Verstappen, and maybe that's why he doesn't need to maybe fight Button too much, you just let him by. Let him by, man. You don't need to fight. You can just be in P8 and still win the championship, mate. As there's, a big lock-up from Lawson in the V-carb on the soft tyres. So that doesn't bode well for the soft compound tyre wear. So Verstappen might have his own issues anyway soon enough, as it's now going to be 3 wide. Behrman, Lawson and Tsunoda. Verstappen, Button and myself joining the party. We've got about 6 cars scrapping for the same bit of tarmac, and that's my cue to just back out a little bit, go non-ERS. Just take it easy, because if I was in the middle of this, right in front of me, 100%, I would have been in the wall. I would have spun someone around by accident. I just thought, let's back out of this, as Behrman and Lawson have a real great squabble. That Haas is also looking genuinely rapid today, along with the Alpine, as Button looks to squeeze out Tsunoda. This is a real good battle, switching from the onboard of Button to Tsunoda. The Red Bull gets ahead. Coming back to our POV, we've tucked in behind Button. We're going to be patient with Jensen, though, because he's going to make the move on the left. I can actually count on him to make the overtake, so I don't need to rush into overtaking him. I can let him do his thing, knowing that he will overtake, and then we can just follow through as into the next left-hander on the side of the very shocked Sphere. Shocked at maybe the electric pace we're showing right now as a team. We get down the inside, and that's basically a textbook follow through. Thank you very much. We're up into P8 and 9. This is teamwork at its best at the moment, as Behrman has now cleared Lawson in P5, doing in no man's land in P4. Ocon back down to third, but it seems like he's just swapping every lap with Hamilton, which is mental for the Haas. Really, really good stuff. The customer team of the Ferrari engine is at the moment going toe-to-toe with the works Ferrari, as Button goes for another overtake just before the Sphere section on the outside of two cars nearly. He nearly gets a double overtake done, drifting through. Can't quite make the move on Lawson on lap 5, but he's got Verstappen fair and square. He continues to press forward and impress, and we're going to try and match him and do the same, as he's going to go for the move on Lawson. We'll hopefully go for the move on Verstappen, but Verstappen's got DRS, so he's going to come back at the 2, and this is going to get a little bit close, I think, as meanwhile behind, by the way, Albon going for the move on Tsunoda. We're in the middle. Oh, this is not a good place to be. Aye, aye, aye. Lawson. This is too close for comfort. I thought there was going to be a spin for sure there. I thought Verstappen and Button were about to pincer Lawson into the barrier. We've somehow kept it all going. Unfortunately, though, Verstappen's actually got us back for P7. Button down to 8th place. We're remaining in P9, and now the pack behind are closing back to us. Tsunoda, Leclerc, and Albon now having a squabble. So Albon actually going backwards. He was attacking Tsunoda, but now he's only just about holding on to P11 with Leclerc there. Whereas, meanwhile, by the way, Sainz down in P17. So that's really good news for our fight and our objective in the Constructors' Championship, as JB is going to get the move on Lawson, and we are going to follow suit from left to right, though. We're going to catch Lawson unawares on the outside. That's a very unorthodox place to make an outside pass, but we've done it, and we are continuing to just be, you know, one step behind Button the entire race. P7 and 8 now. Can we make it 6-7, I wonder, and get Verstappen? Because Lawson was clearly struggling on the softs. Is Verstappen going to start feeling that tyre wear at some point as these two swap again? And by the way, out front, Gasly, he's just been chilling consistently about 2 seconds ahead of that fight. So at the moment, I don't want to jinx it, but Gasly's looking incredibly good for the race win. Let's see, though. There's a long way to go, and Verstappen is now coming in for his pit stop off the softs. Yellow flags behind. Don't know what that's for, but there's no kind of VSC or anything like that, so it can't be too much of a bother for the FIA, as Behrman now is losing a bit of pace maybe in his Haas, and Button and myself are all over him. This seems to be Button's favourite overtaking spot, as he goes for that similar move, getting them to the inside. Don't worry, you can defend. I'll go to the outside, and we'll just get it done even before we start braking. And now it's my turn to get the move, and we're going to get the move actually before the main strip. The main straight will go down the inside of Ollie Behrman, and it's going to be a bit of wheel-to-wheel wheel banging going on to get the kind of exit we need, but needs must to get into the clean air, to continue just to follow JB along. We've fallen out of DRS, but it was a solid first stint. We didn't lose too much pace to Button, and it was just pretty consistent running on that medium. But now it's time to come in. I reckon the undercut is going to be pretty good here. So I've decided to come in early, because I was actually going to go until lap 13, I think, or lap 12. But I thought Button was probably going to do that as well, or come in on lap 12. So I thought, let's go a lap earlier, basically, and see if I can get the jump on him and maybe just others because from the last 2 F1 games, the undercut's just been really, really powerful around here. You can gain like 5 seconds if you're lucky, like if you go quick enough and you've gone early by a lap or 2. So let's see how it goes. Lap 12, a load of people are in. I don't know if Button's in quite yet. No, he's not. So to my surprise, Button's extending even more. So this could be a huge undercut then by the time he comes in, as we're gaining on Lawson. He's now on medium, so that would suggest Lawson is on a 2-stop, I think, surely. Antonelli as well might be. Oh no, Antonelli might be yet to come in, but clearly some people on 2 stops. I don't think Verstappen will be, though. I reckon he'll be going to the end, surely, in the Red Bull, as Button is now in, and there he is. Doohan's there as well, and so we have jumped Button by, well, a considerable amount. It's going to be more than like 3 seconds, I think that is. We've managed to get Doohan as well. Remember, Doohan was way ahead of us, and we're ahead of that Alpine now, and we're going to close up to Antonelli, and he's still due to come in. So all of a sudden, we're climbing to P4 in this race. Honestly, this is going to turn out to be a great race for not just me driving as Tramnitz, but JB as well. He's right there. You know, he just needs to get past Lawson, and then he can follow along with Doohan. The only problem I have is how quick is that Alpine? Because very quickly, Doohan is on the back of me, and I'm actually going to play a bit of a Wily or Fox game and let Doohan by on purpose here to get the DRS, basically, because honestly, that's how quick the Alpine is now. I can't back myself to defend the Alpine, just like in a drag race where we're ahead of him. We actually need to play a bit of a game and get DRS back on Jack to re-overtake him, because that Alpine is honestly, it looks like such a good car now. I'm very jealous of the progress they've made, honestly, because at one point we were ahead of them in the R&D chart. They're showing us what we were hoping to do, but we've just completely missed the mark. But for now, we're staying ahead of Jack, obviously lower rated than Gasly. So whilst Gasly leads by 6 seconds, Doohan is now getting overtaken by Button on the outside. That classic left-hand side move into the sphere section, and he's up into P6. 5 and 6 we run. This is unreal. I just need to hope that Button is also doing a 1-stop like me. Hamilton, meanwhile, P4. Ocon, 2 seconds. Oh, no, sorry, 1.7 seconds ahead of Hamilton. So Ocon's shaking the Ferrari. The lead Ferrari-powered car is the Haas at the moment. Verstappen's P2, but he's yet to come in for his 2nd stop. He's obviously had a big undercut on the first pit stop, but he can't go to the end on mediums for sure. And Gasly, well, he's walked away with it. He's laughing. He's nearly 7 seconds in the lead now to the next car that's going to make another stop still. So by the end of it, I think Gasly might be on for a dominant race win here. That'll be incredible. His 2nd win of his F1 career, as Button is going to overtake us for P5 on lap 16. We don't put up a fight though, because I'm trying to just, you know, play the team game here. And to be honest, Button was quicker than us in the first stint. So if I can just use him as a bit of a DRS tow, that will help us just try and stay ahead of Doohan, who I am still worried about, as there is Verstappen now coming into the pit. So all of a sudden, it's Button P4, we're in P5. This is going to be an incredible race finish for us if we can hold this through. Oh, red flag! 7 laps to go, but everything's changed now. Red flag. Well, that could be actually quite great for us, because that now will mean the cars ahead of us are right there on the restart. And this is why, oh, yes! I don't mean to celebrate someone spinning, but I will do in this case, because it's one of our rivals, Williams. It's Carlos Sainz who spun it. He's caused a bit of a car park at the end of the straight, and that's why there's a red flag then, but that's big. That guarantees us Williams no points, I think, because Albon was out the points anyway, and Sainz was way down the order even further. So that's massive for us in this Vegas GP. We could outscore Williams here, although I don't know what Alpine are going to do. Whether if they win this and Doohan's like in a P6, we could have a different problem on our hands with Alpine. But anyway, on this red flag restart, lap 20, so 5 laps to go in this race. Everyone's surely starting and going on for a set of soft tyres. But because we're so close and there's going to be no tyre wear now to sprint race to the end, is there more to come, I wonder, as we go to 5 red lights for the second time here in Vegas. It's a good getaway for us, but Hamilton blocks us. He gets held up. Button nearly goes through into second. It's 3 wide into turn 1. We've been pushed wide. Hamilton has played a very clever game. He blocked me, he blocked Button, and he stayed in second place. And the biggest loser is Esteban Ocon out of everyone. He's down to P5. Button up into third though. Button into a podium position, and he's going to actually press on with some lightning pace. Lap 21, riding on board, he overtakes his old former McLaren teammate many years ago. That was now Ferrari, the AAR, and they're both catching Pierre Gasly. The top 3 separated by 2/10, if that. This is incredible stuff in the final dying stages of the Vegas GP, and Button's up to second. Oh my days, and I'm not even driving as him. This is genuine pace from AI Jenson Button in our aarava Archer racing car. Lap 22. No, stop it. The dream, is it alive? Button, can he go for the move? Can he go for the lead of the Grand Prix? He's going to try it on the left-hand side. Gasly's still there, though. Oh, my God. What a little sequence. Gasly nearly loses the back end, and for a fleeting moment, maybe, Button leads a Formula 1 Grand Prix proper with only a handful of laps to go, but Gasly just gets back through into turn 1. He's ultimately the much quicker car. Button tucks up for second place, and now he's got Hamilton all over him, who, by the way, Lewis has chosen the medium compound. Is he all right? Is Ferrari all right? I mean, maybe they're predicting high tyre wear for us with JB and Gasly, but very strange decision to make. To be fair, it could work out because now Hamilton's actually coming back at JB. Maybe Button is feeling the tyre wear from his soft compound as the Ferrari gets back into second then. So, it was nice to dream. For a moment there, Button was in first place. But now, on to the last lap of the Grand Prix. Look at the mini-map. Gasly has absolutely bolted. That Alpine is locking down P1. Button's back into second, but Hamilton is still giving chase and may just get him back. But for a moment, I was dreaming that we were about to have a absolutely biblical result right at the end of this first season, but unfortunately the reality is setting in. Hamilton is overtaking Button for second place, but there is still a fever dream going on because Pierre Gasly in an Alpine in 2025, this alternative F1 2025 season, is shaping up to be a madness. It's going to be Pierre Gasly in first, Hamilton second, Button third. What a crazy podium this is. And Tim Tramnitz, we're driving as him, fourth place. This is going to be a 3-4. I think this is going to be the team's combined best point scoring race weekend. But all the plaudits and the fanfare will go to this man. Pierre Gasly wins the Vegas GP. Crazy work. Crazy. Alpine are genuinely up there. It was a second place in Brazil, and it's a first place for them in Vegas. Madness. But what a result for us. 3-4. Big movements in the championship, hopefully. And whilst Max Verstappen would seal his 5th World Championship in this now alternative F1 universe of ours in Season 1, we had a constructors scrap to focus on going to the final race of Season 1. It has not been an easy ride for us in this first season, and we're ending the season with Alpine right up there, Williams, Haas as well, and McLaren, the team that started the whole game as the best team on paper. They're like the 3rd worst team now on this grid, which is just crazy to actually say, but yeah, it's been something. And last time out in Vegas was quite something, as we managed to get the team's best combined result of 3 and 4, but the big plaudits went to Pierre Gasly. Alpine getting a first win of the season right at the end of it, and they're going to carry this momentum not only into this last episode, but I'm sure they'll be hoping into the winter break, into season 2. But there is an R&D regulation change, of course, so let's see if they can adapt to that, as obviously we're going to try and adapt to that. Everyone is, as we try and make the most of the time we've got left to purchase those adaptations. We've also got owner training to do, and we've got one more points to spend, basically. And now we're getting to a point where I'm really trying to debate what is the best place to spend this training point, basically. I thought the corporate side of things, we haven't paid much attention to it since that first initial purchase, so I thought let's go ahead and actually purchase something on the corporate side of things, because eventually there will be some real big benefits of delving deeper into the corporate side of things. So we'll start that off here today with one purchase on the corporate side. And apart from doing the usual activity implementations on the timeline, trying to get that last bit of fan rating we can in this before the race weekend, and the usual kind of perception, trying to boost the focus as well of Button and Tramnitz with an activity there, because I think one of you pointed out quite nicely that, or quite rightly, that after that engine failure a few episodes ago, maybe that knocked Button's focus. But I'm sure a race like Vegas last episode, that's going to really bump up the focus levels, getting another podium, 2 podiums that is for JB in this returning season in Formula 1. But this is how things are shaping up into the final race. If you missed it, Max Verstappen has wrapped up the Drivers' Championship. He is the 2025 World Champion, but Ferrari, quite amazingly, are the Constructors' Champions. Yeah, I did not think that's where this season was going to go from the first few episodes. McLaren looked so good. Red Bull looked woeful. But somehow Verstappen's come through. Red Bull came through to kind of bring upgrades back to the car to give Verstappen enough of a performance. But Ferrari ultimately did enough damage in the middle of the season to clinch their first Constructors in a long old while. Now just remains to see if into 2026, with a big regulation change, can Ferrari as a works team make use of that and try and give Leclerc a chance at his first championship, or even, dare I say, Lewis Hamilton's 8th World Championship here in this already alternate F1 universe of ours, of a universe of Haas and Williams and Alpine right up there in the R&D chart. As I've been talking about that, obviously we're pressing on with the matter at hand of adapting as many parts as we can, and we're going to go ahead and purchase another facility upgrade that will help us in that job. It's the expansion for the development on the aero side. So now, once that upgrade comes in, we can develop 3 aero parts at the same time, and that will also allow us to adapt 3 aero parts at the same time. So after this race is over, there's still a bit of time in December in the in-game timeline to do some things. So that's why I'm bothering to make that purchase even at the end of the season, because we really will need to use all of that time in December in-game to adapt as much as we can to maintain this car over the winter, over a big winter, going into 2026 Season 2. But we've got a dilemma here. Which driver should be granted extra simulator time? I went for Tramnitz because we're going to be driving as Button in this final episode of the season. We started the season driving as my man JB. We're going to end it driving as JB, but Tramnitz will benefit from that extra simulator work, I'm hoping, with maybe some more focus. The advanced tooling upgrade has come in there, you may have seen. So that is going to reduce development time of everything by 15%. So that, I'm hoping, will also apply to adaptations. But of course, these upgrades will carry forward into next year. So this will actually benefit us anyway, next season, making actual tangible upgrades. But it just so happens that right now, it's more of a benefit to us to adapt the parts. So it kind of all plays hand in hand. So I'll actually feel a lot of benefit from all of this next season. Right now, though, it's a bit more of a panic station of, I'm just worried we're going to lose too many parts on the aero side. Powertrain, not so much. I think we can definitely adapt pretty much most of the powertrain. I mean, we've got upgrades on the table for the powertrain, for goodness sake. But yeah, there you go. We've literally got the rest of the upgrades are ones I haven't even developed in the first place. So I'll just leave them on the table because I don't think we lose them. I don't think that's how it works. I think the research stays, potentially. I don't know. I might be wrong. I actually might get completely found out on that, and I'll have my world turned upside down. Maybe I should develop them at the end of the season. We'll see. We'll get into that in the preseason episode, I think. But we've brought in that development expansion on the aero side, so 3 slots available for that. So that'll be useful in the preseason episode, you know, in the winter break. But right now, that's all. That it is time for the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix in the in-game timeline. And it's time for a final race in this season's Aarava Archer Racing Car. What a hell of a season it has been. These men and women have been working hard. We've done some great work. It's been a tough old end to the season where other rivals, midfield rivals, have come back at us, but we'll give it our all to try and see if we can regain that 6th place in the Constructors' Championship. Let's go to Abu Dhabi. The aim is for beating Williams in the Constructors if we can do, and seeing what's going to happen in this crazy race where in the final one in 2025, Fernando Alonso is on pole. It's been a whirlwind in-game 2025, and it all comes to this, the end, the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix, as we go to 5 red lights, and we are underway. It's a shaky start for Leclerc. He has to come across the block. Norris, it's a good start for us versus Alexander Albon. On the outside we go. Tsunoda's had a good getaway, but Fernando Alonso, the retiring Fernando Alonso, coming back at him to retake first place of this Grand Prix. We're up to P4. It's been a very, very good start, and already you're seeing that McLaren being very lackluster in race conditions as Albon is going to overtake him in the Williams. Oh, how the mighty have fallen. As I said before, the fall off of McLaren needs to be studied in this season. Absolutely, as Tsunoda is really pressurizing Alonso, the lead Red Bull, with Verstappen having already wrapped up this Drivers' World Championship, just shutting out in P9. He had a penalty. So what? So what? It's all wrapped up. Even for Ferrari, it's wrapped up in the Constructors. This is all just purely for enjoyment for most of these top teams, and then there is actually something at stake though for us. So I suppose really if this was real life, all the TV coverage would be focusing on this very fight that I'm focusing on. Tramnitz P13, Sainz P15, Williams versus us versus Alpine. And speaking of, Gasly up to P10 then. So Gasly in 2 laps, lap 1 to lap 3, he's gone from, what was it, around P17 to already back in the points. That's really showing how strong that Alpine is, as Albon has overtaken us with DRS. We've lost touch of the top 3 cars, as you expect to. We just don't have that level of performance, but Williams also better than us, and Albon gets us back. But can we try and just stick with him with DRS as Gasly tries to overtake Verstappen, and we do have a chance to re-overtake Albon on the inside into sector 3, going to none ERS, trying to save as much battery as we can for those straights, knowing Williams will come back at us. We've gone wide though. We've gone wide. Albon comes back at us on the outside. We go defensive. We're going to be side by side now through this entire section, maybe, as we're going to jockey for position. We're going to be very respectful and give each other just about enough racing room, but Albon ultimately gets us under the hotel section, back up into P4. That was a great little squabble, but unfortunately we've come out as the loser there, and Antonelli and Russell pressurizing me in the Mercedes. We need to watch out for that as we try and gain on Albon, and we're going to go for a very, very late lunge, locking up the rear, drifting our way through. It was a bit of a desperate attempt to make the overtake on Albon. It didn't work out. Can we go for the second bite of the cherry, though? Thankfully, there's a second DRS zone here. We've not got too much battery to deploy, but we are on hot lap mode. But, oh, God, the rear end's now stepping out. This is turning into a very messy affair, trying to overtake the Williams car. This car is not completely complying with me on the medium tyres, as we just desperately try and get through on the inside. And we do make it work, ultimately, but for how much longer? As, oh, he's right back past us. That's how long? Literally a millisecond in the edit, and Albon is back through, and I'm actually going to let Antonelli through on purpose because I'm trying to play a bit of 4D chess, because Kimi Antonelli, he set the fastest lap of the Grand Prix. I reckon we could follow Kimi through on Albon, and then kind of he can be my DRS horse to my carriage and pull me along and away from Albon, I'm hoping. Meanwhile, down the road, or further back, sorry, Tramnitz versus Sainz. So this is excellent. Both AAR cars fighting their respective Williams. Tramnitz loses out to Sainz here as well, in the same way I've lost out to Albon, but my plan will hopefully come through. The only problem is, the only annoying part of this plan is Gasly is right behind me, so he might just defeat this because he's going to look to overtake me. And of course, that Alpine is very, very quick as we're making it 3 wide now, apparently, as Kimi gets all caught up on the curb. We've actually re-overtaken the Mercedes, and through goes Pierre Gasly up to P5. P17 to P5 in 6 laps. Yeah, this Alpine is unreal. If they carry this pace over into Season 2, we're going to have a very interesting and very different looking 2026 in-game, aren't we? As Albon's getting away now. So our plan's backfired. Our plan's backfired because now we've been held up fighting Gasly, fighting Antonelli again. And so that is a worrying sign for us, as Alonso has lost first place. Tsunoda into first. To be fair, I was very surprised at Alonso getting the pole. I was going to be very surprised if Alonso even stayed in the top 3. I think there's still going to be plenty of movement going on in the top 5 because Gasly, at the rate he's going, I think he's still gunning and aiming for a podium here. And ironically, actually, after all of that, Gasly's the one giving me DRS to pull me along. I've pushed away from Verstappen and Antonelli, who are squabbling, and Gasly will be the one to overtake Albon, and I may just close back up to Albon this way. So thank you very much, Gasly, for helping us out. Kimi was of no use to us. Looks like he's fallen off the cliff. He's behind Russell as it's a very shaky rear end. We nearly put that on the wall there, as the tyre wear is definitely kicking on the mediums now, as Albon gets back past Gasly though. Albon's really doing quite well, as I'm really struggling for rear end grip now. You can see that icon on the right hand side, orange. These mediums are really shot. It is a projected 2-stop here around Abu Dhabi, and it's feeling like it for sure right now as Verstappen overtakes us again. We're not kind of, trying to put up too much of a fight because he's in a much quicker car. But I keep saying this, they're not really overtaking Albon either, though, or hurting him enough with the fighting. So I'm just kind of accepting my fate at the moment, hoping that coming in on the off these mediums onto hard earlier will be the play. Because we come in on lap 10, Albon continues, Alonso's come in. So I'm hoping that, Alonso knows what he's doing. He's coming a bit earlier, looking for the undercut. Hopefully our undercut can work as well as we go on to a set of, this will be hard tyres, is the same as Alonso. And the 2-stop here is actually a medium to 2 sets of hards, would you believe? So that's how abrasive the Abu Dhabi track surface appears to be on this year's game. A 2-stop on hards. I'm just hoping these hard tyres have a good amount of pace. So we're about to find out as we use battery on the exit and push away and try and do the best outlap we can to gain on Albon and gain that track position on Williams. And, well, lap 14, we set the fastest lap of the Grand Prix. So there is some real good pace on the hards, and I must say this car felt night and day so much better on this compounded tyre. So I think the mediums were just a horrible race tyre, and this is the tyre to be on. I feel quick now for the first time in this race. So let's get on and do some work as we watch Alonso going round the outside of Hamilton, who is struggling on those mediums. I think he's yet to pit. Oh, Antonelli retiring, going slow. Maybe that's why he fell off the cliff. As Hamilton, no, he's not slow because of tyre wear. He's slow because he had damage. The front right of his wing was off. It won't matter for him, to be honest, because Ferrari have already got the championship, the Constructors' Championship, so it's just an unfortunate way to end the season. But for me, that's big. It's a free position on Hamilton. It's a free position on Antonelli. This is all aiding us, as now all of a sudden, lap 15, myself and Alonso are 1 and 2. Unreal. We have both made an undercut, but oh, Tsunoda's come and ruined it. Okay, I mean, we were 1 and 2. We are going to try and remake it 1 and 2, but that's a huge undercut. Albon is nowhere to be seen at the moment, so that was really good call. A really good call from us to come in that early. And now all of a sudden we're fighting for first as we close up to Alonso. We get the DRS overtake here. Alonso comes back at us a little bit. Easy does it on the outside, but surely Tsunoda's tyres are still a bit cold here on the exit, and we can get a good run on him. We might be in first place all of a sudden. I mean, JB as an AI got first place momentarily in Vegas last episode, and now here we are driving as Button into first place of the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix. The thing is, though, we're definitely on a two-stop. I think Alonso is as well. But I think with how far those guys went on medium, Tsunoda, Leclerc, Gasly, Verstappen, I think they may be on a one-stop. So they're not really in our race. We're not in the race for first. We're in the race versus Albon, P11, Sainz, P16 even, because those guys, if they're doing a one-stop, we'll end up being behind them in terms of on-track position. So we need to push really hard and try and make the most of this hard tyre stint. The problem is Tsunoda is really quick right now on fresher hard tyres, and he gets past us. Alonso behind, also not too far off. We try and come back at Tsunoda as we re-overtake him, squeeze him out. We tried to squeeze him out, but Tsunoda, again, the AI impressing, keeping their foot in. He comes back at us. Alonso as well. All of a sudden, it's 3 wide, and all of a sudden, the wily old fox, Fernando Alonso's retaking the lead of this Grand Prix, back into first place as Tsunoda loses 2 positions in one part of the circuit. He comes back at us now on the outside, but we maintain second place. But this is, it's not the best second stint now. The initial first couple of laps there, you know, when we first pit, really great. But now, the last 2-3 laps, we've been held up a little bit by Tsunoda. The pace hasn't been that great for me and Alonso. And Sainz and Albon are coming back towards us. You know, they will be back towards us once we make that second stop as now Gasly's coming through. I mean, this is so impressive, though, from Gasly and Alpine. He's just made a double pass on me and Tsunoda, and he's nearly gone for a third overtake immediately on Fernando Alonso. He will surely get Alonso now here into the last sector. This is Gasly overtaking 1 car per lap on average, because he was P17, wasn't he? Or at least that's where he was when he got knocked down quali, and now he's into first place. That Alpine is actually a rocket ship at the moment, as me and Alonso dive into the pits, as I suspected. Tsunoda, Leclerc, Verstappen, they all continue. They're all on the one stop. So the top 4 on one stops, maybe top 5 if Russell carries on, but me and Alonso in for a second set of hards. I don't know about Albon, though. He's P8. Where is Sainz as well? Many question marks. A lot of question marks. It's a good pit stop for us. We almost jump Alonso there. He goes through us, and then for some reason, he's slow as a turtle on the exit of this pit lane. And Alonso doesn't do us a favour there, as we just narrowly are going to get it ahead of doing on track. But we're at P9, Alonso P8. Sainz is ahead of us, and Albon. So both Williams are ahead of us, but they're going to the end. So we've got much fresher hards. It's now down to us. It's in our hands to chase after the Williams, overtake them, and then, well, I'm hoping Alonso can overtake them as well and push them down the order. And then we'll kind of see where we are with the mathematics at the end with the constructors' standings. But Gasly leading. I think Alpine have a very good chance of getting that P5, you know, in the Constructors' Championship. That would be crazy. Alpine skyrocketing from P7 to P5 in the matter of a couple of races at the end of 2025. As Russell's P5 then in no man's land, kind of, you know, somewhat being chased down by the Williams, but not really. Obviously, Gasly's leading from Tsunoda, Leclerc, Verstappen P4, the new world champion of 2025, and me and Alonso in tandem trying to chase down the Williams. The Williams themselves, though, maybe having a squabble. Sainz sizing up a move on Albon as we size up a move on Fernando Alonso. As I was here initially looking to stick behind Alonso. You see there, I let off on throttle on purpose. But with that lockup and with Sainz overtaking Albon, I'm sniffing that Albon's a bit slow and a bit vulnerable, and we need to make a move on Alonso. I can't count on Alonso to drag us along. I actually think I have more pace than Alonso at this stage of the race. So we overtake Alonso with ease and now set our sights on Albon. And I was correct. Albon is struggling versus Sainz. You know, he's nearly 2 seconds down the road now, so Sainz clearly the quicker man, and Albon is there for the taking as we go to the left. Albon squeezes us towards the barrier. We give him a squeeze back. We get up into P7 and immediately now locking in to chase after Carlos Sainz and praying that Fernando Alonso can do us a favour and overtake Albon. Lap 23. We've only got 6 laps to go. We're going for the move on Sainz on the inside, and Alonso behind, I think, is overtaking Albon. We are going far too deep, though. We've overcooked it into the chicane. We had to get very aggressive on the defence to repass Sainz for a moment there. But this was the replay at the same time as that fight. Thank you, Alonso. He has done us a favour. He's overtaken Albon. He's up into P8, but honestly, if I do quick maths in my head, I think we need Alonso to overtake Sainz, you know. And I think we need to try and chase after Russell. I think it's still not enough, you know. The cards are all stacked against us, unfortunately, today. As Verstappen tries to make it a double Red Bull podium to end off the year strong. Leclerc, I mean, P4, it doesn't matter. Ferrari have got the constructors. It really does not matter for them. For Gasly, it matters to try and get a second win of the season, obviously. In this one, a really emphatic recovery. Meanwhile, his teammate, though, is just barely hanging on to the top 10. Stroll might overtake him. I mean, I need one of those guys to overtake Albon. I need Stroll or Doohan to stop fighting each other and get Albon. I need Alonso to get Sainz, and I need to get Russell. So as you can tell, yeah, we're really up against it. It's going to take a miracle for us to maybe overturn this constructors fight and get that P6 back as we make the move on Russell, who's been struggling, and we've all caught him up. Sainz, Alonso following me along with DRS, unfortunately for me, but I don't know, it might be to our aid. If Russell can slow Sainz down enough where Alonso can make a move, that could work for us, but no, the opposite is happening. No, Sainz making an excellent move around the outside of the Mercedes, the customer team, overtaking the works outfit. Williams on the inside. Sainz actually is going to get this to P6. Russell comes back at him into the hotel section, though. The two of them now once again banging tyres side by side. An incredible fight on the second last lap of this Grand Prix. Russell's trying his hardest. Come on, man, come on, stay ahead, stay ahead. No, I think Sainz may just have enough as we come on all of a sudden to the last lap of this Grand Prix and this first season on F1 25, and I am praying, but no, Sainz maintains P6. Russell's down to 7th. I think the dream's gone, chaps. I think we can't get P6 in the constructors. We're going to have to settle for P7, which in a way is kind of GG's. Like, it shows, honestly, the AI have been really great this season. They've given me a thorough challenge. It's not been easy. We haven't just walked to where we are, and we were a lot higher, and we've been done by Alpine. We've been done by Williams, and well, Alpine have done absolutely everyone in these last 2 races, because even though it's Max Verstappen who is the Drivers' World Champion, Ferrari the Constructors' Champion from last episode, Pierre Gasly will be the biggest name to end the season with 2 wins in a row. Vegas to Abu Dhabi. Pierre Gasly ends the 2025 season on a high. Absolutely what? Oh my god! What the hell did I just watch? What the hell did I just witness? That was the funniest and most mental end to a race ever. 2025 has quite literally gone out with a bang. Tsunoda has crashed into Gasly across the line and flipped upside down. What the? Oh wow, what a way to end season 1, huh? Oh, that is I enjoyed that. That was that's a great way to end the season.
Wow, there it is, mate, the checkered flag, and the checkered flag on the season as well, and what a season it's been. We've had our ups and downs, but you know what? I've really enjoyed working with you, and I hope we can do it again. Nice one, mate. See you back at the pit.
A very unique and hilarious way to end a season for sure. And now we go in towards this second season, which would be a real shaping, forming season for this team as we set the real foundations for the championship contention to be in the third one. All new livery with plenty of new sponsors and variant sponsors around the car. A little bit of subtle modding to get my aarava logos on the car around, but overall, it's still using the base livery from in-game, the Decal editor, which honestly this year is actually pretty damn decent, so I felt no need to do a full modded livery for this second season, just some slight additions. And of course, in the preseason video, I finally revealed to you guys my drivers for this season and gave you a whole recap from halfway through season 1 till the end of it of what was going on in the background. I kept you guys in the dark on purpose just to keep you guys guessing and have a little bit of air of mystery about it, but in the end, for the first time in my whole history of doing career modes, I retained my teammate, my driver lineup in this game mode with 2 drivers to sign, because I feel there is so much unfinished business with Jenson Button on his return to Formula 1 with this team, and Tramnitz, of course, just becoming a favourite of ours. We're going to keep him on for 1 more year at least. The same can't be said of plenty of other teams. Red Bull making a massive change in their driver lineup, signing Oscar Piastri. We had big changes at Mercedes with them booting out their rookie Antonelli in favour for Carlos Sainz, making the rumoured real-life potential transfer a real deal in the game. Antonelli found his feet at Haas. It's all good. Williams got together Albon and Tsunoda as they try and build upon their Season 1 performance. Aston Martin, all change. Lance Stroll out. Alonso retired. Lawson and Colapinto in. A very surprising double signing for Aston Martin. And of course, we know how far McLaren have fallen. Well, they've fallen so far to sign Lance Stroll alongside Lando Norris, and in contrast, the reigning Constructors' champions see no reason to change. It is still Leclerc and Hamilton, now donning a yellow and red 17 Constructors' Championship special livery for the season to celebrate, and Audi enter Formula 1. Well, I think that's the best I could do with wrapping up everything we went over in the preseason video, but honestly, there was so much good stuff and twists and turns in that one, so definitely if you haven't seen the whole thing, you're still wanting a bit more context and a bit more story to all the things that have happened going into this season, definitely do check that out. It will make it a lot more immersive. But as ever in Formula 1, we start a new season and everything gets reset to 0. That is the beauty. You all start from the same point at the start, and it's anyone's game. It's a stab into the unknown, and we're going to stab straight into the contract window because it's only the first episode of the second season, but I have already initiated talks with a second driver. We still have our talks from last season with Antonelli, but Behrman, if you've realized, he got booted out of Haas to make way for his old F2 teammate. I feel a bit harsh, and also that's just peak for them personally knowing each other like that and having to deal with that. But Behrman is now a free agent, so I think, we already know. I've told you guys, I want to just get one race win again with Jenson Button in his career with us, Aarava Archer Racing, and then I feel like I'll be happy with whatever happens with the driver lineup. That's the unfinished business. And after that, into Season 3, I think someone like Behrman could be a great candidate, especially because he's a free agent. If he wasn't a free agent, I wouldn't have probably gone for him, but the fact that he has not got a drive on this grid is a travesty, so I think we should definitely pursue him. Because we also won't be stepping on anyone's toes. He's just free to the market. He's sat at home doing nothing right now. So I think, hopefully you'll agree, I think that seems like a really logical, good step. There was no logic involved in me re-signing Button. That was a signing from the heart. But logically, Behrman as a free agent is really a really solid option. But that's then. There won't be any further developments with that until we actually start getting in towards the contract window for this season, which is halfway through this point. So enough of the driver chat. We've secured our lineup for this season. It is Button and Tramnitz all the way, and I'm very happy with this. And we're going to be kicking off this season this time driving as Tim Tramnitz, our fan favorite F3 signing. Let's go.
And a warm welcome, everybody. We're here in the heart of Melbourne. It's Albert Park, and it's qualifying for the Australian Grand Prix.
It's always an exciting time when we load into that first race weekend of the new season, because you really don't know how it's going to go, because we've got changes in R&D for every single team over the winter break. We've changed our engine supply. That was something I didn't cover in the recap of the pre-season video. We're now powered by Mercedes. We've got AMG badges on the top of the chassis. So this was also going to be an interesting drive for me, because this is our first time with the Mercedes power unit on this game at all, really, because I've not done any other real gaming on F1 25 apart from my team. So I literally have only driven a Honda power unit on F1 25 the full game, and I've got to say I was surprisingly shocked how different this car felt in terms of the drivability and, like, you know, going down the gears, the way the engine went down and ticked down and revved up out the corners. The Mercedes power unit, I don't know if any of you guys have had this sort of comparison yourselves, but if you go from Honda to Mercedes, wow, it's such a smoother experience. The car feels so much more timid as it winds up through its power. Like, the torque delivery just seems so much smoother from the Mercedes engine. At least that's in my opinion. It might also a tiny bit be, you know, the one or two little downforce upgrades we brought over the winter break, but we didn't really gain that much over the winter in terms of R&D. We pretty much plateaued in comparison to other teams like Red Bull, for example. So, you know, I was very, very surprised as we see the Aston Martins get knocked out. So the Aston Martin team may be technically third on paper on the R&D chart, but we saw plenty of times in Season 1, they just can't seem to get the car set up right, and they have some horrible Saturdays, whereas the opposite can be said of the likes of Williams, who are consistently making use of their car, doing as well in the top 10. You think Alpine are wanting to carry on from their 2 wins in a row and start 2026 off with a solid start, and we are going to do the same as we traverse this circuit a bit quicker on that second flyer and get ourselves firmly up into the top 10 shootout. Both of us are showing the car in this session legitimately was there. Verstappen is through. Unfortunately, though, Red Bull's new signing, Piastri, he's going to be really frustrated. He's knocked out. Ferrari, one of the Ferraris are knocked out. Hamilton is out. Only Leclerc and Verstappen from those two teams are through. Both Mercs are through. So Carlos Sainz through in his new Silver Arrow, and Tsunoda showing real good pace in the Williams, and it's only Doohan through for Alpine. So Gasly, to be fair, remember in the last race of the season, Gasly was knocked out in Q1, and then he made his way all the way up to first place. So we know Gasly can overtake in the race, and you know, we also know plenty of times the qualies have been pretty mad on this game. Honestly, there is no form guide sometimes. Some of these guys just find time out of nowhere, and that's pretty much the opposite of this Q3. Is the sun sets. I only had one set of soft tyres, and unfortunately it just wasn't a great lap. P10. I looked at the numbers though. If I had set my best time of the day, which was that second Q2 run, I would have only got P10 again, or just about P9. So everyone else just found so much more time. So we did well to get into the top 10 shootout, but realistically, all these teams ahead of us, and maybe apart from the McLaren, are quicker than us on the R&D chart, so we can't be too disappointed. Tsunoda is going to be reveling in a second row start in the Williams, and Sainz will be, well, I don't know how he's going to feel. His old team has beaten him by 1 position, but he's beaten his new teammate Russell, so he's got to be happy. And the reigning world champion Verstappen is on pole, but the reigning constructors car is there on the front row. Let's go to the grid for the first race of 2026. Near the end of the formation lap, our mind just goes to getting that race start correct, and you know, feeling all the you know, the ambiance in the air for a brand new season 2026, an R&D reset to the aero and the engine, plenty of driver transfers. We've got all the ingredients for a great recipe for a great second season on F1 25, my team career mode. So there's only one thing to do now for the 22 drivers on this grid, looking ahead to those 5 little red lights, And the 2026 season is underway. It's a good getaway for myself and Button. It's a real slow one for the pole sitter, I think, who's held up Tsunoda as well. We've gone round the outside, or tried to, of the McLaren, but it's so tight on the exit of turn 1. Verstappen gets away well, though. It's still the same top 2. Sainz overtaking Tsunoda in his new Mercedes up to 3rd place. Russell and Albon going toe-to-toe, and I think Russell will get the better of his respective Williams. So the Silver Arrows both move up 1 position each. We've moved up ahead of Lando Norris. Button pressurising the McLaren right now, and all in all, it's a pretty clean, good getaway, and a decent getaway. I thought we maybe could have finished off the move on the McLaren earlier and then been on the back of Albon already, but we'll settle into a rhythm, compared to this time in Season 1, where I was, so in the unknown about how this race would go. Now, I'm comfier with the car, comfier with the game. We are a bit more confident in ourselves and our driving, so now we just get our head down and move forwards as Button is going to try and do the same. Looks like Lando Norris has been in the wars a little bit. Button on the outside. Lando with a bit of damage, and Button gets up into P8. So a solid 7-8 at the moment. Is Gasly and Hamilton are side by side on the opening lap. Hamilton on the outside. What commitment there from the Brit. Gasly, the man who comes into this season with 2 wins in a row to end Season 1, struggling to break the points, but both of them a little bit out of place with the qualifying. Piastri as well into P9 now, so all 3 of them I suspect will be looking to catapult themselves up the order, as Antonelli at the moment is leading his more senior teammate in his new Haas car as we go back to our POV, and we're trying to stick with Albon, Russell and Tsunoda, but honestly, that's the correct language, trying to stick with them, because genuinely the Williams look so strong. We're technically still in a rivalry with that team, but I don't know how much we're going to be able to keep up with them. We'll try our best right now, as I think there's going to be a move ahead of us. There definitely is a move going on for P3 as Sainz goes round the outside of Leclerc. Sainz into 2nd. Sainz in the Mercedes is cooking Hamilton on the inside of Gasly for the P10 position as we get to the inside of Albon. He tried to give us a squeeze, but we have enough base.
Looks like a mechanical failure. We're going to have to ask you to find a safe spot to retire.
Oh my god, no! The worst possible way to start a season and end the first round. We had just made a move, but it won't matter. None of it will matter. Our first race is over. We've got an engine failure. The new Mercedes power unit in the back of Tramnit's car has failed us. As we retired, it was Verstappen from Sainz in 2nd, Leclerc, Russell 4th, the 2 Williams, Button up to 7th. Piastri looks like he was just about to make a move on Button, so I suspect Piastri will be confident about recovering in this race. The same for Hamilton and Gasly potentially, but for me, the race is done. Wow, I cannot believe it. I cannot believe it's never the way you want to start a brand new season, but that is how the cookie crumbles. Formula 1 is a cruel, cruel sport, and we have been denied a fairy tale start to this 2nd season.
The checkered flag is out. We're going to be hearing that Dutch national anthem again, because it's victory for Max Verstappen.
While they kept us guessing during preseason testing, we all wondered who it was going to be, and to have them draw it out here today, that they are the ones to beat, just goes to show that all the work they put in has really counted.
So the reigning world champion takes the race win. Piastri on his Red Bull debut gets back up to 2nd to make it a strong 1-2 start, but we know that this means nothing over the course of the season. Based off Season 1, the R&D can go crazy. It's a great recovery drive for the likes of Franco Colapinto, who got points in the Aston Martin. JB finished pretty smartly in 8th place, so I'm pretty happy with that he held down points even with the rest of the race being simulated. It was points on debut for Sainz and Mercedes there. So all in all, as a team, it could have been a lot worse. The fact we scored points is great, but it's just not the way I wanted to start this season. It's unfortunate, but I'm not going to leave you guys hanging with such a short start to Season 2. We are going to press on in this same video and go on to round 2 because I'm hungry for some actual full racing and getting one full race under our belt with the new Season 2 car and really, getting to grips with where we might be on the grid. So, if anything now, this allows us to plow straight into some more upgrades. We've got some research on the go for the aero side of things. I think we've got a breakthrough upgrade, don't we, for the chassis side, but I think I might want to do a powertrain as well because as well as, trying to reduce the weight of this car further, I think we want to get some ERS upgrades on the board. We've maxed out those ERS upgrades, so we went ahead and purchased the next weight reduction upgrade. We do have a chassis breakthrough on the way, and we also have a powertrain breakthrough now on the way. We just got done with 2 corporate upgrades, by the way, over the course of preseason to here. So for the first time, we're maybe nearing phase 2 for the corporate, maybe phase 2 for personnel as well, because we've got a decent amount of cash still in this team that I think we just definitely need to deploy as best we can, especially if, we're going to have so many other teams being competitive. Aston Martin and Colapinto's recovery in that race, in the simulated race, was impressive. And clearly, in the actual race itself, before we retired, Williams were very, very strong. Alpine, a little bit stumbling into this season, but I think when they find their feet, clearly from Season 1, they've got the means to upgrade fast, and they look scary at the end of Season 1. So I think you'd be foolish to count them out for this season. I would be foolish to count them out. But for now, they have had a bit of a slower getaway, as we do have some good news. How about this? Off the back of retirement, the retirement is clearly not, being a downer on the team's prospects. We've got a new title sponsor approaching us, Duotone, an audio technology emporium established in 2001. A nice little backstory to all these title sponsors. So right now, X4MIG are our title sponsor, but we're reaching the end of what we could do with them, with the loyalty bonuses. Maybe it's time, for Season 3, that next step, take a new title sponsor, one we haven't seen so far in the game. So, the viewer that commented it, and, we were correct that there are going to be new title sponsors that unlock as we go on through this series. So that's quite exciting to maybe think about in a future episode. For now, that's just on the back burner. There wasn't any other email follow-up. And as we carry on with the activity timeline, we do bring in that corporate upgrade, the outreach group, the engineering upgrade through the breakthrough to the chassis, and the powertrain breakthrough will come through in a sec as well, so we can drill in to some more research. We've also got parts to develop now, the drag reduction we did in the winter break, and I'm actually going to use this single development twice over to try and get it done for both cars in time for Japan. So that's what I was mentioning in a previous video about the dual development. It's great to give parity, but because it takes longer, sometimes if you've got the slots available, definitely worth to do 2 single developments, to just stack them and get them both done quicker if you've got the slots available. Obviously, if you've got various different upgrades you want to put on the car, then it might make more sense just to do single ones and, give one driver an advantage. But I wanted parity going to Japan, especially after the way that Australian Grand Prix went. I wanted us to be as strong as possible for that second race because JB did a great job to get points, but ultimately we didn't, get to the maximum I was hoping for in that race, which was double points. I really feel like we were on for double points, but it is the way it goes. We bring in now the powertrain upgrade on the facility side of things. So we're going to go ahead and look to purchase an ERS upgrade. Not quite yet, because we can't afford it because of those latest purchases I made. So for once, I'm actually waiting on earning R&D. But we do have cash to spend, so I thought we may as well buy a couple of more upgrades to improve the engineering side of things. Just some of the smaller, cheaper upgrades. And then to my surprise, we get this pop-up.
Hey boss, really pleased to say that early talks have progressed well, and we're now in a position to have a first meeting with them to learn more about what we're each after. It's a bit of a dance, but it'll be worth it, I think. And remember, it doesn't bind us to them. We can always go elsewhere.
So it looks like the engine failure, round 1 of a new season, didn't, dissuade Tramnit, so we're starting the talks early. I think this is because I've done so many training perks on my owner area to personnel that these initial talks with our own drivers are happening really soon and really quickly compared to Season 1, I believe.
Things are progressing well. We've got a bit more into the weeds of discussions following that first early meeting. In a good way, details. I'll keep you posted. It's not over the line yet.
And with JB's early talks coming up now, and obviously he would take longer because he's higher rated, I definitely think now the owner perks we've got have sped up these negotiations, or these chats rather. No negotiations yet, no counter offers or offers have been sent yet, but these are just, you know, initial chats. And that might mean we are due for an initial chat with, you know, Antonelli again, or maybe Ollie Behrman again soon enough as our personnel upgrade comes in, driver psychologist. So that's going to be an aid to the focus of both of our drivers, which is really important, even more than ever on this year's game. But yeah, we're not too far off having some initial chats with Behrman, which will be good to just have on the back burner, floating around, ready for that contract window to open about halfway through this season. To be fair, again, it seems kind of mad we're discussing that at such length in, you know, the first episode of a new season, but it's the way it goes now with the system, the way it works. It's much more realistic that, you know, you don't wait till right at the end of the season to start these talks. You start them early, although, of course, you know, whether I show you guys the talks happening or not, remains to be seen. Actually, let me know. We're in the middle of this video, so I know if you're still watching at this point, you're dedicated to watching these videos. Let me know. Did you enjoy not knowing what I was doing with the driver contracts until the preseason, or would you rather know as I'm doing it? Because I felt like it's, although realistic to do the contract talks in the middle of the season, it kind of, you lost that kind of unknown factor for you guys as a viewer for the series. So let me know if you liked what I did with not showing you guys that until the preseason, or if you want me to actively show me doing it as we go on through the season. This is what the R&D chart looks like at the moment, just kind of confirming basically where everyone was going into Australia. We don't get the update into Japan until after we've done the race weekend, which I really hope they bring in for a patch to kind of change that so we can look at this chart once you load into the race. Speaking of loading into the race, here we go then. Second race weekend of the day. We just have to admit, we know this is going to be a difficult part of the race. The AI are really good in these conditions. And that adds to the challenge, and, you know, everyone who plays the game's in the same boat, so we just get on with it for now, and we try and do our best, but we know there is a dry period at the end of the race, so it's basically about limiting the damage, I feel, until that part of the race, and then we can get to work. But honestly, I would be happy just finishing the race, to be honest, and getting to the checkered flag as we go again for the second time in this video. Let's try and finish our first race of Season 2 as we go to lights out, and we're underway for the Japanese Grand Prix in intermediate conditions. Everyone a little bit gingerly off the line. It's a slow one for Hamilton. There's a couple of cars trying to go side by side. We're on the outside, understeering off circuit, as well as Tsunoda. Good to know I'm not the only one who made that mistake. There was no grip on the outside. The brakes were cold as anything, and Tsunoda's lost out big time. He was in, I think, a top 4, wasn't he? And now he's down to P14. So, you know, we've done well, actually, just to survive and still maintain basically where we were with a little off-track excursion as we see how exciting is this. Verstappen trying to dance his way through on the inside of Russell. These two have a history in real life. Well, here in the game, they're getting very close together in intermediate conditions, which can end very badly very, very quickly. But yeah, it's not a great getaway for JB either, as well as Tsunoda then. P21, and well, he's nearly last place. There's only one car behind him. It's Bortoletto in the Audi. So JB, please, man, find some of that wet weather magic you used to have in F1 and climb up the order. I'm begging you. And if not, then it's down to us then, I guess, to score points in this second race. Button already scored some in Australia, so maybe he's having a day off for the rest of the episode, and it's our turn now. But we're already under pressure from the reigning champ behind us. And you know what? That new Red Bull livery, the Red Bull Ford livery, all in dark blue and silver linings, it looks menacing in the mirrors when I look behind you. It looks like an absolute evil devil that is about to come and attack you, and maybe that's the look Red Bull were going for here. Menacing as ever ahead of us. The two Alpines having a little look at each other. You know, I feel like if Doohan and Gasly fight a bit more, maybe we could get in the middle of that as Sainz is pressurizing Albon. Albon. Albon running in a really great third place at the moment. Sainz outside the top three, as it's Piastri, I can see for the first time now, in second place. So Leclerc off the line, I guess, and into the first few turns, overtook the Australian. So Leclerc and Ferrari lead the way, but big pressure from Piastri. Those two in a world of their own, pushing ahead by 1.5 seconds, nearly 1 and 2. So let's keep up with this and come back later to that fight and see if Piastri can retake the lead and show what he's got for once in the game so far in that much better Red Bull, as we now go for a lunge on Doohan. Catch him a little bit unawares. He was trying to give us the squeeze, but I don't think he thought we were going to commit fully to the inside there, but we had to go for it because I saw Doohan. He was clearly struggling for grip in general, and so if we didn't get past him now, it's going to just be Pain Town because he'll hold us up. Gasly with a half spin. Both Alpines are struggling for grip, and we get another position. It's a free one this time on Gasly up to P7. So it looks like it might just be a team thing. It might be Alpine struggling in the wet conditions, because lo and behold, lap 8 then, a couple laps later, we're pushing away from Pierre. 1 second the gap now. So if there was DRS, we've broken it. There isn't, of course, because it isn't, but we're getting away. And Doohan is now under massive pressure from Russell. Verstappen also waiting in the wings to maybe make an overtake. Russell has to finish this off, though. On the inside, he taps Doohan wide. Oh, Jack is going to hate that. He's off circuit, and he's lost 2 positions, not just 1, as Lawson in the Aston Martin Honda. Now the Works Honda, obviously, the Honda only exclusively powering Aston Martin. This is their home race, the engine supplier. Lawson trying desperately to get up the order for P12, and Colapinto trying to mimic his recovery in Australia from outside the top 15 into points. Button has overtaken Hadjar, so he's made 1 position. It's some sort of progress, I guess. I fear there may not be a lot more, maybe after Aaron and Hulkenberg have been overtaken, as Verstappen now is all over the gearbox of Russell, but Russell surely going to be looking at Gasly, because, yeah, these Alpines in the wet are struggling way more than I am, actually. So that's at least one good thing I've got going for me. As Lawson again tries it on the outside, but Ocon is holding firm as we come back to our POV to show you these rear tyres. For the first time, we're getting some real overheating on the internal carcass temperature, and that's because actually it is drying rapidly. And Mark, my engineer, has been telling me on the radio, be careful about burning out your tyres before we get to the dry period. Well, there was good reason for that audio line to trigger. Clearly, they were trying to push me to look at this tyre temp because, yeah, it's a little bit iffy and it's going to hurt us a little bit in traction zones, but I will try my best to hold on to P7 here and have track position for the dry period, but it's going to be tough. Russell comes at us on the inside. We're not going to fall for what he did to Doohan. He tries to push us wide, just like he did with Doohan, but we just have none of it. We swipe to the racing line and get to the apex. There's a little bit of argy-bargy into turn 1, but needs must when you've got a very aggressive Mercedes willing to push you off track to overtake you. And we also know the car right behind him is no stranger to pushing people off tracks to get the overtake done, as Verstappen is going to go on the outside of 130R. Brilliant overtake. It seems so simple there, but in intermediate conditions, or inters to dry conditions, when the grip isn't there, the inters are overheating, that is not an easy overtake to pull off. That is really impressive from Verstappen, and as we see his teammate there, still within half a second about to Leclerc. So the pressure's still on for P1, and the pressure is very much still on for me in P7. Verstappen on the inside, we're coming back at him. It's nearly 3 wide into 130R, and Russell, the wily old fox there, has pulled through and followed me through for the overtake, as we gave the Red Bull the pinch into 130R to maintain. But for how long can we keep doing this? Because now there is a bit of a subtle train forming maybe behind, although to be fair, it's actually from the Alpines. I'm actually alone with Russell and Verstappen, as it's 3 abreast momentarily once again. And a bit of his own medicine. Russell is pushed off circuit by Verstappen, but yeah, it's Oh, is Lawson going to pull off the move? No, not quite. Lawson nearly did it, I think. He was actually, what was this? No, okay, it's a replay. And actually, it wasn't an overtake. No, oh, that's embarrassing. He was going for a move on Ocon and went wide. And so Tsunoda actually overtook him there. So the Japanese driver on home soil gets a little mini victory there. After that really torrid lap 1 for him, as Button does make another overtake in this race to be P19, as on lap 14, Verstappen now pushing past as the tyres are now starting to wear. Verstappen, aggressive as ever, completely shuts the door on me and takes me onto the serrated curbs, and I've got nothing there. I've been completely just pushed out of that one and bullied down to P9, but if I was them, I'd be doing the same thing, I can't even lie, because I frustrated the hell out of 2 quicker cars in the Red Bull Mercedes. So, GG's, fair play. We're down to P9. We held on for a while. I'm just praying for the dry period to come sooner rather than later. And later on that same lap action to the hairpin, I can see some clouds are parting. There is some sun trying to peek through. I swear on the left-hand side.
Okay.
I asked my engineer about tyre status.
We see, but we think the slick might now be the quicker tyre.
And that is exactly what I wanted to hear, especially since now DRS is activated. And that may now just give Oscar Piastri a chance. Look at the Red Bull come alive with DRS open. Goes for the move. Piastri leads the Japanese Grand Prix for his new team. He's taken P1 back. It's taken 15 laps since the opening one, where Leclerc got the lead, but he's got it done. And DRS now is definitely going to aid some overtaking going on for any of the guys clumped up together. The 2 Alpines surely won't be able to hold off that train of cars. They were working together as a team pretty well. As we come in now for the dries, I've made the bold call. No one is in. I am the only man into the pits. I really wish I could kind of, gesture to Button to come in as well. I really do think that needs to be a feature in the future, is direct team management in the middle of the race, because if you're now just the team owner, it makes a lot of sense. But anyways, that's then. This is now, we're the only guy out. We've chosen the mediums because if you remember, in Season 1, we deduced that the hards are actually horrible around Suzuka and the mediums are the way to go around here for the balance of durability and pace. So even though there's a fair few laps to go, 12 of them, I think mediums all the way as we, just about make the move on Hajar there. Bloody hell, lost my breath. Just wincing at that as we dipped a tyre into the grass, and it's very easy to make a mistake in that part of the circuit as the car is just on the knife edge of grip as we now go for the move on the inside of the Audi of Bortoletto. Probably one of the few times we'll be racing the Audi in this season, and we're now in clean air. 7 seconds of it to push on and try and make the most of this outlap, but Piastri on lap 16 later for him. He does not come in. Leclerc's in, but Piastri carries on. That is a very interesting call from the race leader. Have Red Bull and Piastri made a mistake? I mean, let's see what Verstappen does. It might just be Piastri's call to make, that he feels confident enough in going longer. But what's the advantage of that? He's only going to lose time, surely, unless he thinks it's still a bit too wet out there. But I'm gaining a decent amount of time, and he's the only car that stayed out. Verstappen's in for the dry tyres. So Piastri, that's his own decision to stay out. As we now come and make our way through up the order into P10, we've jumped Russell, but we have not jumped Verstappen. So Verstappen had so much pace on the Inters that he has stayed ahead of us, but we have undercut the Mercedes of Russell. That is really, really positive. Ahead of Verstappen, then is Norris chasing after Hamilton. Then you've got Colapinto out of sync. He's yet to pit, so he's going for a bit of a, I'm going to call it a glory run in the top 6 here in the Aston Martin Honda. The same for Doohan as well. Sainz has pit onto his dries. Albon, Leclerc, all of these guys on the hard compound though, I'm pretty sure. So we're the only one so far in mediums, and then you've got Piastri still going on for another lap, lap 18. What is he playing at? What is Piastri's play here? This seems like he's throwing away the race win here. He was leading. He had the Ferrari covered as Verstappen, his teammate, making more moves, getting up into P6 now, just flexing how much pace he has as the reigning champion. And on paper, the McLaren is well within our reach of performance. So we should absolutely be aiming to overtake Norris for P7. And if I could finish in P7, that would be a really great finishing in this race, considering the engine failure. Meanwhile, Button in P17, so he's overtaken Antonelli at some point in the Haas, so that's at least good. I'm hoping he could go chasing after Lance Stroll, the other McLaren, and the two Astons hoping to recover with later pit stops. Speaking of later pit stops, Piastri finally is in. And oh wow, this was his play. Piastri went longer by 3 or 4 laps, I think that is, in order to go onto the soft compound. And look at that. He's not even lost that much time. I think Oscar Piastri's absolutely finessed this strategy. He is only 1.5 seconds behind Leclerc, maybe about 2 seconds by the time he gets going here. But he is now on a compound that is 2 steps softer than anyone around him. Everyone else is on hards as Verstappen makes another overtake for P5. My God, Verstappen's AI is actually unreal in this game, isn't he? As Tsunoda makes a move on Ocon to get into P11 for Williams, as we just look at our tyre wear just to make sure we're not absolutely blitzing these tyres. And to be honest, it's looking okay. The tyres are holding on quite well, and they've certainly got the pace for it as we try and go to the outside of the spoon curves. It was always going to be a difficult one to pull off as Lando shuts the door on us mid-corner. It's always a bit audacious for the outside pass, but we have no room to go to the inside of spoon curves. Instead, we'll just keep it tucked in and try and line up a pass maybe after 130R as we tuck in right underneath the rear wing of the McLaren. We go to the left-hand side. Lando goes defensive. It's so close. We give the McLaren all the room in the world to make sure there's no funny business, and we get the overtake. But it's not over yet. We saw in season 1. Oh, no! Piastri with an engine failure. He'll never get to know if that soft tire strategy is going to work because his car's failed him. Oh, it's misery. I guaranteed Piastri would have won. That is so awful for him. That is so awful for him. Piastri's luck not getting any better in Red Bull, it would seem. And Verstappen, all of a sudden now is up to P4. My God, he is inevitable, isn't he, so far? Even with all the amazing fighting Ferrari Constructors champions going into this season, Verstappen, he's going to still be the toughest cookie to beat, isn't he not? He just appears. He's inevitable as he's up to P4 and probably going on for a podium, I would say, as we are pressing on. We're pulled away from Lando, and we're setting our sights on Hamilton, who is struggling. And just because we're on the mediums and they're on the hards, we know how much better the medium tyre is from season 1. I think we've got the pace purely because of that tyre compound to catch the Ferrari. As there you go. What did I say? Verstappen gets up into a podium. But you know what? Albon has been elevated because of Piastri's DNF to an amazing P2 for Williams. This is the team we're in a rivalry with, by the way, in game. No chance we're winning that rivalry this season with Williams. I'm hoping it gives us a different rivalry with someone else. Maybe it's going to end up being someone like Ferrari if we can attack them some more in races to come, because we're attacking Hamilton at the moment. We tried a little half dive bomb into the hairpin, but he shut the door. Instead, we pull through to the inside into spoon curves. The Ferrari pinches us, but we've got the racing room to work with, and we get the overtake mid-apex. But now the Ferrari has the swing back. He could get on power much earlier and maybe try for the repass into 130R. Hamilton goes from the right to the left. Oh, it's a very close bit of racing as Hamilton grazes the curb, grazes our left rear tyre as we try and slam the door shut and try and push away. And because of the medium tyre advantage, we will push away and get to the end of this race. But the man with the biggest victory today is Charles Leclerc. The reigning Constructors car comes across the line to win again, and it's only taken the second race this time compared to season 1. Albon with an amazing second place for Williams, the reigning Drivers' Championship champion though in P3. Verstappen, it's a really great recovery for him. It's a solid P4 for Sainz and Mercedes, and it's an amazing P5 for us driving as Tramnitz. What a way to make up for the engine failure. That medium tyre call to come in early to get the jump, and then going on the medium compared to everyone else on hards. That was the call. That was the call to get us up the order and make up for the wet portion of this race. An admittedly difficult and rocky start to a brand new season with so much hope, but we would keep the faith, we would keep plugging away, and an absolutely monumental moment and race weekend was to come in the Canadian Grand Prix. Now our heads go towards the Canadian Grand Prix. In the last 2 episodes we've driven as Tim Tramnitz, so here today for the Canadian Grand Prix, it is very fitting that we're going to swap over to Jenson Button. Let's get into qualifying.
Welcome back, everybody. We're here in Canada at the wonderful Circuit Gilles Villeneuve. Who's going to come out fastest of all in the next hour? Yes, it's time for qualifying.
Looking forward to this one, seeing what we can do. You know, last season we came here, it was so qualifying, and then the race was very difficult because we had a mostly wet race, I think it was, wasn't it? And or entirely wet, and that was our first inkling of how overpowered the AI are in wet conditions. The forecast here is mostly dry. There is once again some rain, you know, flirting around this race weekend, but not for every single session and not the whole race like it was last season. There is some rain maybe for the end of this qualifying day and then at the end of the race, at least according to the forecast in the messages screen before you load in to the race weekend. But the pace off the bat in Q1 was very strong, I must say. Hardly anything between myself and Max Verstappen. Tramnitz, unfortunately, does not make it in. He was quite close, though. Only 1/10 would have got him through into Q2. He's on the back foot, but, you know, I didn't really expect him to do unbelievable stuff there. But also, maybe was hoping he could just get into the second part of qualifying because the car is feeling great. I think the car has good pace around here. I have good pace around here, and more so than season 1. I think this car now is at a stage where I'm able to show a bit more of that pace. It's got enough downforce. It's a little bit lighter, of course. It's got more engine power, and we're able just to dance this car around, find some time around there, and still pop it up in P1 for Q2. This pace is genuine. This is genuine, and as I said at the start of the episode with the R&D chart, we're technically actually as close as we ever have been to the top team on the R&D chart. Yeah, it's either Mercedes or Red Bull. I think they've both kind of come very close together into this episode from Imola, where Mercedes had the advantage clearly. And you're seeing there, we're close enough now in terms of car performance where I can then make up the difference. As those of you who've been watching me for a while well know, I just have that extra little bit of pace around Montreal. It's always been one of my favorite circuits. We're driving as Button. It's meant to be. And the rain is falling now. It is changeable conditions. And we're going to try and channel our inner Jenson Button, who was always one of the best in these changeable conditions, as it's a difficult qualifying lap. The track is feeling damp. It's a lot darker, which is actually making a bit of an aid to spotting the brake points, but a little bit of, you know, oversteer here and there. The car not fully stable, and a little bit of a blockade from Lewis Hamilton, one of Button's former teammates, as I don't know where Lewis was trying to go, left or right on the exit. In the end, it won't matter too much because we still speed through to the line to cross it in P1, and at the moment that is provisional pole position. And as the rain continues to fall, that may be it, because surely anyone behind me can't go quicker. It's a much damper track than it was when I set that lap, and so as we park it up into the garage, knowing that hopefully not many people will be improving, we can still see we're P1 on the dash and we are P1 on the standings at the screen. As we fast forward through, no one's on track. There we have it. There we have it. It is our first pole position for Aarava Archer Racing, and it goes to Jenson Button. How fitting at the Canadian GP. What a quali that has been. We've got a very different strategy for the start of this race compared to, well, Verstappen and Piastri right behind us, both Red Bulls. on the hard compound. Leclerc as well, Sainz on mediums. I even know that there's Russell, the other Mercedes, who qualified a little bit lower than he wanted to. He's on softs, so we've got a very mixed up strategy. Hello, excuse me, Piastri. Very, very keen to get to the grid then, overtaking the pole sitter as we have to overtake him, squeezing through on the left. We slot in nonetheless on our pole position, facing towards the right to try and block off Verstappen off lights out as we rev up to what feels like could be a very special Canadian Grand Prix. From pole position, lights out, and we are underway. It's a good getaway for us. Battery use and all the way to the right, and it's an easy turn one. And instead, Verstappen is met fighting his teammate. That is the most ideal turn one for this race ever from pole position. I was preparing myself for a difficult fight there because this has been recorded after one of the first patches on F1 25 where the AI starts have been improved. So, and actually, if you look back at the replay cameras, Verstappen actually did react to me a lot quicker off the line, but we just had a really good getaway. One that we haven't had for a while. We've had a few dodgy starts in the last few episodes, so that was a big deal for me to get that sorted, basically, and not fluff it off the line, not get too much wheel spin, as Piastri now, having attacked Verstappen for second, is instead down one position versus Sainz. Crucially, Sainz on the medium tyre, the Red Bulls on hards, remember, so maybe Sainz early doors, or it could just be Piastri being a little bit slow for some reason now. Has he picked up a little bit of damage, I wonder, versus his teammate as Leclerc makes quick work of him. So all of a sudden, Piastri's gone from fighting for second down to P5 now, as we nearly have a 2-second gap to Verstappen. This is the most ideal start for us because the game plan, medium to Verstappen's hards, has to be making the use of the mediums and getting as big of a gap as possible to control, to allow us to breathe a little bit, because eventually our mediums will start to wear out. But for now, the advantage is us. The advantage should be to Sainz in third on his mediums, and it certainly is for Russell, who's now up to P9, recovering well on the soft compounded tyre. Piastri is now hanging on to Leclerc, so maybe he's gotten used to the car in whatever state it's in now. I do feel like he's picked up maybe some damage or something just went wrong in the car momentarily as Russell continues to mow forwards, and it's Piastri versus Leclerc. Piastri looking for the repass, so maybe he has actually found some pace again. Maybe it was a temporary issue. The Ferrari not giving up though, having maybe a little half look, and Russell the same on Ocon as he can't quite make that pass on that second Haas, but he's definitely got to make the most of his tyres on the softs for now. Tramnitz on the medium as well as me, so it looks like that was a whole team strategy then to go medium, as Russell now winces a little bit maybe in the cockpit as he faked a little bit, then finally got out underneath the rear wing of Ocon and goes right round the outside, and this might end up being a fantastic overtake from Russell. Good commitment, and he gets the job done. Right now, Russell in the most fighting mood of ever compared to everyone else, having won obviously the Imola GP, not the qualifying he would have wanted, and instead his teammates up in P3. But maybe this is karma, because Sainz was leading Imola, remember, and then he clearly had a big car issue because he went down like 3 positions in the span of a lap. So maybe this is you know, just a bit of a payback in terms of the F1 gods paying it forward for Carlos Sainz. Verstappen P2 still, the gap 1.9, so we're doing well. This is ideal, keeping Verstappen at arm's length, but I'm not taking too much out of the medium tyre. There's still a little bit I could be pushing more, just because I know if I go flat out, I'll wear them out even quicker, and then we're going to have problems with Verstappen coming back at us a bit too soon. I make no mistake, he will be coming at us, because now lap 8, he's 1.1. You know, Verstappen never attacking us in this first stint wasn't an option, because it's Verstappen. He's always going to come at us. You know, he's in a quicker car as well. No matter how much pace I've got around Montreal, he's in the quicker car, and now his tyres will be feeling better than mine, better than Sainz, but Sainz is hanging on to the Dutchman. But this is where we now have to try and soak up the pressure until that first pit stop onto our hard tyres. And then, like I said before in quali, the forecast is for rain. There is rain coming at the end of this race. If it's accurate, it's coming. And so it might be a case of going from hards to intermediates, maybe. And for that, we need the biggest gap possible on that hard stint, because we know how quick the AI can be in those wet conditions. That's what I'm scared about. Right now, I really do feel good about maintaining first place here, but if the wet comes fully, we're in trouble, I fear. But we'll just take it stint by stint. So this first stint is all about now trying to keep Verstappen at bay, maybe backing him into Sainz a little bit as we go defensive. We've outbroken ourselves there. Verstappen has seized the opportunity to try and go around the outside. It's almost like he planned to put me into the inside line to tighten up my run as Oscar Piastri, the championship leader, spun it here in Montreal. He was already having car issues, and clearly it's overflowed as he's got it all crossed up in the cockpit. He continues on, but he's now down to P10. The Red Bull is backwards after turn 1. Where have we seen that before in a Canadian Grand Prix? That is unbelievable. Verstappen having a go, and we defend again, but now we are fully defending two different cars. Red Bull, Mercedes, and Max just completely did us there on the outside. Couldn't even defend that. I thought I slammed the door shut on him, but surprisingly and very promising to see again from the F125 AI, he just squeezed through. I'm pretty sure he must have dipped a tyre into the grass, for goodness sake, to get through on the left-hand side. But look at Sainz in the background. He's sniffing around as we go defensive again into the final chicane. Verstappen not fully alongside us, though, so it's all calm, but we've tightened up the line now. So Verstappen now has better momentum, and he's now going through. He was momentarily ahead. Again, we outbrake ourselves slightly. This time he learned, though, from the previous lap and take Verstappen wider, and Sainz now is in to second place. There is it. They're still side by side behind us. I daren't look behind. I just want to focus on our couple of corners ahead to make sure we've got our head in the game, as Sainz is into second place. But that's not our problems over, because the Mercedes is also equally quick. He's also on the medium, so Sainz will be desperate to make an impact, and he is going to try to. He was ahead of us momentarily. We have broken him into the right-hander, but now he's actually got more of an advantage because he now sails through on the left. Verstappen might try it as well into the hairpin. We have to dive bomb Sainz in order to repass Verstappen. It's 3 wide coming out the exit. There's a warning for a collision with Sainz. I don't know where that came from. I thought we gave him enough racing room, but clearly things are getting a little bit close for comfort as Sainz gets into the lead. For the first time, we have fully lost the lead of this race. It's important right now, onto lap 11, that we don't panic. We've lost the lead, yes, but we can stick with Sainz. He's on the medium, the same tyre as us. He'll be feeling the tyre wear. Verstappen is the one I'm worried about if he ever gets into first place. He might just walk away with this, with Piastri being out the picture, to not kind of, ruffle the feathers a little bit. But Sainz, we should be able to close back up. I say that. That didn't look too promising on that main straight. We have to really go late on the brakes to lunge it into the wall of champions. Sliding through, closing. Do we dare go for it? We are. We stick the nose in. Sainz gives us the room. We tried to go the long way round, but we're met with the same misery as Verstappen did 2 times, trying to make that same move on me. It's difficult. On F125, I feel as well, and even the last couple of F1 games, that move on the outside of turn 2 at Montreal seems harder to get the nose turned round in these kind of new era ground effect cars. But lap 12, Sainz now feeling defensive, and to my surprise, it kind of felt like Sainz didn't put up much of a fight there into the brake zone. It's almost like he kind of conceded he was going to get past, and maybe he thinks he can go for the repass behind us with DRS. So maybe Sainz himself playing a bit of a tactical game, knowing his tyres are wearing out, as it's Leclerc in P4 no man's land with Piastri spinning. Lawson, by the way, quietly having an amazing race for Aston Martin Honda. Colapinto P8, so it's another double Aston Martin points maybe, as Tsunoda and Ocon fight for the last points paying position in this race. Unfortunately, Tramnitz nowhere near points in P19, maybe just showing the gulf of performance from a lower than 70 rated F3 driver to yours truly. driving as Jenson Button. As Sainz having a good little nip on the right-hand side, but we shut the door, and instead now riding on board with Max Verstappen. He's going to go for the dive. This is excellent to watch. Two AI cars having a battle into the hairpin, and that was Verstappen on the outside. That is a very unorthodox way to make an overtake at the hairpin for any player, let alone an AI on another AI car, as these two are now squabbling. They're both wobbling around, trying to maybe spook each other into the brake zone, and that has given us an amazing amount of room to breathe. 1.5 the gap is, thanks to Verstappen's dive bomb, basically the hairpin, and then the continuous fighting. We've now broken DRS again, so we've been given a second chance just to breathe a little, alleviate that pressure, and decide when we want to come in, which is lap 15, one lap earlier than was scheduled. But I want to try and get an undercut going. I think this is the race again to try the undercut, because we've also got that gap of 2 seconds. So that 2-second gap to Sainz before we came in, that might be crucial in terms of where we come out. That might be the difference of clean air versus traffic. Who knows? Let's see. Let's pray that we've timed this right, as for once, at the right time, it is a great pit stop. Brilliant work, team. 2.4. We're going to use battery on the exit to make sure we stay ahead of Tsunoda. We slot into a very wayward Franco Colapinto, losing the back end in turn 2, as continuously being reminded of how much more realistic these AI are with making little mistakes here and there, as we completely do Colapinto at the hairpin, and then go on to lap 17, where Sainz has made his pit stop, and he is coming out, I think, in traffic. So this was the right call for us. The undercut has worked. We're still ahead of Sainz, and now we've grown the gap, and it will grow further, because Sainz, so annoyingly for him, he comes out side by side with his own teammate, who's on mediums, who's clearly on like a 2-stop, a very aggressive 2-stop. Very, very odd decision from Mercedes and Russell, to be honest, knowing that there's some rain on the way. I mean, it's already looking a bit darker, I think you'll agree. So the rain definitely is somewhere around Montreal, maybe making its way towards this circuit as we close up to Oscar Piastri, the championship leader. But today, it's not been his day. It has not been Piastri's day. He's just not gelled with this car on this circuit. Maybe the car's had an issue from the get-go, it looked like it, but then maybe just driver error into that turn 1 spin. And either way, for once, we have some amazing pace in the straight line to easily overtake Piastri on the inside, and we get up into P5 on the road. Next up is the Ferrari of Lewis Hamilton. So right now, we're picking apart these guys. There's not too much slow traffic, so this is fine. We're in a much better position than Sainz. The question mark is, where does Verstappen come out? What sort of pace does he have then? Because remember, all of these guys who started on hards, they'll now go to mediums. And you saw how much quicker mediums were at the start of the race on heavier fuel. It's going to be even more as we now close to Lewis Hamilton, and we're going to set up an absolutely sublime overtake. We go deep, we cut in really tight, and we absolutely mince him on throttle. Oh, that was beautiful. That was like a beautifully choreographed little execution there, up into P4 on the road, and now maybe more pace and more overtakes to come versus Lawson. Some clean air though before we get to him, and at the moment everyone continues on. But yeah, as I was saying, the question mark is, how quick is Verstappen going to be on mediums? I fear he might be rapid, and in a weird way, we might be hoping the rain comes earlier, but then I'll be hating that, because then obviously the AI will be so good versus myself. But those are question marks for later in this race. Right now, I've just got one thing on my mind, is getting past Lawson, who is very slow, and that could have been disaster. I don't think you realise how close we were to just being squeezed into the wall there. I really felt like I needed to get past Lawson there, because I just needed DRS in clean air here to then get on our way, because we're concerned about where this guy's going to come out once he makes his pit stop, maybe coming very, very soon. Is is he going slow? Verstappen slow! Is Verstappen out? He is! Max Verstappen is out of the Canadian Grand Prix, and all of a sudden, I think things are looking absolutely amazing. Sometimes in Formula One, you just need the rub of the green, for things to go your way, for things just to fall in the right place. And now, all of a sudden, everything is falling into place at this Canadian Grand Prix in 2026 for us and Jenson Button. Because look at where Sainz is. He's behind Russell, who has to pit. Hamilton has to pit. And there he is now coming in. So it's now 2-3 Mercedes on lap 21. But Russell will come in off the mediums. So Sainz will be the nearest car to us once people have made their actual pit stops. And he will be nearly 9 seconds behind us. That is how much time we have gained with the undercut, with him being in traffic. And now there's no Verstappen to worry about. We were worried about Verstappen, and then second would be Sainz. Now, Verstappen's out, and our worry about Sainz, well, surely can't be that much of a worry. If we can't control a 9-second gap, if we throw away a 9-second gap, even if the rain comes and we throw that away, I will be so upset. But we've still got so long to go in this race, and we do indeed maybe have a wet period to come, and you just never know. If you remember from last season, you just remember how quick the AI were around here on intermediates. So it's not over yet. It is not over yet. Lap 27 this is. The gap is down to 5.6. So in clean air, Sainz is finding some more time. He's coming back towards us, but it's not at a rate that's alarming at the moment. But the rain is due. I've been hearing radio calls. It's on the way. It was 15 minutes. Now it's 10 minutes. Now it's imminent. Leclerc and Hamilton, P3 and 4. It's been a brilliant recovery for Ferrari. Out of nowhere, Hamilton's come up into a top 4 position. And Piastri is recovering from that spin in the first stint as he goes for the pass on the outside. He's the only Red Bull left in the race, of course, remember. It's gone from Verstappen maybe getting one over his new teammate who's leading the championship. And now Piastri laughing. He'll be again gaining points on his teammate and gaining points on his nearest rivals, because Russell was the man nearest to him after the win in Imola in the standings, and he's behind him in P7. Very out of sync of this race is lap 29 though. You can see on the halo especially, the rain is starting to fall.
Be careful on those slicks. These conditions are making the line a bit greasy, but we're still nowhere near the changeover.
And you know it's a concern when Mark, the in-game engineer, is also letting us know about that, but he's saying it's not time for the crossover. It doesn't look like it either, to be honest. I'm agreeing with him, but it gets very dark then 3 laps later. Lap 32, the rain droplets settling on the T camera a lot more now. But at this stage, I'm still thinking we go to the end on dries. It is not raining as much as I thought it would, which is music to my ears, because look at the top left. The gap has grown to 6.7. Even though I'm struggling, we're having to seesaw at the steering wheel. For once, I'm actually looking pretty decent in these changeable conditions. I don't know if this is to do with anything with the AI patch. The starts for the AI were meant to be changed, but I don't know if the wet weather pace changed at all in the patch. But I'm actually legitimately quicker than Sainz as it gets wetter and we're having to struggle on the dries on the wet circuit. Maybe it really is just me channeling my inner Jenson Button today as Tim Tramnitz is coming in for Inters with, well, he's got 3 laps to go because he's a lap down basically, but we've only got 2 laps, so I still don't think it's time for Inters. We just need to get to the end now, but it is technically intermediates, but it's so now late in the day, there's no point pitting. The top 10, we all may as well just be limping around these last 2 laps to the end, but it is time for the green wall tyres because you're about to see Tramnitz, my own teammate. He's been nowhere in this race. He's going to pressurize this, and for now we'll stay ahead, but then through this next right and left-hander, it's pretty much going to be a given that he is going to do us just on traction alone, and there's no point fighting it because we're fighting our own car, basically. But yeah, the confirmation, the same machinery, and the F3 driver's quicker than me. So it is officially now survival mode time for all of us on the dry tyres still, with just 1 lap to go now.
Okay, you've just started the final lap of the race. Final lap.
We can win this race, gents.
I'm not gonna lie, hearing that, the heart beats a little bit faster because we are so close to doing this. We are so close to getting Aarava Archer Racing's first ever win in Formula 1 in this F125 My Team Series, and we're so close to getting a historic another win for Jenson Button, and of all places to do it in a damp, changeable conditions Canadian Grand Prix race. It's like it's written in the stars as people are coming in on the last lap for pit stops. That's how dire the situation is. That's how quickly things could go wrong as there's a fight between Lando Norris and Gasly. Lando nearly does what he does in real life, and he nearly shunted it on the left-hand side. We're nearly half spinning the car. It is honestly so slippery out there. We have got one sector to go. Jenson Button, 15 wins in Formula 1. We've got number 15 on the car as him in this game. But we're going to come through the final corners. It's going to be win number 16 running to the line.
Into the pit straight. He wins a brilliant race. What a victory.
Brilliant, Jenson. Absolutely brilliant.
Guys, that was a hell of a race. A hell of a race. Thank you guys so much. Oh, it's been a long time coming.
Like I said earlier, written in the stars. Number 15 on this car that Button is driving, and it's been 15 years since that 2011 win, and it's win 15 to 16.
The checkered flag is out, and it waves for your winner today, Jenson Button.
And they led every single lap of the race. It was a light to flag victory, and that is total dominance.
The team's first ever win in Formula 1. Of course, it was written in the stars. It had to go to Jenson Button at Montreal for the Canadian Grand Prix. It would then just be a season of plugging away, trying to punch above our weight, and that would bring us to a pretty special race in Las Vegas nearing the end of Season 2. This could either be a great race for us, or it could be a really difficult one, depending on how the patch has worked out for the wet weather and what this car, this newly upgraded B-spec Aarava Archer Racing car, essentially, is going to be like in full wet conditions. I think this is the first time as well that we're on full wets, not on inters. So this is a complete stab into the unknown as we go to 5 red lights for the Las Vegas Grand Prix. Lights out, and we're underway. It's a good start for Button, who has to try and cover off Hamilton, though, who equally has had a good start. We've launched it on the outside, but we've been way too audacious, and we've got onto the paint and had to let off throttle. Leclerc and Norris re-overtaking us as it's Button versus Hamilton for P1 and 2 side by side. The race leaders are on heavy fuel in heavy rain. This is unreal skill being showed from JB and Hamilton as the two of them turn back the clocks, racing each other wheel to wheel. Awesome to see, and Hamilton is into the lead, announcing his retirement. He now leads this next Grand Prix. What on earth is going on, Lewis? Why are you leaving us? There is no need to leave Formula 1 right now. You're in form at the moment as Norris gets round the outside of Leclerc, and we're going to try and follow the Brit through on the inside. It's going to be very close. Touch and go with the wall, touch and go with Leclerc, but we're up into P4, and very nicely for the championship fight. That means now Leclerc and Russell are together, and Russell has a clear sight of the Ferrari as we try and get the power down to push away and chase after the McLaren. Right now, the pace is looking pretty all right, you know, a little bit defensive with Leclerc there, but soon enough on lap 2, we're pushed away as Russell is nearly in the wall. He's trying the right-hand side. Leclerc's having none of it, so Russell thinks, okay, I'll go to the left, goes down the inside, and the Mercedes tries to get the move done. He does get the move done round the outside into the chicane. It's a really great move from Russell to get up into P5, so hopefully this will be going back and forth, basically. This is getting very exciting through the final corner as Russell and Leclerc really on the edge of grip there. As lap 4, we try to gain on Norris, and oh my God, we make a very, very narrow escape there. Nearly hit Lando on the rear and nearly hit the wall. We're going to go for it again. Lap 5, we're going for some very ballsy dives here. This time, though, this one was actually pre-planned as we sent it on the inside. We just put Lando under pressure, and we've gone and danced around the outside. You know what? That move right there, that was redemption for what happened in Brazil. Not completely. We've still got a whole race to go, but that felt like a bit of redemption there. That was some nice calculated moves versus Lando. A nice little shimmy around the outside, and, a bit more like myself, with some good driving on the outside there rather than some of the mistakes we're making around Sao Paulo, as Verstappen gets the move maybe on Ocon. Ocon's actually going to annoy the hell out of Verstappen. I mean, in a past life, these two were, very much not, liking each other back to, actually, ironically, Sao Paulo many, many years ago. Verstappen and Ocon had a bit of a scrap and a showdown out the car. This time round, I imagine if Ocon does not concede position, eventually Verstappen is going to have similar words and similar fists maybe for Ocon after this race, because for his championship he needs to get past Ocon. He needs to get onto the back of Lawson as a minimum, really, because then he's got to go chase after the actual two people he's in a title fight with. Russell and Leclerc, P6 and 5. Here he goes on the outside. The Red Bull surely has the downforce to get that move. He does, but the Haas has been improved as of late with upgrades of its own, so no wonder it took a bit longer, as Hamilton with a purple lap time. We're with a purple lap time, though. We're trading fastest laps with Tim Tramnitz and Lewis Hamilton. The vibes are good right now. You know what? This is feeling like the redemption arc we wanted after Sao Paulo. It's why I wanted to drive as Tramnitz. Even with the heavy rain, it's not letting us down. Maybe the patch did help us out a bit in terms of the heavy rain racing. Maybe not the acceleration, but we're doing well here around Las Vegas. But that was the case last season. The acceleration was not an issue in Season 1 either. There are definitely just some certain tracks where it's a lot worse than others, and Vegas isn't one of them. It seems pretty good for the AI in terms of, the level playing field player to AI. As Tsunoda is out, and that is going to bring out the virtual safety car, because it's a very awkward place to have an engine failure. The blind left-hander, I'm surprised it's not a full safety car, to be honest, because that's very dangerous, but that's why, actually, Tsunoda gets out of the way completely, which is good for him, and so it means it's just a VSC, so it's, time just to calm it down a little bit, breathe a little. There is a planned pit stop in our strategy screen. There was a planned pit stop, so if you were to make a pit stop, now would be the time to take it, but I think we should try and do this entire race on this one set of tyres, because typically in previous F1 games and typically in an F1 race, real life, you would think the wets should go the full distance. Maybe there's argument to changing them, but it's also a case of, in real life, I feel like you're all quite, the drivers all end up being quite stubborn. The teams are all stubborn, and you all just, you watch them all just do it on one set of tyres. So I think we should go to the end on this same set, and I'm surprised that Button, Hamilton, they've not come in behind. No one's come in. No one's come in. So is everyone going for the zero stop here in this race, or are there going to be people making a pit stop? As on to lap 12, we've lost a bit of time to Button as the VSC just got us out of the rhythm, but Lando's in, Leclerc as well. Leclerc, one of the championship contenders, Russell as well. So two of the championship protagonists are in on lap 12 for a fresh set of full wets. I assume the same can be said for Lando Norris and the McLaren. Verstappen's not come in. So is this going to be the way Verstappen gets back into the title fight? Is he going to go to the end? And is he going to jump Leclerc and Russell for track position that way? As we watch ahead, Button's veering left. Button's coming in. Oh, Jensen, this is why I wish there was a feature where you could kind of communicate to the team as the team owner and tell him, no, stay out, stay out. Because he's come in, Hamilton's come in, we've stayed out, and we're going to the end. I've made my mind up. I think this is the gamble here in Vegas that's worth taking as we take the lead. Oh, no. Even more reason why Button shouldn't have come in. It's a slow pit stop on the right rear. And someone said this in the comments, and I agree now after this one. I really do need to invest in a better pit crew on the HQ facilities. We've got so much money to burn. That's going to be my next big investment is the pit crew, because we've had too many mistakes as of late. Button's now P6. He's behind Russell and Leclerc and Norris. He should have been behind Hamilton, but he's not. Oh, that is so frustrating. I really thought it could have been a double podium for us. You know, with Tsunoda out, you know, Albon's been down in P15. The Williams has looked horrendous in the wet conditions. This was a massive open door for us to close on Williams and the constructors. And now, Button's down the order. Let's see what he can do. But now, we're in the lead by 12 seconds. It's up for grabs here. Is there about to be a magical result on the cards? As with 8 laps to go, the gap is down to 6 seconds though. So the cars behind are gaining on us rapidly because they've got fresh wets. But is there just enough of a gap there? And there's not enough laps for maybe us to stay in P1 as Leclerc shows the pace of Ferrari. He overtakes Lando. He's up into 3rd. It's a double Ferrari podium on the cards. But can either of them catch myself as Russell is down in P5? So this is big for Leclerc in his Drivers' Championship fight. He's now going to get a load of points on Russell, and they're both getting loads of points on Verstappen because, to be fair, Button wasn't the only one who got shafted in the pit stops. Verstappen did as well. He's back behind Ocon as Piastri struggling for grip in his other Red Bull, and he's fighting Kimi Antonelli in the Haas. And Antonelli, who might just be looking at the retiring Hamilton and thinking, am I about to get a top drive, as we move rapidly through this last phase of the Grand Prix in the wet conditions. Not too much happening because everyone is on edge, everyone not wanting to make a mistake. But Carlos Sainz does get up into P10 to get one more point for Mercedes in the constructors, and every point is gonna count by the end of the season. I think with Ferrari looking so good, Merc need everything to try and defend Ferrari in the constructors, and so do Red Bull, but they're not getting it with Piastri P13. Verstappen still unable to get past Ocon and actually nowhere near him at this stage. But now the question mark is, can we actually stay in P1? The gap's down to 3 seconds, so it's come down rapidly from 12 to 6 to 3, and now on the second last lap of this Grand Prix, it's still raining so heavily. We're coming to lap Hajar, but the gap is less than a second. Hamilton is there in the race weekend where he has announced his retirement from Formula One. He is looking for another record-breaking race win to add to his tally. We're using Hajar there to try and block him off because Lewis is there, but the V-carb is going to slow him up just a little bit because I just need to get to the last lap and then we can be really defensive to try and hold on to this. But it was a calamity in Sao Paulo. Let's not mince words. It was a disaster in Sao Paulo driving as Tim Tramnitz. I said this might be the redemption for us in Las Vegas. I didn't imagine that would mean going for a race win as the Ferrari is coming at us at a rate of knots. We're deploying battery. We're going to the inside to defend. But the thing is, do we have the tyres to defend? Look at the icon on the bottom right. It is brick red. Our tyre wear is horrendous, and I daren't even bring up the screen yet because in my mind, if we don't know the number of the tyre wear, it doesn't exist. If I can't see it, it's not there. I'm in the cockpit, I'm putting a hand up to my eyes and just driving blind in terms of the tyres, and I am just believing that there is enough tyre life in this car to do this. But from what I can see on track, that may not be the case. Hamilton's down the inside. He's switched back to us. We've gone far too tight. We've not got the tyre grip. It's now a drag race down into the the next section before the sphere. Hamilton on the inside. Can we do anything to outbrake him? Oh, we just wins through. Hamilton's wayward. He's getting a drift on, and Leclerc has joined the party. That's good news for us. Maybe Leclerc puts on the pressure to Ferrari, onto Hamilton, and that's enough just to maybe offset him a little bit and not go for the move. But you can see I am just slipping and sliding everywhere. But the Ferraris are as well. You saw Hamilton drift through that right-hander at the sphere. So the Ferraris are also feeling a bit of tyre wear on their new set of wets, but it's time to... Oh my God. I said it's time to look at the tyre wear. Is that 94? Is that 94%? 94% rear. We're lucky. We're lucky that's not punctured, by the way, because tyre puncture region is 70%. So we've gambled big here in Las Vegas, and we're getting very lucky up until this point to not even have a puncture with this level of tyre wear. We've saved battery to use it all in this last sector as we come through the final couple of corners here in Vegas. Absolutely no grip on offer as we try and get the power down. Hamilton coming at us, but we're going to hold. We're going to hold, and we're going to hold on for dear life to come across the line. P1. It's our second win of the season, the second win of this team's history, and this is a first win for F3 driver icon Tim Tramnitz.
The checkered flag flies, and Tim Tramnitz can say, I'm a winner.
They had to be decisive with their overtaking today as they worked their way through the field. And those kind of race victories are so enjoyable because it's not just like winning from the front. They really had to work for it today.
Well, what a thrilling end to an incredible Grand Prix weekend. Our top three finishers should be incredibly happy with what they were able to achieve out there today.
An unbelievable miracle race at the Las Vegas Grand Prix to get our junior F3 driver icon his first race win in Formula One. But heading into the final race of this second season, we had a pretty important announcement to break ahead of the end.
It is the best job in the world, but even with the best job in the world, you need a rest. And I'm excited to do something next year that's completely different to Formula One, living by my schedule, doing what I want to do. I can wake up late on a Sunday morning when the Australian Grand Prix is going on, which is really exciting. But I still will be current. I will still be doing work in the simulator. I'll be at a few of the races, but from a very different position as an ambassador. But I have a really good relationship, and I want to continue that relationship, and I think I have a lot to give in or out of the car, or both. So, yeah, this is an exciting opportunity, and I think it's the best decision.
So we go into this final race of Season 2, and this is going to be Jenson Button's final race as we build this lap up, and we're feeling the momentum, we're feeling the energy around the circuit as we lose a little bit of time under the hotel section, gain it back with a bit of ERS usage. Now into the final corner, kiss the apex, plant the power on exit, battery use across the line.
Yes, excellent lap. We're all very pleased with that one. Nice work. Come on, I'll see you back in the pits.
And that is, oh wow, that is the dream way to end this season. It's a front row lockout. What? For the first time ever, this team gets a front row lockout. Head of Verstappen and Hamilton, how juicy. And then Leclerc and Russell down in 6th and 8th, the two top in the championship. This is certainly going to make this last race very intriguing. Let's go to the grid.
If you go away from this weekend having not given it everything, you're going to be devastated and disappointed for months. So let's get out there and give it a really strong finish and leave it all out on the track.
Oh wow, that was actually that was quite a touching message from Mark for once. He actually spoke very eloquently there about this final race in 2026. I cannot believe it is a front row lockout. What a guy, Tim Tramnitz, to match us pretty damn well. Of course, I knew my lap was going well after Sector 2 with purple. I was hoping it was going to be up there, but I didn't expect pole position, to be honest. But I more so didn't expect Tramnitz to be up here, just showing he is going from strength to strength in this season, ending it on a real high here. Verstappen third, he is mathematically still in the championship fight, so it's the best place to be if he can be on the front row, so maybe there is still half a chance for Verstappen to do something. He is the reigning champion. Could he become a 6-time world champion by the end of this one, or will it be Russell or Leclerc's first Drivers' World Championship? And will it be Mercedes, Red Bull or Ferrari taking the constructors in 2026? Either way, I know what we're doing. We're just trying to maximize everything and have a bit of fun in Jenson Button's final race. And it's from pole position as we look towards the 5 red lights, and we're underway for the Abu Dhabi Grand Prix in 2026. It's a great getaway from us from pole. Tramnitz, he's fighting Verstappen. He's still trying to maintain second, but Verstappen is relentless and gets up into second. He's doing what he needs to do, remember. He needs to aim also just for the highest position he can, and then he's got to pray that something happens to Leclerc and George Russell. But Tramnitz may just happen back to Max Verstappen. Oh my God. I never thought I'd see the day our F3 driver is actually attacking the 5-time reigning world champion. He couldn't quite get the move done, but he's going to have another bite of the cherry. He's going to line it up. No DRS, remember, just battery use, but the car is there for him, and Tramnitz is going to power back through for second place. He's actually re-overtaken the Red Bull fair and square and reasserted ourselves as a 1-2 position in this race, as it's Russell in P6, Leclerc P7. So the Ferraris made up a couple of positions. I think Russell stayed put of where he qualified, but now this is very juicy, separated by 1 point. Remember, Russell and Leclerc, they are now next to each other on the track. This is going to get very, very tense as the race goes on, seeing where they end up, and I'm hoping that myself and Tim Tramnitz can now work together to try and pull away and maybe try and block off the top 2 positions. And to that effect, into the hairpin on lap 2, Tramnitz closing up to us. I'm not going to put up too much of a fight because it's on our best interest today to work as a team, let him overtake. Maybe we can go back for the repass on the very next lap. Let's see, but he flies by us with DRS. You saw on the bottom right, wasn't deploying battery, just wanting to save it and basically use his slipstream now to recuperate some of that energy, just to make sure we can at least pull away from the Red Bulls. And so trying to work as a unit if we can, but it's going to be difficult because in a straight line, obviously Tramnitz as an AI is going to actually have a slight advantage, maybe actually in a weird way, as it's Hamilton versus Piastri up the road. It's a very awkward camera angle. Thank you very much, F125, from all 3 cars going to nose cam. Let's just switch to the T cam, shall we? As we now watch Hamilton again trying to make the overtake on Piastri. Russell pulling out as well, and Leclerc also weaving about. All of a sudden, this race has exploded into life as Russell tried to go around the outside, couldn't quite make it, but what an on-board shot from Leclerc, seeing Hamilton make the move, but then all of a sudden Russell trying to follow him through there was very, very exciting, I must say. And Leclerc as well moving about. You know, it's nice to see the AI always dynamically now shimming and shaking, actually wanting to make an overtake. As on lap 6 then, we are looking to close back up to Tramnitz and make this pass. We have a little look on the inside. We go to the racing line and try and go for the real tight switchback line here, but I just didn't measure it as well as I thought on the right-hander, because I thought if I tried to be too aggressive, there would have been a chance to make contact. So instead, we stay patient and vigilant and make the move instead on the inside into Sector 3, and we're back up into P1. But you can see on the top left, unfortunately, Verstappen has followed us. So I tried to work with Tim to break away. We did break away from Piastri, but now Tramnitz and Verstappen are pressurizing me. So it feels like the gloves are off a little bit, and Tramnitz just wants to take the lead, and I've got not too much to defend with. We've got very little battery, and so I have to give up deploying overtake mode because we're down to like 7%. So Verstappen just walked past me, and now it's Verstappen Verstappen v Tramnitz for the second time in this race. And Verstappen, I mean, that's very impressive. He's just basically made a double overtake from P3 to P1. But once again, Tramnitz, the unreal pace he has in this section to go round the outside, and this is going to be side by side with Verstappen again. What am I watching here? This is unreal stuff. Timmy Tramnitz up to P1 on lap 7, and he's again fair and square just overtaking Verstappen on his own accord. Unbelievable. They're going to carry on fighting though on lap 8, and the Red Bull showing some relentless pace as Verstappen knows he just has to keep pushing every single lap and hope there's chaos behind as Hamilton and Piastri again swap positions. Russell and Leclerc close up. Those four seem inseparable in this race as we now close up on Verstappen. Verstappen has not actually managed to attack Tramnitz, and instead we've had the opportunity to sling one past Verstappen. I think we caught him napping a little bit because we went to the left-hand side and he almost put us towards the wall in a way where he basically didn't know we were there. So I think Verstappen was too busy trying to save battery potentially with the DRS on Tramnitz, and we just saved battery, of course, being behind them both for 2 laps that was. And so we've made the repass, but now we're in the danger zone. Tramnitz has broken DRS and we have no way of getting DRS of our own, and we get minced by Hamilton and Verstappen. This is quite interesting though. Remember, it's not only Button's last race in Formula 1 maybe, it's Hamilton's as well. Hamilton is retiring from the sport after this one, and for one last time we get a classic under the floodlights. Hamilton versus Verstappen, and Hamilton is absolutely cooking. Since he announced his retirement, he has been on form, and I think one of you guys said that in the comments below. There's a weird thing in the F1 game lately where they announce a retirement and they just become driving gods again. It's like their focus just goes to 99. The pressure of being in the sport is lifted and they are just driving. You know what? They're flying. They're absolutely flying without any constraints. As we now look for the repass on Verstappen, we showed you the tyre wear though. It's not looking too great. These mediums are screaming out. They've been tortured for 11 laps, but we need to carry on because we need to try and get to a certain point in the race where we go onto the hards, and that is going to be the strategy then. On this same lap as we are fighting Verstappen then, this was what was happening further down the road. Leclerc closing on Russell, and there's you can see us fighting Verstappen up ahead, but this is Leclerc directly fighting Russell for position. This could decide the World Championship. I'm not being dramatic, this really could. Leclerc going for the pass, but Russell comes back at him. There was a bit of elbowing going on the exit of the chicane through the right-hander, and a bit of contact as well, but Leclerc will remain firm and finally get the overtake. The Ferrari leads the Merc, and Leclerc, as it stands, would become the Drivers' World Champion and overtake Russell in the standings. But there is still so long to go in this race. Lap 12 of 29, and it looks like there's going to be a development for P1 because Lewis Hamilton, the 7-time champion, around the outside with ease on RF3 Junior, and he takes the lead of the race. Is Hamilton going to win the last race of his career, is it? Or can we try and do that ourselves, driving as JB, or will it be Tramnitz? I mean, so far, Tim's been right up there, but I suspect now the tyre wear, as I'm feeling it, surely he's got to feel it as well. We saw in Qatar, he fell away once tyre wear came into play. As we try and gain on him, Verstappen's been invited in because of my little faux pas on the exit. We're going to have to try and defend the Dutchman whilst also trying to line up this pass on Tramnitz. We're having to be very careful though through the corners because now you can see the tyre icon is brick orange, so generally that means it's in a bad way, and actually I've taken that as my time to come in on lap 13. We nearly understeered into the wall. That would have been incredibly embarrassing. Thankfully we didn't. We've come in, we've got a couple of cars, just a couple of cars joining us and following us through. Piastri's in, Russell as well, the Ferrari of Leclerc. So both Russell and Leclerc come in on this same lap as the final pit stop in the season is an excellent one, 2.4, and that's without the pit crew training upgrade. So thank you very much, team. Very welcomed, and we're going to come out in a decent amount of clean air in P10. But yeah, Leclerc and Russell, they both pit on this same lap, and I think Russell's actually lost out of position to Piastri. So it's now Leclerc, Piastri, Russell in the order. So as we said at the start of the race, things are stacked against Mercedes. They're not quick on paper, and now they don't have track position. Things are going towards Leclerc, and things are going towards Ferrari, as on lap 15, the pit stops are made for plenty of people, apart from Tsunoda, who is having a bit of a glory run on the hard tyres, still leading the way then, yet to pit, I believe. Button, we're in second place with Button, Lando in third in the McLaren. It's like, wait, hang on, what? Leclerc's P4, Hamilton P5. The undercut was incredibly powerful. I mean, to be fair, I don't know why I'm surprised, because we're in second, Tsunoda's yet to pit, so we're effectively in P1 after Tsunoda pits. There's a spin! It's Verstappen! Verstappen spun it in the finale! It's all over for him! Surely, red flag! Oh my days, Tsunoda! Tsunoda's going to be leading this race proper! Here, him and Williams, they've pulled a blinder. But Max Verstappen, the 5-time champion, it's been a difficult season. And he is cracked, uncharacteristically, under pressure on cold, hard tyres. And he's spun it. But annoyingly, look who he's held up. He's held up Tramnitz. And so Tramnitz and him will be down the order on the restart from this red flag. So thank you for nothing, Verstappen. Thank you for nothing in terms of our teammate. But in terms of this race, well, things have just taken a very sharp turn towards it purely being all about Leclerc and Russell. But really, also, it's just about if Leclerc and Ferrari bottle it from here on now, because both Ferraris are in the top 4. Russell's down the order. We're now all on the same tyres. You've got Tsunoda and Lando in the mixer here. So there's a couple of cars also in between the Ferrari and the Merc. So this is, well, it's all setting up for us, hopefully, to try and go for the race win, because surely we can go and overtake Tsunoda here as we go to 5 red lights for the second time tonight in Yas Marina. It's a slow start for Tsunoda. We get the good jump, but round the outside, where on earth has that McLaren come from? Lando Norris, what a start for him. On the outside, it's a double overtake for the Brit, and the McLaren leads the way. Tsunoda remains in second, we're in third, but we're going to try and change that on the very next lap, going to the hairpin. We're almost trying to go around the outside of the Japanese driver in the Williams, our main era defining rivals. Well, we're thoroughly thrashing them now at the end of this season. We're up to second place, and now we've got clean air to go chasing after the McLaren. But I've just noticed Lando, he's on medium tyres, so that's why he got such a good start. So McLaren had a set of mediums to go, whereas most of us had to go to another set of hard tyres to the end of the race, as Hamilton has now made the overtake on Tsunoda. So actually on the restart, Hamilton's jumped Leclerc. So now all of a sudden Leclerc's the second Ferrari again. Hamilton's had an excellent start off the red flag, and he's the one in third, and Leclerc's having to clear Tsunoda, but he doesn't need to worry. Russell is all the way down in 10th place. So Leclerc, he's made the pass, sure, to P4, but he can relax. Like, it is pretty much assured. I'm sure from this point, 9 laps to go, Leclerc is heading towards his first Drivers' World Championship. And we're just going to have to wait and see what the maths works out to if Ferrari can pull off some sort of blinder P3 to P1 in the Constructors. Is on lap 20 on board with Tramnitz. There was plenty of action going on. Piastri, I think he's got a car issue, but Tramnitz goes for 2 overtakes here. He attempts to overtake one of the championship protagonists. The German is getting in the middle of the German team's business as he overtakes Russell. What is going on? What is going on in this final race? Tramnitz, he's cooking. It's such a shame he got blocked by Verstappen for the red flag, because otherwise he would have been flying. He would have been guaranteed at least top 5, as it's Leclerc versus Hamilton now. Leclerc going for glory. He wants to take the championship whilst being on one of the steps of the podium at least, as he's tried to go for the move, but Hamilton is still fighting him. Lap 22, it's a retirement for the Italian in the Haas. Kimi Antonelli pulls alongside. Is he going to be making an interesting team move later into Season 3, I wonder? You're going to have to find out in the pre-season video, but that retirement is going to bring out a late safety car. So this, again, might make things just a little bit more interesting at the end of this race. This gives Russell just a little gem of hope, but he's still got a mountain to climb, because clearly that Mercedes is just not competitive anymore. And you saw why on the R&D chart. They're slower than us. They're slower than 4 different teams. So it's no wonder why he's down there struggling to overtake traffic. Is Lando Norris seems to be the second McLaren of recent times to slam on the brakes under the safety car. Is he going to get a penalty? Is he going to FIA? Are we going to call that up? So on the restart, we're going to have 5 laps, 5 full racing laps. Leclerc is third. So right now he is sitting in a very nice podium position to celebrate his World Championship. What can Russell do? Verstappen's out of it. Red Bull are out of it. It's really a case of also now, can Mercedes at least get enough points to still win the Constructors at least? Or will it be back-to-back Constructors wins for Ferrari? And then away from all of that, for us, we're in second here, right behind P1. We're going for it. We're going for it. This is going to be for all the marbles as we go green here. Can we win this race? We're going to go for the dive immediately. We try and catch Norris a little bit out of shape. He gives us the room, to be fair, but we just couldn't quite get it fully down the inside. But I felt like we had to go for an aggressive early little move just to try and catch him napping. And oh my God, though, he catches us unawares as I couldn't decide what to do as Leclerc drifts his way through the hairpin trying to make the move on us. So that was my bad. We got it all crossed up a little bit behind the McLaren for the second time, for the second attempt, and now we're having to defend Leclerc to try and just maintain track position for P2, because if the Ferraris overtake me, I feel like they will stay ahead of us because they're that quick. The only thing we've got going for us right now is the dirty air we're giving them, and then also if Hamilton attacks Leclerc, that will then obviously give me breathing room to just go for this move on Lando Norris as he defends the inside for turn 1. It's an unorthodox place to make an overtake really around this track. You don't really see it often, but we've done it as we're side by side with our fellow compatriot, and we commit fully full throttle on the right hand side and we get up into P1. But maybe that was just the McLaren giving up the position on purpose to now get the more advantageous DRS on lap 26. We are going to be a sitting duck, and the papaya car breezes by. I don't even bother using overtake mode, and now Leclerc comes knocking. Again, we have to defend the Ferrari. The Ferrari might go for the move on the McLaren. It's 3 wide for P1. Is this contact made between the Ferrari and the McLaren, and then us and the McLaren as we drifted our way through? And Leclerc, he is not driving like a man who just needs to do the bare minimum to win the championship. He is driving desperately for some reason. I think he just really wants the cherry on the top of the cake for winning the World Championship, but maybe he should take a leaf out of Alan Prost's book and just do the maths and do the minimum and secure it safely, as for the second time tonight, Tramnitz is going to overtake a Mercedes car. Carlos Sainz, though, this time with damage compared to Russell, which was a fair and square move, but Sainz with damage, Tramnitz gets up into P8, so it's actually a really great recovery from Tim. He was down in P12 at the red flag restart, And since then, obviously with the safety car as well, he's recovering. Second last lap here. Ocon going for a move on Tsunoda, who was in P1 at one point, and Tramnitz goes for the double dive. He's overtaken the Williams. Can he get the Haas on the exit? They make contact. Ocon has the racing line, but Tramnitz now has the DRS to close. So he's made one overtake. Is he going to go for the second round the outside? No, not quite. Can he try and loop back round, I wonder? Not quite, not quite. But Tramnitz is giving it everything to try and get P6. That would be an amazing recovery. If he can go from P12 to P6 in only a third of this race, that shows, if it wasn't for that red flag, blocking, I think Tramnitz could have been on for a top 4, maybe even a double podium here today, as we're still in second place, of course, as we go on to the final lap of this race, this season, and maybe Jenson Button's career here, and definitely Hamilton's career, as he is retiring out of Formula 1. This is going to be quite an emotional last lap here, but can we add to the emotion? Can we add to the aura farming that we're trying to do here today by getting that elusive final race win to add to Jenson Button's tally? Leclerc, the champion to be, is still coming at me at a rate of knots. As we go defensive a little bit, we get it all crossed up as we're trying to break as late as we can. And Tramnitz gets the overtake. What a man. He's up to P6. Can we now follow suit and overtake our rival as we gain, and we're going to try and go for the outside. It's not going to work. We cut in for the switchback from right to left. Get the tighter run. Tuck up behind the McLaren. Commit through the right-hander. But Lando is going to outbrake us round the outside. It's going to be neck and neck on the last lap, the last sector. It's the Battle of Britain again, from Qatar to Abu Dhabi, and we're going to win this one out and bring it home for Jenson Button to win this final race.
Jenson, that was unbelievable, unbelievable. Great job. Mix one.
Oh, what can I say, guys? Oh, you have built me a monster of a car. You're an absolute legend. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this.
Well, it's certainly been an incredible year for Formula One, and our drivers have all pushed themselves this season, making it one of the most compelling years of racing in history. There can only be one champion, however, and here they are now, our new Formula One World Drivers' Champion. The checkered flag is out, and it waves for your winner today, Jenson Button.
Well, a great victory today for the final race of the season, and you take that energy with you through the end of the year, through the winter break, and it's important because your team lives off of that. You want them to deliver you the best possible car for the start of next season's campaign.
Here comes your top 3 making their way down to the podium for what can only be described as a fantastic day for Formula One.
It's an emotional final race for Button and Aarava Archer Racing, but wow, GG's Charles Leclerc. First time Drivers' World Champion. I can't remember even in the F1 game the last time Leclerc's won a championship. So this is actually quite a sight to see. Leclerc finally winning one, even in the F1 game. So Charles Leclerc would become the brand new Drivers' World Champion in a very much alternative F1 timeline. Jenson Button would be stepping back away from this team to make way for new blood. Into the third season, it would be a new pairing of Ollie Behrman and Tim Tramnitz as we look to set our sights on more race wins. And going into it, we didn't know if it was going to be a championship winning season, but it started very, very strongly. 2027 in game, and this is a big one for Aarava Archer Racing, as I'm really hoping this can be the season where we aim for multiple podiums, multiple wins, and maybe a first championship, drivers or constructors or both. That would be really great. We've got a stellar team lined up for this one. I'm really happy with our drivers, with our car as well, which is looking fresh as ever, as you guys would have seen if you watched the pre-season episode that went out 2 days ago. So be sure to go check that out if you want a more thorough, in-depth look at what's happened from the end of Season 2 to here, the start of Season 3, because so much went on over the winter break. I talked you through in depth into how we went about designing this brand new livery for Season 3 and using the Decal editor as well, as it's a lovely happy blend of a modded livery and using the in-game fictional sponsors, which obviously on this year's game do actually matter in terms of actual tangible income. And also, you know, like many of you guys, I've grown attached to some of these fictional sponsors, trying to unlock the variants and such. We've also got a brand new set of overalls, which is a nice stealth mode in black and fluoro to don Ollie Behrman and Tim Tramnitz in. Yep, Tramnitz continues with this team. He is part of the lore of this team on F1 25, and we've got a young Brit alongside him with 2 new helmets for both drivers and a whole host of driver transfers and new liveries for the AI teams as well. Now, there were so many insane and surprising AI driver transfers this time round from Season 2 to Season 3 that honestly you really do need to go back and watch the pre-season episode to understand the context and the story we're giving to each of these transfers. And I did see a few comments. Make no mistake, guys, I didn't affect any of these transfers. Every single one of these transfers the game has done, we haven't been able to mod custom transfers for about 2 games now. These are all from the game, and I am simply trying to craft a story around what the game has given me in my save file to try and immerse you guys and, you know, make it make sense basically in the best way possible. So there are so many different left field stories that we've had to try and make work, but I think we've done so in an eloquent way, along with the different livery mods and new UI mods, by the way. Shout out to Mark Felix, who I've worked with plenty of times. Link down below in the description to check those out. But yeah, it means that going into this season, the AI, all on their own, again with no mods, Ferrari look to start the season in a very dominant position, having improved their car vastly. But we have framed their very left field driver choices of booting Leclerc, the reigning world champion, and after Hamilton retired, we've framed their driver choices as, you know, potentially Ferrari broke the cost cap last season. They've been penalized, a private agreement with the FIA, and it means they've had to cut costs in the driver department, but they've still got a rocket ship of a car. So the interest is going to be, will that lineup be good enough to carry that car to race wins that it should be getting off the bat? As we focus on ourselves, though, we drown out the noise right now, and we're looking inwards into some owner training, and we're going to try and go deeper down into this channel on the owner training, because eventually, if you go 2 upgrades down, I think we finally get to maybe boosting the engineering staff hiring, which I still want to focus on. And still to this day, it's been an enigma of trying to get that hiring process as high as it can. And the reason why I care so much about long-term play of getting these things ready, because by the way, if you didn't know, EA and Codemasters are investigating the Phase 4 upgrades not working right now in My Team Career Mode. So the hope is, down the line, as has been the case with the recent patch where they've changed the R&D rates, etc., that that there will be plenty of longevity of this series and this career mode, and therefore I'm going to care about having this team prepared for like a, you know, future season 4, 5, 6, because we hopefully will still be playing this series with as much enjoyment as we are now when those fixes are eventually made. And the rate we're playing at, you know, it's working out quite nicely actually, that we're seeing the benefits of these patches going into a brand new season today, for example. Now, going to the R&D management side of things, before the first race weekend, we did have a regulation change over the winter break for just seemingly tire wear on the chassis side, and then the IC on the powertrain. So we did quite a lot of work to adapt, I think, pretty much most of the parts. I think there was maybe 1 or 2 that we did not adapt, but the thing is, it's not like you have to research those parts. We simply have to redevelop them now at this point of the career to then use them again. So that's why we've got 3 things to develop on the powertrain. We won't have time to develop all of them in time for Australia, so there will be some compromise made there. For the chassis side, we will have time to develop that final bit that I think was left over from adapting. So the way I've understood it was I didn't fully adapt everything, but we are just having to redevelop them now at the start of the next season, which is obviously an area they're changing with the patch, where now the reset into a new season will happen so much later. So there are going to be so many more parts you're going to have to develop in the new season and play catch up, and therefore hopefully in future seasons there's going to be more variety and bigger shocks and changes of the R&D pecking order, because right now everything stayed quite similar apart from Ferrari out of nowhere just like doing some bonkers upgrades. So to be honest, it has been quite different in that kind of situation. Like, I didn't see that one coming. What we did see coming was this pit crew training coming in. Number 1 done. We will do some more down the line, but I just want to see. We will do some more down the line and purchase another one, but we're also looking at some other further facility upgrades as we try and push on to phase 3 in the personnel, and just, you know, trying to spend some of this 50 million, because it's almost like I can't spend it quick enough, basically, with the constraints of the number of facility upgrades I can make at the same time. And in terms of R&D as well, eventually we will get to a point where we've got nothing left to do. It's not quite there yet, but I imagine by the halfway point of this season, we might have fully maxed out the car of where it is at this point, and then we're kind of having to wait for the patch to fix phase 4, and then hopefully there'll be some more areas to upgrade, basically. But up till then, I don't think we're going to have a problem, though. I think we're going to still be pretty damn competitive. It's just a case of, can we bridge the gap a little bit to Ferrari, or are they going to start pulling away? Because ultimately, I think their car maxes out higher than the My Team car, and quite a few of the AI teams do max out higher. So, you know, food for thought later down the line. But right now, we get a brand new secondary sponsor, and we talked about having a throwback nod with our overall designs being like the ones I made in F1 2020. Who remembers this sponsor? This, Indlovo, they were the first sponsors that we had on F1 2020, I believe, weren't they? I swear they were one of the first secondary sponsors or main sponsors that we had in the My Team career on F1 2020. So I thought that was pretty cool that finally, like, I was wondering if they would come up ever, and they finally come up as a secondary sponsor. So we had to get that on the car straight away. Also, one of their 3 of their logo variants are really cool with the contrasted white and then you know, off red. So that's going to be perfect to use, because we've been loving the kind of red logos to offset against all the white, black and fluoro. But I just thought that was really neat. For those of you as well who've been watching me for that long, you guys enjoyed the overalls being similar, and now we've got like one of the original sponsors we had in that series back now here on F1 25. But just a quick little edit on the decal editor. We're also swapping out one of the front nose sponsors to put in Lovo, because I thought we'd just try and get as many placements on the car as possible to try and boost the variant progress happening, because I believe the more placements you have, the quicker it happens, basically. So trying to push that as much as we can, and we are going to now see the developments of some of our parts come through. Chassis is fine. We had a failure on the powertrain side of things, so that's a bit frustrating. So 2 of those parts aren't going to come in until the Japanese Grand Prix. So out of the 3, we only got 1 of those upgrades done on the powertrain. I say upgrades, we already had them researched, but we had to redevelop them. So we only got 1 of them done. So we're going to see a small uptick in performance added to the car before Melbourne, but maybe not the maximum potential we're hoping for, as before we get towards the race weekend, you know, already we're talking and maybe looking at drivers, because that's how early these things start sometimes in F1. And a lot of you guys pointed out, and I didn't mention it because I wanted to save it for this segment of this video, but yeah, if you noticed, George Russell did indeed become a free agent, which is ridiculous. I cannot believe it. He nearly won the championship, and he's now not got a drive on the grid. That's pretty crazy. He's 92 rated. It costs a bomb though, 32 million. So yeah, a lot of you saying surely he has to be a target. I'm not going to dedicate one of the slots to him yet. I want to see how the first few races go, if there are any standout drivers that I want to go for. We're already talking to Antonelli because we have been for the whole game, basically. It carries on, so we'll keep him on the back burner as ever, but we'll see how the first few races go and see if anyone stands out. But this is what the R&D chart looks like, and this is what the performance comparison looks like. So we are second place. We are the quickest of the lot, the rest of the pack, basically. Ferrari out there looking to dominate at the start of this season then, but we are ahead of everyone else, which is an amazing position to be in. McLaren, Red Bull, Mercedes so close together. Aston, Williams very close, and Haas maybe together with Renault as well in there. So it's going to be a very competitive grid. You know, you've got BMW and Audi, the two new brands. They're the back markers. Then you've got this entire chunky midfield, maybe including us at the very top, and then Ferrari in their own world. So let's see how it goes. I'm hoping, you know, with their weakened driver lineup, maybe that's the way us and other teams are going to start attacking them. But for this first race of the season, I was tempted to drive as our new signing Ollie Bearman, but I want to pay it forward to Tim Tramnitz, and I want to start the season with Tramnitz. He's effectively the more senior driver in the team in terms of experience with this team specifically, and we're going to have to wait till next episode to drive as Bearman as our debut driving as him. Let's get into qualifying.
Hello everyone, it is time for qualifying at one of our very favourite stops on the calendar. It's Albert Park, and we're about to take the cars right up to the edge.
Brand new season, and hopefully you guys will appreciate a little freshen up in the com box there. But Alex Jakes now being our lead commentator in this series for the intros to quali and the race as we get prepared. And I love that overall, man. I love the overalls we've designed for this season. You know, the stealth, it just works really well, and I love this new car. This onboard is pretty. It is really good. I'm a sucker for contrasting colors everywhere. You know, the halo, you know, the middle of it contrasting to the chassis. Then you've got the fluoro stripes, a lot more prominent now on this season's car compared to the previous ones. And all the new sponsors we've added on as well with the Decal editor. The duotone logo just works so well either side of the halo pillar, in the same way like the Red Bull logo does. So yeah, I'm really loving it. Tramnitz, slightly different variant of his helmet with the fluoro not carrying over to the top of the helmet. It's its original grey and paint splattered number on the top end. So yeah, it's a nice refresh visually as well, and performance wise I'm hoping so too, with Ollie Bearman on his debut first session in anger up to P4 there. But some wild lap times, as usual. The simulations on F1 25 with the lap times when you load in from the end of the session to this screen are sometimes bonkers. Or maybe that's just how dominant Ferrari are going to be this season. 1.7 seconds quicker than Bearman. Esteban Ocon is in the Ferrari. I mean, if that is anywhere near where they're actually going to be, that's a bit scary for the start of the season. I'm hoping not. I'm hoping there's more to come from Bearman, from ourselves, and from others, as we of course made it through into Q2. Wasn't the most electric Q1 lap time for us, but we're still getting to grips with the car, because every season, even though it's the same chassis, you know, it always feels different to drive. I genuinely believe that. Season to season, even if you don't change the engine, it feels different to drive. Of course, from season 1 to season 2, we did change engine. We went Honda to Mercedes, and I noted the car felt a lot more stable, like the power delivery, the engine braking was so stable compared to the Honda. But this car, now with all the upgrades added on, like the ones we were even, you know, trying to readapt basically, with that added on, it just felt like a different car. Like it felt unstable again, a bit more like it was in season 1, where things were on the edge a little bit. You had to kind of dance around the grip. So maybe we've got a little bit of a diva of a car on our hands, but sometimes the divas are the quickest cars. It's about taming that car over the course of the season. We've seen it before with, you know, the Mercedes, you know, of years gone by. We've seen it this year, I suppose, in a way with the McLaren, with Piastri getting to grips with the McLaren a bit quicker at the start of the season, but now they've tamed it a little bit more for both drivers. So it happens in real life, and I think I like to think it definitely does happen in the game. At least I feel like it does for me when we play through these careers multiple seasons. Well, we're through into the top 10 shootout along with Bearman, and first laps on the board. thought he's gone quicker, but we're on a scrub set of soft tyres. Now we've got the new set of softs on. We're in P10. I was expecting that, but it's now trying to find the time to catapult ourselves up. Doohan's done really well in the new Renault team to be up here in the first place. Tsunoda for Williams as well. Norris for Mercedes as well. Lone Wolf for 2 Ferraris in, 2 Red Bulls, both us AAR cars as we dance it through sector 2. It's a purple middle sector, a little bit of understeer through the final corner as we run to the line. Behrman P6 at the moment. We cross it. We get ourselves up the order as high as 3rd place. It's best of the rest because it is no surprise. It is a front row lockout for those dominant Ferraris. Even with Albon and Ocon at the wheel, that Ferrari is good enough to lock out the front row. So honestly, maybe Ferrari, you know, maybe cutting costs wasn't such a bad thing for them. They created a rocket ship, and they also now don't need to pay their drivers as much, you know, because Leclerc was a lot of money that now McLaren are paying a lot of money for. And I mean, to be fair, for McLaren, there's good reason to pay him that much money because he's the sole McLaren up here in P6 and he's the reigning champion. But really solid qualifying for us in 3rd place because based off Q1, I thought Behrman was actually going to give us a run for the money, but he just couldn't find a whole amount of time by the end of Q3. But I think it will be a different story come the race. Hopefully, we have some good race pace in there. It's going to be interesting to see how the tyre wear is as well with the reset happening. Let's go to the grid as we get ready to go towards the start of the 2027 F1 season here. A season that I hope is going to be a very important one in the history and lore of this team on this game. As 22 drivers rev up, looking towards 5 little red lights, and they're off, and we're on the way for a brand new season in this My Team career. The Ferraris boxing us in. It's been a good initial start, but they've worked as a team, both new to the team and great synergy, you got to say, actually. So maybe this was a blinder move by Ferrari to sign Ocon and Albon as we try and dive back down the inside. We're going to get the elbow out and fully squeeze out the Frenchman. And Ollie Behrman, oh my word, he's nearly got up to P3 there. Behrman, multiple overtakes off the start there. Incredible stuff for our new driver signing as Albon streaks away in the lead. We've done very well to separate the 2 Ferraris because I really thought they had it all covered, but Ocon left the door open and we went down the inside in the same way that Behrman went down the inside with bloody Max Verstappen, of all people, the 5-time champion in this alternate F1 universe, of course. Won in Season 1. Leclerc is the current reigning champion. He's in P7 in the McLaren. Behind is the man he replaced, Lando Norris in the Mercedes, getting overtaken by Doohan, one of the home favourites, in the Renault, the new yellow and blue Renault, harking back to their iconic colours from the championship years with Fernando Alonso. Doohan on the outside, and Lando is going to have to give up the position. The Renault flying in up into P8. This could be very interesting if Renault have joined the party once again after their fall off in Season 2 as we defend Ocon with all our might for now to hang on to 2nd place. But let's take a moment and appreciate this start from our new signing, Ollie Behrman. What a getaway this was. He's overtaken 1 of Leclerc there. He's now going to keep his foot in, overtake 2 on Oscar Piastri in the Red Bull Ford. There's going to be the 2nd Red Bull coming up now. He dived down the inside. He basically followed us through, and it was a copycat sort of move, and he nearly made it 3 and 4. Couldn't quite make the 4th overtake, but he's made 3 overtakes in 1 sector off the 5 red lights to get up into P4. What a unbelievable start for our new signing, as on lap 2 now, the reigning champ Leclerc in the new red and white McLaren colours, all new chassis for this season, gets down the inside of Piastri and gets up into P6. It's all kicking off as Norris gets back around the outside of Doohan, and the Renault is back down to P9. Tsunoda sniffing around in the new Williams livery, another retro little nod to days gone by of former glories. Let's see if Williams and Renault can lock in together and climb up the order this season as Gasly and Aaron fight. So the 2 teams are locked in together in this race at least. race doing Tsunoda and Gasly and Aaron as Ocon is going to streak by. We're deploying all the battery, and it's just a simple case of that Ferrari. Once it had DRS there, it got me. And you know what? We're under pressure, and I'm going to give way to Ollie Bearman right now because I just got the vibe that he was so quick right now at this first phase of the Grand Prix. I wanted to see what he could do, basically. You know, give him a bit of a trial run in free air, as Doohan is now re-passing Lando Norris for 8th place. Those two are fighting so much that they are forming a little bit of a pack with Tsunoda, Sainz, and Stroll. I wonder, does Stroll have anything in his back pocket to take that McLaren a bit further? Because it should be where Leclerc is, of course, mixing it up with the Red Bulls instead of being caught behind the Mercedes. But they're all very, very close. And, well, these two teams are very close at the back, BMW and Audi. Unfortunately, we probably won't be seeing that much of these two new car brands in Formula 1, or newer car brands in Formula 1, as BMW did used to be in the sport. But yeah, they just need a lot more upgrades. I really hope those two AI teams can buck up, because it'll be a travesty if we don't see them even just fighting for some points, you know, at some point in this series, as the fighting continues between Renault and, well, now it's Haas actually, as Antonelli is trying to defend Pierre Gasly, who's shaken off Aaron. And now as we transition towards lap 6, maybe a bit of tyre wear coming into play. There was an R&D reset on the tyre wear upgrades. We adapted every single one. Maybe some other teams didn't, because look at where Doohan is now. He's dropped off a cliff into P11. The Renault maybe seemingly didn't adapt every tyre upgrade. The Mercedes maybe did, because Sainz has made his way up to P9, and now Doohan is a bottleneck for Lance Stroll and his own teammate. Gasly was miles back, and he's caught up to his own teammate now. Maybe that's an experience as well from Doohan, but I think it also could be tyre wear, you know? I think that is maybe affecting some of these AI teams that maybe didn't adapt everything, because it's not a given they'll adapt everything, so that could be a bit juicy. Meanwhile, up at the sharp end, Ollie Bearman going from strength to strength, gets down the inside, he's up into second. Vindication from my decision to let him by, because I'm nearly 2 seconds off the pace compared to Ocon, but Bearman has just got up into second place. He splits the Ferraris as it's devastation for Max Verstappen, going slowly, cuts the corner at turn 1 because he's about to park it up, and it's going to be a retirement for the first race of the season for the Dutchman, and it's an unhappy beginning to this season for Red Bull. Ford, Piastri, the only car left in the fight, and they're not going to be the only ones leaving Australia a bit disappointed, as Yuki Tsunoda is going to suffer even more dramatic engine failure, and he was running in the points. He was Williams' sole points runner, so that's going to be even more frustrating for Williams. You know, they lost Albon, their other big breadwinner, to Ferrari, so Tsunoda really probably is going to be their only point scorer for a lot of the season, and they've lost him in this race, so it's double jeopardy for Red Bull and for Williams. But, I mean, going back to this, I cannot believe Bearman. What a start to life here at Aarava Archer Racing. Ocon gets him back, which maybe was to be a given. You know, the Ferrari is so quick, but the fact Bearman's mixing it up with Ocon is really, really promising. And, you know, I'm 2 seconds clearly back, more so now, 3 seconds back I am on lap 11, as I'm feeling tyre wear. Even though we've adapted every tyre upgrade, I feel like this car doesn't have any of those upgrades, because what is this tyre wear? It's so high. Oh, what? We've got a puncher. We've got a puncher because of the tyre wear and going over the curbs. That is crazy. What is going on? I thought we adapted every upgrade, but clearly not. I don't know if it's a glitch, a bug, that the adapted upgrades aren't working, but this tyre wear is ridiculous. It's basically as bad as it was in Season 1, which makes me think it's a glitch. Slow pit stop, of course. We did the pit crew training, and we still got a slow pit stop. To be honest, I think it was because of the left rear, which was the punctured tyre, so maybe it was always going to happen because of taking off a punctured tyre, but what is that? I honestly felt like the tyre wear there felt like our very first race on this game in this series, which leads me to believe, is there some sort of glitch going on where my adapted upgrades haven't actually come through, which also could affect the engine department, like the speed of the engine, So that's one to maybe keep an eye on. That could be devastation for us in this series. We're going to have to watch out for that. But for now, we focus on just trying to make the most of this undercut and pushing on. Catching up to a very intense battle between Stroll and Doohan, and going over the curb that got us that puncher just a moment ago, trying to go for a bit of a switch, but Stroll nearly breaks our front wing. Not for the first time has Lance Stroll held us up as a car out of sync of our pit stop. What is going on? It's just too much of a coincidence right now. I have a feeling he's got a bit of something against us, the AI specifically, as we go for the move now on Doohan. I mean, I hate to break up what was a great fight, but we've really got to get a move on and try and use this clean air, because we've got a slow pit stop, so we've lost a bit of time, and I do think we can get a good undercut going on Behrman, on Ocon maybe, because they're not coming in yet. We have come in, obviously on lap 11, they're still not in, so it's been about 4 laps by the time they'll come out from their pit stop. So that's a massive undercut. Obviously, it's going to help them maybe later in the race. I don't really know what the tyre wear situation is for them, but all I know is we're setting a fastest lap of the Grand Prix, and we are absolutely flying through these cars that have yet to pit. So I get the sense, I don't know for sure, but I get the sense that no one's tyre upgrades have been applied properly, or something's going on, at least with our car especially. But you know, a lot of people going long but being very, very slow, so I just don't know. But we've made the undercut work on our own teammate. We haven't quite got Ocon. If it wasn't for the slow pit stop, we actually maybe could have been level pegging with Ocon as he came out the pits, which is a bit frustrating. But after the amazing first stint, we've gotten comfortable with the car, a little bit more into a rhythm, and we have managed to pull it back on Behrman. But that just vindicates, you know, it was the right thing to let him go in the first stint, let him have his fun, see what he can do, because then we got comfortable in the second stint with the undercut, and now we're back ahead and we're not holding him up either, and he's not going to hold us up, etc. So I think it worked out for the best, and now we're having a look at Ocon on lap 18, 11 laps to go in this one, and this car is coming alive on the hard tyre. We're feeling a lot better on the hards. The tyre wear is definitely not as high on this compound compared to the medium, and so let's put the pressure on the Ferrari and try and break up this 1-2, and then we can see what we can do on Albon, because there's a bit of clean air there as we now open DRS, slingshot pass on the right hand side, very fine margins to Ocon's tyre and the wall on the right hand side. But we're up into second, and we've saved battery on purpose to use it after we overtook Ocon, because now I can try and break DRS and focus on just getting the lap times in and seeing what we can do, catching up to Albon, as we've got Sainz trying to defend Antonelli, or overtaking Antonelli, I should say. Actually, he got up into P8. Antonelli was actually doing so well. He actually was right by Piastri when Piastri came out the pit. So Kimi was very much out of position, and now he's getting absolutely done. So I think the Haas is facing a lot of tyre wear, and Lando Norris is as well. The Mercedes is in for a second pit stop. Is that, I think? Did he go medium? So Mercedes going quite aggressive with their new signing, Lando Norris. With Sainz, they're doing a one-stop, but definitely team to team, everything's not quite comfortable when it comes to the pace and the tyre wear over this race. So it's going to be interesting to see how it unfolds through the season. But what I'm getting the gist of is that it's not quite the same as last season, as Gasly goes round the outside of Sainz and gets up into second place. Doohan now pressurizing Carlos Sainz, and look at that, Lando's already caught up as well. So Lando's made that extra pit stop and has caught up to his teammate. I think it's an extra pit stop, as Doohan goes round the outside. We were literally mocking Renault for their tyre wear earlier, and now look who's laughing. Renault P7 and 8 right here in the new yellow-blue colours, as Norris gets round the outside and Sainz is completely falling off the cliff. With only a handful of laps to go, though, it's too late to bail on to a second stop. But right now, we're locked in. We're catching up to Albon. I think the Ferraris are also not loving their tyres too much. Albon slams the door shut. We nearly got put into the wall. We had to let off off and really back out of that one. But now we will commit to this next one with DRS open. We fake to the left, go to the right. The Ferrari gives no room on the racing line. That's fine. He leaves the door open on the inside and we've walked on through it. But Albon is measured and calm and patient with this switchback. And he's come back at us at the second last corner. Side by side, the Ferrari gets the elbow out. We try and hang it round the outside, but the Ferrari ultimately has the better line. And annoyingly, he's absolutely played us. Albon has played us because we were side by side and now he's ended up with DRS twice, but he's the car ahead. I mean, fair play. He absolutely did us there, as now the tyre wear is creeping in for us as well, but clearly the Ferraris are feeling it more because we've had some electric pace, but this is also just us maybe making that little bit of a difference here around Albert Park as we now go through on the left. It was the move I wanted to make previously, but the Albon gave us no room to work with. This time we do get the move done on the racing line, then that allows us to be in ahead of Albon, but annoyingly, again, he's got DRS. He's now behind, but we saw how quick that Ferrari is with DRS. So we are going to be a sitting duck. I'm deploying battery, but it's no use. He's through on the inside. We've squeezed him, though, to compromise the corner, and we've managed to stay ahead because of that. But for how long can we hold this up on this same lap now? Look at the tyre icon. It's orange. Albon coming through. We're deploying all the battery we can. Albon hits us as he comes through, showing his frustration in the cockpit there as we're on to the last lap of the race. It's getting intense. The tyre wear is ever increasing. We're up to an orange icon, and Albon sideways as he goes through the left-hander. You can tell that something is definitely different here in Season 3 compared to Season 2 when it comes to the tyre wear, and everyone is suffering equally, it would seem, as we have one last shot maybe at going for the race win to the opener of Season 3. Down the inside we try it. Albon gives us a bit of room to work with, but then absolutely squeezes us. Albon playing it so clever. I can't even knock it. He opened up the door, he gave us a bit of hope, and then shut the door completely on the exit of the chicane. I can't even argue that. That was done beautifully by the Ferrari. And Alexander Albon, on his debut for Scuderia Ferrari, he was going to win it here. Down under, we're going to come home in a podium, though, for our first race in Season 3. We'll take it. We can build on that. We can build on that. And we need to take solace that we were that close to getting a win off the bat. GG's to Albon's, though. Albon's AI, I mean, 89 rated. You can see why. That was actually very clever driving from Albon to keep the race win. Victory so close yet so far, but it was no worries because little did we know we were about to go on a generational run of race wins for this team. And a lot of you guys in the comments below at the time likening this next part of the season to the IRL McLaren season, Lando versus Oscar Piastri, with both our drivers very equally matched over the course of this first part of the year. Verstappen on pole mixes things up. It's not just us versus Ferrari. He's in there, maybe Piastri too. Let's just see how this race start goes. And obviously the tyre strategy is out the window now. It's just kind of going to be all on the fly, deciding things as we go on. So already this season's got plenty of twists and turns in the second round as we go to 5 red lights here for the Japanese Grand Prix. Look how far out of my box I was in terms of left-hand side as Verstappen cuts across Ocon to block P1. Tramnitz has had a great getaway. He's gone round the outside of me and Albon. It's a double overtake for the young German driver as we have to wrestle through to repass Albon. What a start from Tramnitz. 3rd place. In the wet this is as well. That's so impressive, but it seems like that's a common theme that my AI driver alongside me has a really great start, because obviously Behrman made 3 positions at the start of Australia. Tramnitz here too, as we just basically survive now in P4. We have narrowly only just stayed ahead of Albon, but I already get the sense that maybe this is where we'll be for the majority of the intermediate running, and it's actually going to be a question of can Tramnitz overtake Ocon there, because he's quite close to him. Here's a replay of the start then, as, well, he just gets really, really good traction. We're too busy trying to go on the inside. He goes clean around the outside of Albon, and then there, I basically got pinched in a bit. I couldn't commit down the inside of Ocon, and that just invited Tramnitz through. He did go off circuit a little bit, but he made it work, actually, and actually that's quite brave from him to, you know, really flirt with the curb like that and get around the outside, as it was a really great start also for Kimi Antonelli, having out-qualified the reigning champion Leclerc in his new McLaren. He's looking to squeeze out Lando in the Mercedes, the young Italian, hoping to maybe one day get into the Ferrari, I imagine, in the Ferrari pipeline of being in the Haas team now, away from the Mercedes program, and he's side by side with his old team. He gets completely done though by Lando, and oh, he gets done by the curb as well. So much to learn from the young Italian for sure, as we now look towards lap 2. Tramnitz in the slipstream. He might go for it. He's going to go for it. Ocon with the squeeze. Can Tramnitz get to second? No, not quite, but I'm loving this. He is looking feisty as ever. That is the same Tramnitz that we saw in like Qatar last season. If you watch that episode, it's the same sort of aggression and really fight that we're seeing, but also quietly, Verstappen, by the way, P1, pulling away a little bit, 1.5. controlling things in a you know, changeable race where obviously we know how good Max Verstappen is in the wet, in these situations where it's just all about corner to corner feeling of the car, as we have got some okay pace here, but I'm just really checking on the weather because I'd rather it be dry. We're doing actually okay to keep up with Tramnitz. I'm not falling into having to defend Albon too much, but with a little bit of a twitch there, I would much rather it be dry. And the thing is, as it gets towards dry, things are getting tricky, you know? It's a little bit quicker in some places, it's still wet in others, so it's always a tough one to try and work out, as Verstappen is now sailing off into the distance, basically, relative to the time gaps behind. He's nearly 3 seconds ahead. It's a slow Mercedes. Is that the Merc retiring out of the race? I think it may be, as it's a narrow miss for Leclerc. Tsunoda comes through the Williams, and it is a puff of smoke completely covering the exit curve there of 130R, and it's a retirement for the Mercedes driver.
Virtual safety car. Virtual safety car. Too low. Reduce speed immediately and slow your pace immediately.
What now, Mark? Two different marks there talking at the same time. One wasn't bad enough, clearly. I think he was trying to say there's been a retirement and there's a virtual safety car now out. I think that was the gist of what he was trying to convey there. But you all slow down then, and the race gets neutralized. I was maybe thinking, oh, is this going to be long enough where we can make a pit stop under virtual safety car? No, it's going to end quite soon. So no free pit stop under VSC, and it's still quite dark and gloomy, so it's hard to tell when this crossover is going to happen. It stopped raining because I can't see any kind of, you know, active rain droplets on the camera, you know, on the halo or the chassis. And well, Mark there talking about a crossover there, change of strategy, and he's given me a change of strategy onto another set of inters. Brilliant. It's good to know, after I said we needed radio comms on point, that Mark is just in his own little world. I don't know what screen he's looking at. Well, why are we even considering another set of intermediates? I'll never know. But the focus now is back on our teammate, lap 9, going for another attempt. Why is he going to the inside, though? Much better on the outside, as Ocon just pulls off that same chopper cross. And around here at Suzuka, you know, in a bit of an opposite way, the better place to pass is actually on the racing line on the outside because of the nature of the corner, as Tramnitz goes for a third attempt, and again Ocon closes the door. It's getting pretty damn close though, so maybe fourth time lucky Tramnitz could get it done. I don't know, as Verstappen now grows the gap to 3.8 as it gets drier. He just seemingly is getting quicker in this sort of scenario, as now after that obviously lap 1 issue for Antonelli, he's now stuck in between the Audi and the BMW of Bortoleto and Hadjar respectively. And, you know, to be fair, we haven't seen too much from these two teams, but we are going to now. There's an actual battle happening with one of those new brands in Formula One as Bortoleto is overtaken. But I'm just praying that at some point this season, either of those teams can make some upgrades or just get some sort of result that's lucky to, you know, galvanize them. Because I feel like sometimes with the AI teams, if they can get one or two lucky results, that can actually spur them on because they're simulating fan rating, they're simulating, you know, the driver's focus and R&D, etc. So, you know, just a lucky result maybe for Audi or BMW could mean a change of fortune in future seasons. We're going to have to just see. But right now, we are tucked up right behind Tramnitz because Ocon now is really slow. It's not really actually Verstappen being that quick. It's actually just the Frenchman being that slow, holding us up to the point where I'm now nearly pushing Tramnitz through 130R. So I really need him to make the move because I can't make the double pass. We need to clear the Ferrari together, and we're going to do that just now. Finally, it was the 4th time of asking, and we have just sent Ferrari a little love kiss there on the exit, squeezing out Ocon quite a lot. That was payback for Australia, what happened with Tramnitz and Albon there. And we're now 2-3, double podium on the cards then. We've still got 2/3 of the race left to go, so let's not say that too early, but it's looking good right now. But can we do anything to close up towards Verstappen, I wonder, as lap 11 still on inters. It's still very dark out there, but definitely no rain droplets. But it's a case of everyone, like in real life sometimes, we're all being stubborn with each other. The DRS is enabled. Usually, I always say, that means it's definitely time to come in for dries, but we're all being stubborn and we're all keeping each other in check by staying out. And Tramnitz has been setting purples, by the way. He has gone quickest of all. So he's clearly got some more speed in the tank. So I'm just staying out with him. And also, for me personally, I want to try and take a leaf out of... Oh! Gasly spun it! Gasly spun it, so things are getting quite tricky as we're seeing some AI mistakes there. It's a free position for Aaron and Lawson, but I was going to say, remember Season 2, the Japanese Grand Prix? Piastri, he retired, but before he did, he went long on inters when it was already time for dries, and he went onto a set of tyres that were softer than everyone else, and he was so much quicker. I think that's the play we've got to go for. I think take a leaf out of Oscar Piastri's book from Season 2, and even if it's a bit painful, go a bit longer than the AI and go onto a softer compound, because I reckon from this point, if this is the crossover period, as Gasly repasses Lawson to make up for the spin, if this is the crossover period, I think they'll go to hards. So I think we go mediums, as Stroll, to my surprise, makes an overtake in the McLaren and gets up into P14, but it's worlds away from his teammate Leclerc in P7. But to be honest, McLaren and Leclerc will be annoyed at where they are. Leclerc, the reigning champion, nowhere near the top 3 positions as it stands. You know, they have a lot of work to do in that car this season to get it up to scratches. It's another purple from Tim Tramnitz. That's a new purple he's just set. Man, oh man, this guy's impressing me. Really, really awesome race this has been so far for the German, and we're keeping up with him as things progress. Lap 14, Verstappen, he is going to be coming in on this lap. Tramnitz will be coming in. So either way, I was going to stay out anyway and not double stack, of course, underneath my teammate. But this works into my plan because we now just set the fast lap of the Grand Prix. Even though the tyre wear is pretty high, I think we've got some good pace here to, you know, just carry on as we are and then go on to mediums, because I think Tramnitz there is on hards, I believe. I think Verstappen would have been on hards. And let's look at Piastri, the man we're taking inspiration from. He's also on hards. What happened to last season, Oscar? What happened? You should have gone with the same strategy, my man, as he is on the hard tyres as well. He's managed to jump on the Ferraris, though, I think that is. But yeah, Max is on hards, Tramnitz hards, and we've gone purple. I'm sure Verstappen and Tramnitz and Ocon are going even quicker, but I'm finding more pace, even though the tyres are worn, and it's time to come in. So that was a very, very solid in-lap, but the purples are purely coming from the fact that the track is getting so quick. And to be honest, maybe we've got to into slicks maybe all of us were on inter-slick tyres by that point. You know, we've seen it before in real life where the intermediate wears out so much that it basically becomes a slick tyre, an inter-slick, where it's still got a bit of tread on the outside, but on the inside middle part of the tyre, it's worn down nice and smooth. So maybe that was an inter-slick situation. It certainly feels like it, because we've overcut Tramnitz without any team politics. We have just outdriven Tramnitz there, and we're up into P2, and now we are the only man in the top 5 at least on mediums, and we can try and get our head down and chase after Max Verstappen. The gap is down to 2.2. Surely, with 10 laps to go, it is a matter of when we make the overtake, not if. We're on mediums. We should be much quicker than the hard tyres, as Piastri has indeed jumped Albon, so that'll be frustrating for Ferrari. And Leclerc, well, he's being pressurised by Tsunoda. The Williams actually looks likely to maybe make an overtake on the McLaren. So, I mean, let's watch that. I just spoke it into existence maybe as we come on towards now lap 18. Tsunoda in the slipstream, goes to the inside. Leclerc just basically didn't put up much of a fight there as he just accepts his fate, and the Williams is the quicker car right now in this stage of the race. Tsunoda into P7. Leclerc will be fuming, and he is going to be demanding upgrades to this McLaren of his. He's the champion coming into the season, for goodness sake, and he's seeing his old team performing better, but of course that's the situation out of his control. Ferrari having to cut costs, as we saw in the pre-season episode, in episode 1, as we are now here fully underneath the rear wing of Max Verstappen. We're saving ERS when we can, but also having to use a bit to keep up with him, because, you know, the AI acceleration is still there, but, you know, it seems like we're a little bit closer to things around Suzuka with obviously the upgrades we've got, the advantage we've got on this Red Bull. You know, if we're fighting the Ferrari, technically a quicker car, but this Red Bull is technically slower than us, so we should really actually be looking to make this pass, let alone being on the medium tyre versus the hards. But that's the other advantage we have here. So we just keep things patient, and we keeping close as we can through the final corner. DRS open, battery use across the line. It's a new fastest lap of the Grand Prix. We fake from the right to the left. We jockey for position into turn 1. Verstappen still sends his nose in, but we are going to finally get the pass done. It's been a couple of laps in the works to get that move, to bridge the gap. We're into P1 now, but the problem is right now Verstappen has the energy, he has the battery to keep up with us. So we're going to have to play it a little bit tactical with this race in order to actually win this, as we save battery at the moment. Verstappen coming at us at a rate of knots. We now press a bit of ERS. We're going to be side by side through 130R. We have to wrestle to keep the car going as the curb unsettles us. We nearly make a bit of contact going in for the title line. Verstappen blocks us. He's seen it. That was incredible. He actually blocked off the switch from the right to left, and now we go to the inside. He comes across to give us a big old squeeze into the wall, but we get ahead. We have our own squeeze out, but now in Sector 2 I'm going none ERS, and I'm saving all the battery in the world, because I need a big old blitz in Sector 3 come the next lap, as Albon goes for the move on Piastri, gets up into P5 and makes up for the pit stop issue for Ferrari that saw Piastri jump ahead. I think it was just, to be honest, an undercut maybe, but I'm not too sure. But Albon is in P5, then Ocon P4. Tramnitz now 1.8 seconds behind. Tramnitz is not too far off Verstappen. Could he come at him as into the hairpin? 100% battery. I wasn't kidding. I did none ERS. I lifted and coasted so much, and then look at that. The vault, the push. We just gained about 7/10 there on the exit, because I think Verstappen also lost the back end of it into the hairpin. And if that wasn't enough, as we go through, we overtake 2 lapped cars, and this is the beauty about having that battery. We pushed ahead. Look at the mini-map. Verstappen got held up a little bit more. The gap has gone from 1.3 to 2.3 because of that traffic. It was deadly for him. 2.7. Verstappen has got nothing to match us now, and we can control this race. And it just shows that when you're not in the DRS with the AI and they don't have that ability to do you on the corner exit. You can go toe-to-toe, but it's just about being that clean air. So once we're in that clean air, we can control the race. It's as simple as that. As there are a couple of moves going on outside of the points. It's a miserable day for Mercedes, though. Carlos Sainz, P16. Lando's out. What's gone on? Mercedes went from fighting for the World Championship with Russell and the constructors to absolutely nowhere. Maybe that's karma for dropping Russell. And he sat on the sidelines right now as a free agent. Maybe that is Formula One karma for them. As lap 23, Tramnitz now under a second to Verstappen. Could this be a run for the 1-2? He's got DRS open, so he's got maybe a chance, but unfortunately, lap 25, as he's keeping the pressure on, watch out for that BMW, because Verstappen comes through, and oh my goodness me. Oh, BMW, you've just got a really new hater, I gotta say. What was that? What was that? I don't know who that was, Hadjar or Maloney, but he held up Tramnitz, and that was his chance gone. So it's not going to be a 1-2. But as we come through the final sector, it is going to be our first win in Season 3. Our first win with the new look aarava Archer racing car. And it is a first win in Formula 1 for Ollie Bearman.
Oh, you worked hard for that one. Congratulations. Well done.
I really enjoyed it. It was so much fun out there.
I tend to agree. That car in clean air, oh, it was beautiful. It was gorgeous around Suzuka today. It really was. As we go to 5 red lights for the Bahrain Grand Prix, round 3 of 2027. Lights out, and we're underway from a front row lockout. It's a good start for us. A little bit of wheel spin for Ollie Bearman as we deploy all the battery, running to turn 1, late on the brake.
But he locked up, and he's lost it!
We're off track. Bearman goes through, back up into P1. We narrowly just claw back second place with a little bit of a questionable aggressive move back to the racing line, back to the apex, defensive on Albon in third place. Verstappen fourth. Ocon has bottled it down to 6th place in the other Ferrari, as it is then Piastri, Leclerc, Tsunoda, Sainz, Norris running in a good P5 still in the Merc, and it is still somehow a 1-2 for this team, but that was a little bit close for comfort there. We had it done. We had the move done for P1. I just wanted to really make sure we had it done, and I overdid it. Broke way too late, way too late, and well, I'm just very lucky there's that much runoff at the Bahrain GP, as there's a absolutely monumental fight going on for the wooden spoon between Audi and BMW. Bortoletto and Maloney side by side already on this lap, and all the way up the hill in Sector 3 seemingly, as we now tuck up behind Bearman under half a second. Already broken DRS to Albon, so this is exactly what we wanted to do on the mediums, but the gloves are already off as we go down the inside to try and repass Bearman for P1. It's going to be so close on the left-hand side, as Verstappen behind also making a move of his own on Albon. He's on the soft, so even more than us, he's going to have to get a move on, and that could be a threat to us as we force a mistake from Bearman. Lock up as we go for the late lunge, and Ollie feeling the pressure, banging tyres nearly as we have to concede position down the crest, and now all of a sudden Verstappen is underneath our DRS and rear wing, and that is a problem. So at this point I had to step back in the cockpit. I had to cool things off in my mind and go, okay, I really want this position for P1, but let's just work as a team. Let's be sensible right now, just for a couple of laps. Gap Verstappen, and right there behind, that's going to help us. Albon on hards overtakes Verstappen on the soft, so that's how quick the Ferrari is, but that also is just, you know, how effective DRS is also, to be fair, around Bahrain, so that's going to help us out. Albon would slow Verstappen down, and we can once again break DRS. Once we're a couple of seconds ahead of the next car in P3, that's when I'll feel comfortable re-engaging with Bearman. So that's the rules of engagement I'm setting on myself. Oh my God. Oh, it's not going to matter now. Red flag. It is not going to matter now. Red flag, that's going to mix things up. What's the strategy going to be now? Because I feel like, I think we're actually lucked into this strategy-wise, which I'll talk about in a moment, having chosen the mediums, but this is why the red flag is out there. And Maloney, we focused on him earlier, spinning it though in Sector 2, and it's just a chock-a-block of traffic here as he awkwardly does a three-point turn and then goes very slow indeed. The Audi held up in that, and that is why the red flag is out, because that could have been a bit nasty if cars were going a lot quicker. But this is the strategy then. The AI engineers think we should go hard. I think the same, because that was obviously our strategy anyway. It was medium, hard, knowing how high the tire is. But we can still do this, even though we're now going onto the hards a lot earlier, because they do go that long. Just normally in a race, you want to go even quicker on them. But the thing is, the others that start on hards, they've now got one less hard to choose from. They don't have an allocation, so they might be screwed over. They might have to go to a medium right now, or a soft even, and that's going to make things very tricky for them later on in the race. So I think it's advantage for this team, both myself and Bearman, having the luxury of going to 2 hard tyres for the rest of the... Oh, what? Really? What? As we go to 5 red lights for the second time, Bearman has chosen softs. What's going on? That is not the way to go about it, as we do get minced off the line by Albon. The hard compound 2 steps harder than the soft compound. For Piastri, Albon, Verstappen, everyone, it seems like, is on soft or mediums behind us, because most of them chose the hards at the start of the race. So, like I said, they don't have the allocation. They could reuse the hard tyre they started on, but it's already had 4 laps of heavy fuel running, so we are in an advantage, but Bearman's not decided to take that advantage. He's on the softs as well. Maybe he just doesn't want to fight us. Maybe he saw what happened in the first laps and thinks, I don't fancy that. I want to pull away as well. So now we've got a difference in strategy between our 2 cars, and it wasn't my decision to do that. It's Bearman's AI, and it won't matter. It won't matter, because Ollie Bearman's car goes up in smokes. No! Oh, we've lost the car. Oh, and now Albon's overtaken us. We have no battery, and Bearman is facing the barrier, and it has all gone wrong. From a race win to a DNF out of our control. An engine failure, pretty big one, and that with a big puff of smoke. And he's out, so now it won't matter. It would have been quite interesting to see what he could do on the soft and then going to a hard maybe. And there's so much fighting going on this race elsewhere, by the way, down the grid. Colapinto versus Antonelli just behind Gasly as well. There's so much movement on the bottom as well that we just can't show you all of the action, with Paul Aaron getting a little bit of a squabble on with Doohan, the 2 Audis fighting the BMWs. But what there will not be is a double fight between the AAR cars. There will be no duel in the desert. Well, we got a somewhat little spar, but there's no proper duel. It has been cut short, and we have now on purpose let Piastri by, because Albon minced me, and my only hope to hold on to the Ferraris is to get them slowed down, and Piastri is that ticket. Just someone. It could have been Verstappen as well. Anyone that wasn't a Ferrari car, I was going to let by there for second place, because I need someone to chase after Albon and slow him down, because otherwise, we've seen how it was in Australia. Those Ferraris in clean air, they are so good. That's the only thing. It seems like one of those seasons where Albon and Ocon, under pressure, in the mix of it, they maybe can't perform as well as Ferrari would be hoping, as Ocon really having to fight tooth and nail just to get up into P4. He's now formed a big train behind him with Verstappen, Norris, Leclerc, Sainz even in there as well. So both Mercs looking a bit better this time round, but we are just keeping in check with Piastri, with DRS, but he's actually not really gaining on Albon. Albon pulled away regardless. So lap 9, my master plan didn't really work, so forget everything I just said. I'm going to re-overtake Piastri because he just wasn't quick enough. The Red Bull is just not there, and it shows on the R&D chart, to be fair. And obviously I can't catch Albon right now because I'm on hards, he's on soft, so I've just got to hope that he starts wearing out. He'll be coming in soon as well, but he's got a 5.8 second advantage, but he is on soft, so what is he going to go to next? The thing is, I actually think these guys, they might do like 2 more stops. Like they might go to a medium and then have to go to another set of softs, because I think if they go hards, they can't get 1 set of hards to the end from here, from lap 12. So I think they have to stop 2 more times. So we are in an advantage because I only have to stop once. That's my thinking and my hope. That I think we can still win this race, because Albon, Piastri, even though he's staying out, everyone who's pit just now, you know, they're all coming in again, I think, because it just doesn't make sense to me to go to the end on a hard from here for them. It's too much. It would be way too much to ask from those tyres, as there's a nice fight going on between Sainz and Pierre Gasly, the two of them nearly banging tyres. It's commitment from the Renault on the inside. He's done it, has he? Gasly. Oh, what a move from Pierre Gasly. You know, we've seen some flashes of brilliance from the Renault this season and from the Williams, but right now the Williams maybe on the back foot around Bahrain, holding up Colapinto in the yellow dew Aston Martin livery for this season, as we are going to box in on lap 18. It has been a stint from us. Everyone has pit again, barring us after that red flag restart. It's time for us to come in. You can see the gap is Albon, 10 seconds. He will take the race lead. Piastri second, Norris, Verstappen. But I'm going to come on for another set of hards. Albon is going to take the lead, but I think he has another stop to go. He has to make another stop, because he is on another set of softs. He's gone soft after the safety car. It's impossible for him not to pit again. So I think it's checkmate. I think it's checkmate in this race. We are going to win this. There is no way we can't. Everyone is on softs. I'm sorry. This is a foregone conclusion, ladies and gents. This is done and dusted. All we have to do is get this to the end, hope the engine doesn't blow up, and Bob's your uncle. We'll... No! What? No. You're joking. Oh, you are joking. Oh, my luck. My luck's terrible. My luck's terrible in this race. Are you joking? Safety car. The safety car comes out the sector after I've pit. Oh, no. All these guys getting a free pit stop. I know they are. We have to come in again. We have to come in again. I'm going to tell you why. We have to come in again, because otherwise we are going to be, P1 if we stayed out. We would overtake Piastri and Albon if we stayed out. But because of the safety car, everyone's pitting, I think. And so they would just be right there behind us, P2 and 3, on new mediums, new softs, newer tyres. And we would be on hards that are just going to be slower. As case in point, the start of that red flag restart, we were so slow versus Albon on the hards versus the softs. It would be the same story on the mediums. And you know what? Under the safety car, our pit crew have done a madness. We've jumped Piastri in the pit stop under the safety car. So not only is this a play to make sure we can still have a fight in this race for P1, we've actually made our life easier. The pit crew have made our life easier by jumping us ahead of Piastri there. But let's look at a replay of why the safety car came out. This is the reason. This is the bad luck that I had there. It's Sainz. He spun it with tyre wear in the last corner, and he's going to take his sweet old time, basically, getting back on track, and that is why the safety car is out. But, yeah, you may not agree with me right now, but you will see that I think this is the play. It seems silly that I've not taken the lead, and I've made an extra pit stop. We're doing a 3-stop in this Bahrain GP, but it's because now the difference is I'm on mediums, Albon's also on mediums, and we're only 1 car behind him. So it's a fair fight, basically. Whereas before, we would have been on hards, he would have been mediums, and straight away he would have been on us. Maybe eventually our hard would have been okay, but we've only got 7 laps to go. So really, the tyre wear wouldn't have hit the medium as much as you'd want, and we would have been screwed on the hard tyre. So this is the better play to have a fairer fight for this on this safety car restart. Obviously, ideally, I would have just gone on to win that race without the safety car. But the safety car's come, it screwed us over a little bit, and we've had to change tactics a bit. So this extra stop, it's going to work, as we're going to pressurize Gasly right here into the last corner and go for that move straight away at turn 1. And we've done this move before, getting an overtake done on the line as we start on the safety car. We did Hamilton, wasn't it, twice in season 2 on the restart, just like this. We're going to pull a fast one on Pierre Gasly and get up into second place. A little bit of a drag race, but we get it done as Sainz retires off the safety car restart, as we're immediately now behind Albon. It's game on. It is the fight from Australia reimagined, and obviously then Albon squeezed us off circuit as we drove as Tim Tramnitz. A lot of you guys commented below that that was maybe going to be the beginning of the villain arc for Tim Tramnitz, and maybe a rivalry for Tramnitz versus Albon. Of course, there already was one in Williams. Now he's in Ferrari. As we go round the outside, we fade from the right to the left to go through, and it's a 3-wide moment between Merc, Renault and Red Bull. That was epic, as we now go on the defense, as Albon on the outside is going to now switch it to the inside. And Albon, I've got to commend him. What a beautiful switchback that was, but we're going to try and commit and retake the position though on the left hand side. But Albon really did make me proud there. That was a very aarava style, very aggressive switchback from left to right, and this is turning into a real classic squabble in the desert. It's not the car to car inter-team duel I was hoping for, but it is a duel worthy of the title nonetheless, as Albon completely does us with DRS, but we outbrake him. We're on the outside, we've got the better racing line, but Albon keeps his foot in. I'm saving battery on purpose for the main straight, so Albon has the advantage, but we're just doing enough to really annoy him, frustrate him in the corners, and keep him at bay. Just keep him at an arm's length so we can get that DRS open for ourselves, and we've got the battery to overtake him, but crucially try and push away. I honestly might try and make this overtake without using much battery, just the DRS alone, because we're on 11%, so we do actually need to save battery as we go to the inside this time, and it's again banging tyres this time, not even just wheel-to-wheel stuff, literally a little bit of contact as things are getting a little bit frosty and close for comfort, as Albon again trying to deny Tramnitz a win here in Season 3. We shut the door. This time we're not going to fall for the switchback there. We slow things down the apex, and now we will try again to make this work of breaking DRS at some point. And this is maybe how we're going to do it, because now we've got 68% of battery. We just played around with Albon there. We let him through to get the DRS. We then repassed him at the last corner, but maybe my plan may not go completely how I thought, because Norris all of a sudden is having a go. The Mercedes out of nowhere, as we ride on board with Verstappen to watch 3 wide into turn 1 for the lead momentarily, that was. But Norris has actually just helped me, because Lando's going to fight Albon now and slow him up a little bit, because we're already 7/10 ahead of Albon there. We've got so much battery, as you saw, and we're deploying it now into the heart of Sector 2 and looking to get ahead of those guys. And the Merc will do me a favour and hold those guys up, and that will give me some breathing room, as this is a replay, by the way. A lot of pit stops late in this race. Tyre wear really, really bad for a lot of people, and that means all of a sudden the BMWs, they are knocking on the door of points. They're 1 place off points. It's Maloney, P12. I think there's going to be more pit stops for Leclerc. A late pit stop for him is going to see him down the order. So yeah, Maloney is going to be P11. The BMW is 1 more incident away from getting points in this race, as there's a lot of fighting going on between so many different teams, because it seems like everyone is struggling now for tyre wear on whatever compound they've chosen, or just it's all just kicking off because they know it's only 3 laps to go. It's like the gloves are off, and it's now Norris versus Verstappen. The Red Bull cleanly round the outside completely does the Merc, and Piastri in tow there as well. So the Red Bulls might be looking to get 3rd and 4th in this race and seal that down. But for us at the sharp end, we've broken DRS, and now we're in no man's land. Albon is as well, and we can try and control this to the end, just as we did in Suzuka. But yeah, there you go. Maloney doing ahead in points, so the Renault will score double points there. there. Aaron doing very well to score some points in Williams as well. That's pretty impressive, actually, the F2 driver in the game. But yeah, really, really crazy, actually, to notice that the BMs are so close to points. Probably going to be just out of reach, but it's really cool to see that maybe that little bit of luck I was talking about for the newer teams in F1, it's maybe going to come upon them at some point this season, maybe, with how things how close things are, as it's again a fight between the Red Bull and the Merc. This time it's Piastri getting it done on Lando Norris in a similar fashion to Verstappen on the outside, but the Merc, he might just keep his car in there on the inside. Yes, he will. Lando Norris might just come back at Piastri. Look, let's go on board with this, because this is turning into an insane fight. Two former teammates, of course, now in two different teams. It's Red Bull v Merc, not McLaren on McLaren, and Lando's actually managed to claw it back. Maybe Piastri finally maybe gets the overtake done, yeah, for P4. What? What's going on in this race? Everything's kicking off. Just as we made that overtake with Piastri, Ocon spun it. The Ferrari, all on his own, I think, as well. Just tyre wear, maybe. And so it's a free position for Pierre Gasly. The Renault is up to P, I think, 6, that is. As, yeah, just spins the rear end. Just showing, even on the hards, things are a little bit tricky around here at Sakhir. At the end of this race, the Aston Martin nearly gets the free position, but that is Gasly up there in P6 then, behind Norris for Renault, flying high, as onto the last lap of the Grand Prix. I've been saving so much energy, 80% over, because I knew the Ferrari had one last chance to attack. Albon is coming at us at a rate of knots. The braking DRS, it didn't last, you know, the whole time, because here he is now well within a second, just over half a second, and so we needed this battery to save it all for the last lap to defend, because there's a pattern. The AI love to just dump all the battery in the last lap. They seem to save it for the last lap in the last, you know, couple of laps of the race. So I just knew that was going to happen. So we tactically drove this last part of the race to have enough energy to combat Albon, and it's justice for Tim Tramnitz for the first race of the season. It's finally going to be the top step in Season 3 for our German Tim Tramnitz. Let's go. Come on, back-to-back wins in the season. First time back-to-back wins. It's a real shame about Behrman's engine failure, but there'll be another time where we can have a duel with Behrman or vice versa, driving as him. That was just awesome to get over the line.
What an excellent performance this has been from Tim Tramnitz, who takes the checkered flag to win.
See that they're just at one with the car, maybe really well adapted to the new regulations. They've clearly done their homework back at base, so fantastic stuff. And you get the feeling they're going to be hard to stop this season.
The Saudi Arabian Grand Prix is underway. It's a slow start for Albon off pole. He comes across to try and defend Tramnitz, who into turn 1 is on the inside. We take it nice and easy, as I don't want to interrupt what Tramnitz is trying to do, and that is securing P1. And Albon puts himself in the wrong position. He's on the inside. We learn from Season 2. We go to the outside, and all of a sudden, it's a 1-2 for the team. And oh, what a move by Leclerc. Nearly. No, not quite. That was going to be a sensational overtake from Leclerc. He's in P9, was trying to make it P8, but not quite. It's Gasly P7 ahead of Tsunoda, then Norris P6. The two Red Bulls together. Verstappen's made up some places, and Ocon had a 10-place grid penalty, so he's down. He's up to P14, but he was 15th, I think, on the grid. So Ferrari really is just one car in it versus us two. As we get to the end of lap 1, Albon all over the back of us as Verstappen overtakes Piastri to become the lead Red Bull. But it's Bahrain all over again. It's us versus the other aarava racing car. Ferrari's in there, though, and it's a lot closer this time than it was in Bahrain, I think, as we have to go for the move on Tramnitz because Albon is trying to overtake us. It was a necessity overtake because honestly I think Albon had the momentum to overtake Tramnitz there, even if I wasn't, like, if my car wasn't in the middle. So we had to make the move because Albon, I think, was always making this move on Tramnitz, as the two of them are having an insane side-by-side moment, and so much so they've lost 1.78 seconds to me in one sector. That is how slow they were going side by side. They kept it very respectful, but that's played into my hands driving as Ollie Bearman, because just like before, where we've talked about being in clean air, breaking the DRS, it means now we can control things in these next few laps. But I think unlike previous circuits, Jeddah, the nature of the circuit, the AI is so good with battery usage, etc. I think they're going to eventually catch up. But right now, we'll enjoy the lead as we're just watching a real great squabble going on for all points-paying positions today. The two Williams and the McLaren fighting. Leclerc, he probably would be wishing he's fighting a lot higher, but he's having to deal with the two Williams cars. I mean, what was it? Sonoda in Japan had him. The Williams overtook him, so the Williams really at times this season has looked like the quicker car. Then the McLaren, as Leclerc is in that sandwich. Then ahead, Gasly actually doing well to be in no man's land. A bit quicker than the Williams cars, but not quick enough to keep up with Norris, who is now catching Piastri and might make a move on him soon. As on lap 3, we didn't catch when it happened, but at one point, Verstappen got ahead of Tramnitz then. He's going to retake him, I think, to the final corner, as Norris in the background just on the rear wing of Oscar Piastri. But yeah, Tramnitz now, having, fought so hard with Albon, is now having to contend with Max Verstappen, and all the while the gap is still 1.7 to us in first place. But it is slowly coming down. 1.4 the gap now, and Tramnitz, having dispatched of Verstappen then at some point, he's now going to look for the repass on Albon to remake it a 1-2 maybe for this team. Not quite, but those two, again, they fight a little bit, and the gap is now back to 2.2. The more they fight, the better for me, but I really obviously at one point want Tramnitz to get back into second place, but he's on his own obviously as the AI teammate today, as we see Ocon making overtakes here. Nice one on the inside. Is he going to stick with this the entire way? Oh, lovely overtake from the Frenchman, showing how good the Ferrari can be versus the teams around. Ocon recovering up into the points-paying positions for the first time in this race. 5 places up, making all the moves. Very Hamilton-esque from Spa, really. Recovering well, making most of the moves on this grid, but there's also movement going on, as I alluded to earlier, with Norris and Piastri. Norris couldn't quite do it before. He can now, as by lap 8, Albon and Tramnitz, they've pulled away from Verstappen. The Red Bull feeling its tyre wear, but this was inevitable. They were always going to close up, as my tyre wear kicks in a bit, and they're just so pin perfect on battery as Tramnitz is through. We've tried to be a good teammate, actually. You may have noticed there, as we just blocked Albon a little bit, and we opened up the door for Tramnitz, because if I'm going to get past, I'd rather get passed by my teammate, but the Ferrari is going to be a tough cookie to keep behind for the entire time as Albon switches from right to left. He's relentless here in his pursuit of both AAR cars. Tramnitz, though, in first place is now going to be the sitting duck, as we are going to have DRS, and we have the ability to save more battery. Already now it's looking better. 64%, it just makes such a difference being in the slipstream, being able to go and keep in medium or none in sector 1, for example, and save that battery, and then we can use it strategically to make a pass. Tramnitz goes defensive. It's going to be a little bit of an easy go move, because I don't want to do anything too crazy with Tramnitz. Don't want to lose too much time with each other, because now, look at the top left, Albon 1.8. The Ferrari is now feeling the tyre wear, 2.6. So now the Ferrari's really out of the game for this first stint, and it is all just Bearman versus Tramnitz. And I'm trying to play this very tactically, not even deploying battery there, because I just knew that he was going to get the vault up. The slipstream there is incredible, and now we'll use the battery and DRS to gain. But it looks like actually Tramnitz dumped a lot of his energy, because did he see the amount he pulled away off the exit? And now the pit window's open. So, really, the first car here should get pit priority, and I'm going to play it fair and go by that rule. You would do in real life. So if I want to pit, I need to overtake Tramnitz on track. Even though I could force the pit stop, obviously, with the AI teammate, I'm going to try and play fair as we fake to the left, go to the right, on the outside. We're going to be side by side, and we did edge ahead, but now Tim is back, and we're going to follow him through, even though the door was open there. We're playing it fair. The car ahead makes the decision, and Tramnitz is going to drag us out for another lap as we are nice and easy into turn turn one. Tramnitz a little bit wide on the exit, and we get the jump. A lot of battery uses. We're down to single digits to get ahead and have the chance to pit. But the problem is now we're ahead, and surprise, surprise, in the second sector, Tim is going to get the opportunity to repass, especially here. You actually get DRS, of course, in this section of the circuit, and he is flying by. You can see now also on the right-hand side with the heads-up display, the tyre wear is a factor. So Tim, you know, dragging us out and being the lead car and not pitting yet is forcing my hand to stay out, because I'm adamant about keeping this fair, keeping it somewhat realistic to real life, like I said, about, you know, the lead car having pit priority, and you would never let the second car undercut unless you made that decision, you know, actively as a team. But Tramnitz comes in then, and we continue on. We'll come in on the next lap, and Tramnitz probably will stay ahead of us, but that's fine. You know what? In a way, this will help us, because there's clearly is a bit of higher tyre wear than Season 2, maybe, with how, you know, orange the icon is. So maybe the extra lap of tyre, you know, or lappage here on the medium will help us on the hard tyre stint. You know, if there's higher tyre wear on the hard tyre compared to last season, that extra lap, that delta difference, might just help us right at the end of this race, as it is still Tramnitz then in what is probably going to be a net lead. Albon behind Verstappen. Ocon has now recovered way up the order. He's up ahead of Norris, Tsunoda, Piastri even. So Ocon's actually quietly had an insane first stint in this race, a road to recovery, unless there's maybe still a pit stop to come from him. I'm not too sure, as we are going to come out just... Oh my days. Look how close that was. That was unbelievable. I'm pretty sure Albon could have maybe made contact with us on that pit exit. We've timed that beautifully as a team, as a driver there, to get ahead of Albon just about, as there's an engine failure maybe for Max Verstappen. It is. It was an initial puff of smoke, but now a massive plume comes out of the Red Bull Ford. Oh, a big one. It's a huge engine failure for Max Verstappen. It's his second one of the season, isn't it? In only 4 rounds, and that will bring out the safety car. What? What on earth has just happened? It's a red flag. Albon has crashed with the wall under the safety car and brought out the red flag. What? What just happened? I can't actually process what I've just seen. We've gone from Verstappen retiring and slowing for his safety car to seeing Albon just going for the full send and crashing into the wall. Crazy. I mean, let's look at a replay. First of all, this is the first initial bit of interest, because that was mighty close, but this is far too close. Albon just doesn't slow for the yellows, for the safety car, and he just drove straight at the wall. And then it was a airborne moment, because the tire lifted the entire Ferrari in the air. And actually, I was very, lucky and kind of, quick thinking to see this blurry red object coming through on the right, and we just slowed even more to basically let him by, because I just saw the closing speed was too crazy for me to make that corner. If we had turned in like normal and, we're at a normal speed, that Ferrari would have hit us and we would have been out this race for the second time in a row with Ollie Behrman, of course. As we're now choosing tyres, I saw about a medium, but the medium, we only had one medium and we've already used it, so it's already worn out. So it's either going to be a hard or a soft. We're starting the race, restarting lap 16. I'm going to gamble and I'm going to go for the soft compound, because I reckon most people will have to go to the hard, probably the same hard we just went on to, or the new hard they've got, the second one. But I think because of that, the way we can win this race is by being on the soft, 2-step softer compound, and just blitzing it, and then nursing the tyres at the end of the race and having that gap to nurse them. That's the game plan here. Let's see if it's going to work. As we go to 5 red lights for the second time tonight in Jeddah, it's a front row lockout now. Lights out, and we're on the way. Tramnitz leads us. Ocon now behind us. He's recovered up to third, as it's a very pedestrian turn one, as I didn't want to do anything funny knowing that we have the soft compound here. But Tramnitz was on mediums, Ocon on mediums. Did they somehow have a second medium to use? Because Tramnitz is in our own team and he had a second medium. My medium, the only one available, was the one I used at the start. So must be Tramnitz's AI actually picking a different allocation and having an extra medium. So that actually may have been very, very smart from our F3 AI is Sainz going very slow. Does he have a car issue at the Mercedes? That looks so pedestrian into turn 1. I think Sainz may have a car issue as Lawson's up to P10 in the dew yellow Aston Martin Honda as we're now gaining on Tramnit, and we're going to go now for the aggressive move because both of us have pulled away because Tsunoda, I didn't even mention it really, sorry, but he's up to 3rd for goodness sake. The Williams is flying high and he's slowed up Ocon and Piastri. Tramnit will be a tougher cookie to overtake than just that simple move because he's come back through, but we have the soft tyre, so we get the traction there, but he's going to have the straight line speed advantage as he's tucked up right behind us. He goes for the inside, he's powered through, but under braking we should have the grip with the soft to brake later, turn in quicker and get the move now done and dusted. And surely sector 1 here, we just get our head down and simply waltz away and use the soft compound to good use, and that is exactly what we've done. On to lap 19. The gap is 1.7 as now we watch behind an interest of Tsunoda. Now down 2 positions, so it was an electric start for the Japanese driver up to 3rd, but now reality setting in. He's back down to P5. Piastri, the only Red Bull left in the race, in P4, and we saw some fighting going on between Aaron, Gasly, Leclerc, was it there? So Aaron in the other Williams doing very, very well as well. 73 rated, one of the lowest drivers on this grid. Paul Aaron, P7 right now in the Williams. Really, really great stuff for him. And Tsunoda is actually looking to re-pass Piastri here. So the Red Bull under some pressure, and then it's still all kicking off, and Leclerc he must be so frustrated. He just can't get this move done on his good pal Pierre Gasly. Might do it now on lap 20 with 5 laps to go as the tyre wear is starting to set in a bit, at least visually on the heads-up display. Feeling-wise, it's all right. I am having to take it a little bit easy into some of these traction zones, but the gap is still 2 seconds. Has now come down to 1.7 in that one corner, so we might need to start thinking about going a bit easy and trying to save battery. And by lap 23, well, into the last corner, Tramnit is going to bring the gap from outside 1 second to just under 1 second as we go towards lap 24. So now we need to re-engage with fight mode and try and defend this. The awkward thing is we're defending our own teammate, but this is kind of the duel that we were denied fully in Bahrain as Tramnit comes through with DRS. We don't bother defending too much with ERS usage as we get a waft of dirty air. The tyre wear icon is orange now, but we didn't use battery because now I'm the one with DRS. We're the ones chasing, and I need all the energy I can muster to get back at Tramnit because off every corner exit, now he's going to have the advantage. The medium tyre will be the best race tyre at this point in the race, but the DRS and ERS combo is a powerful one as we come at him at a rate of knots down the inside as late as we can. We're actually a little bit deep into the corner, but that helps us slow things down. And then just like we did to Verstappen in Japan, we've gone none ERS there, or I tried to. We have to use a little bit of battery to make sure we stay ahead, but now none ERS like we did in Suzuka Sector 1. Slow things down, save battery because it's the last lap. This is it, and I need ERS for the last part of this lap, for this race. Annoyingly though, and a little bit controversially, that's going to bring Ocon into play as Tramnit has the tyre wear now to go right round the outside. We get a twitch of oversteer. The car snaps and Tramnit leads now going into the second half of the last lap. But Ocon, the outside threat, is now there. So it's no longer an inter-team battle. The Ferrari could be a smash and grab contender as we gain with DRS, but on purpose, sticking behind, playing a bit of 4D chess on the grandest stage to make sure we line this up to make that move into the final corner. It's not a given though. Look at Ocon. He's right up the gearbox, but we're gaining and we've got to go for it. We do the kamikaze dive and go down the inside, but it's all clean, it's all respectful, and it's now a drag race to the line. Look how close this is. Are we going to do it?
Oh, you worked hard for that one. Congratulations. Well done.
We have.
Thank you very much. It was nice out there.
Unbelievable. Unbelievable. Photo finish with not only Tramnit, but did you see there, last minute, Ocon also pulled out for us from P6. Well, the first part of this race will be trying to make up positions and joining Behrman in the fight versus the Ferrari as it's Ocon on pole. Behrman alongside him on the front row. We're down in P6 after that mistake in qualifying as we go to lights out and we're underway for the Imola Grand Prix. It's a good getaway ahead of Carlos Sainz. Leclerc comes across. Oh no, we're on the grass. We've half spun it, locking up to save the car. There's a collision with Sainz. There's a bit of carbon fibre off and it's a virtual safety car. And just like that, it's the opposite of what we needed to do. We've gone all the way down to last place. Hey, at least we've got the two most important positions in the race. First with Behrman and last. Oh, Lord. Leclerc, I feel like Leclerc was a little bit awkward coming across there. A little bit last minute for me to judge. We got a great getaway. We're ahead of Sainz here, but then just that little bit, I probably overcorrected too much to get on the left-hand side of Leclerc, but I thought I had the space to make that overcorrection and kind of, very aggressively move left to make the pass on the McLaren, but Sainz basically made contact with me as soon as I started turning left. And we went sideways a little bit, but I'll own up to that. That is my bad. That's my mistake, really. Sainz couldn't have done anything. Leclerc was just covering off and defending. And so that is my mistake to try and recover from is now we see Ollie Behrman under pressure from the two Ferraris. He took the lead, though, off 5 red lights, and he will maintain first place as the two Ferraris actually go side by side as we overtake Paul Aaron in one of the Williams, and the other one is in the pits. Yuki Tsunoda with a 10-second penalty. So I wasn't the only one that was having some issues on lap 1. Some people with some penalties, maybe for overtaking under virtual safety car, as we overtake Doohan in the Renault, and now look at the back of BMW. So at least for the first time this season, we're going to be racing and overtaking the two newer teams in Formula 1, BM and Audi, as we're up into P18 now, and now look to set our sights on Oscar Piastri. Obviously both Red Bull cars knocked out in Q2. Verstappen P14, Piastri P17. What on earth happened to Red Bull at the start of that race then? They both also suffered, and Bortoletto is up to 12th in the Audi. What happened before that virtual safety car? Absolutely nuts as Piastri now looks for the pass on Hulkenberg, and we're going to try and go tiptoe around 1-2 cars as Piastri and Hulkenberg come together. There was a little bit of a crunch I could hear behind us, and Piastri had to be very, very careful not to lose a bit of his front wing, but we've got away with it, and it's a 2-for-1 pass, and now one overtake on Marti in the Haas. His teammate Antonelli way up there with a real good jump up, I think I saw on the timing ladder, as we now catch up to Verstappen with a 10-second penalty for Max Verstappen, as Antonelli knocked out in Q1, P9 in the race on lap 3. What actually happened on that opening lap before the virtual safety car, as it's 3 wide, nearly a 4-way fight as we make 2, maybe 3 overtakes into the left-hander. Yes, we do. We're up into P12. What an incredible little sequence on that straight. Verstappen made 2 of his own passes, so you can see the stark difference in performance of the top cars and the kind of lower midfield teams or the back marker teams of Audi and BMW. But Verstappen actually comes back at me. It's an easy overtake. We don't put up too much of a fight because there's no point to, knowing that we'll have a chance to repass, and that's the nature of Imola that we've seen in the first 2 seasons, is the AI really easily overtake you on that main straight, and it's just about trying to keep your foot in and keep close to make the repass as we try and go on the outside of Liam Lawson in the Aston Martin. We have to take to the gravel trap to get the overtake done. That was maybe a little bit questionable, but we've got away with it. There's no argument from the FIA, and Mark there just complimented it. Great overtake, he said. I'll take that. That was a great overtake as we now keep up with Verstappen as both of us knock on the door for the top 10. But all the while, for Verstappen, does any of this matter right now? Because with a 10-second penalty, he's going to be so far back now. It's going to be a recovery and a half needed for the Dutchman, and we're not going to aid that as we overtake him again for the second time in this race, as we want first dibs at attacking the top 10. That features Gasly, Norris, Antonelli, Stroll, Colapinto. For 5 different teams ahead of us, fighting each other. Really great to see as we're going to squeeze out Pierre Gasly and get up into 10th place and get onto the back of Lando Norris in the Mercedes. He's actually got some front wing damage, I believe, from the opening lap, so he's going to be very slow. And to that fact, we try to go around the outside. Instead, we have to switch it from right to left to get the move, but you may have just seen there, yeah, he has wing damage on the front left. I think that was actually from his own teammate after the kerfuffle of lap 1 with yours truly, as it's Antonelli making the move on Stroll. We make the move on Stroll and follow Kimi through into P8. But I'm still so gobsmacked at Antonelli's performance here. P7 from being knocked out in Q1 in a Haas is really impressive. And equally, I'm kind of baffled at some of the positions people are in after that virtual safety car. It does actually seem like it was a very mixed up turn 1 and 2 and 3 and so forth, as we were half spinning it and going into last. But now we're making amends. We're up into P7 for the first time since lap 1, having got Antonelli and immediately getting onto the back of Colapinto. So we've got our head down, we've not complained, and we're just getting the job done on this recovery drive up into P6. I say getting the job done. I don't really know where the target is per se. Looking at the time gaps, I think it'll be very difficult to break into the podium here, but we're just going to try and do our best to limit the damage for Tramnit's sake, basically, as we see swapping going on between Antonelli, Colapinto and Verstappen as the Aston gets done by 2 cars there. And there's still plenty of fighting going on behind for the last points paying position. Gasly feeling maybe a bit of tyre wear in the Renault. We've seen that a pattern of the Renault being really strong at the start of stints, then maybe falling away a little bit, and then actually surprisingly picking back up a few times at the end of stints. So the Renault, a little bit of an enigma of a car this season. And to be honest, a lot of the teams, they do seem a little bit confused at where they are, finding the right setup, the balance. And we've seen a few different changes of who is there at the sharp end, the best of the rest, outside of Ferrari and ourselves, of course, because that's not been in question. It's definitely been AAR and Ferrari as the top 2 teams. But you're seeing here Mercedes now, P4 with Sainz. Sainz had a few difficult races recently, but now going strong. Leclerc, I thought there was going to be some more from McLaren today based off how qualifying went, but Leclerc again lacking overall race pace to keep up with even the Mercedes ahead. Sainz 9 seconds the gap is, and that 9 seconds is a worry to yours truly as well, to getting up there and recovering even more as we try and have a little look down the inside of Leclerc just before Aqua Minerale as the tyre wear is setting in. The orange icon on the bottom right indicator as Leclerc goes defensive. We go around the outside at the chicane, and Leclerc is a little bit defenseless there, and we get the move up into P5, but I suspect he might come back, and as Verstappen is now also right behind the McLaren. So I think maybe actually now is the time just to wave goodbye and come into the pit and let those two squabble and lose time with each other as we're in at... Oh, okay. Well, Leclerc and Verstappen have also come in. Go figure, they've covered us off. It's to be expected. So McLaren, first car there in the pit lane. Verstappen next. Obviously, Verstappen serving his 10-second penalty now in the pit stop. So he's going to be down the order, but at least he knows where he is actually where he is in the race, and so he can just focus on that recovery drive basically. And the same for Piastri, who has had a difficult race. He's really not had the pace of Verstappen today, despite obviously the recent driver rating bump. Obviously was looking very strong last race in Saudi Arabia. Verstappen's obviously coming back from an engine failure, so it's been a tough race to come back for Verstappen, wanting to basically do what we did with Behrman and, you know, jump right back up, and he's hit with a 10-second penalty in this race as Leclerc makes an overtake on Lawson that he had to because he came out the pits behind the Aston. So that was a benefit to us of having the McLaren in traffic, and it's a benefit for Behrman to have Piastri in P2. Piastri started on hard tyres, so maybe that's why he's been slow so far in the race. He's going longer, and he's actually still going on onto lap 18 on this same set of hards, and he is holding up the Ferraris to no end. So Behrman absolutely laughing in the cockpit, our AI teammate today, as the two Ferraris now side by side fighting each other. Albon remains in second, Ocon third, but Behrman's gap is nearly growing to 9 seconds. You know, you must understand, for an AI teammate of mine, that's actually a crazy big gap. You know, we've had great teammates in the past, highly rated teammates in the past, but you just don't see those kind of big gaps. And so it's a testament to Behrman's AI on this game, really settling into this car. Only, you know, what, 5 rounds into the season with this machine, and also showing that we've built a real great car. The car is working supremely well, especially in the clean air, as we've said multiple times, as there is a lot of juicy fighting going on, though, for points-paying positions between Antonelli, Pierre Gasly, Verstappen now chasing. He's in the points again, P9. So even with the penalty, he's ahead of Piastri. So that's a little bit embarrassing maybe for Oscar, who does make an overtake up into P10. So he's in the points. So he's at least doing his bit for Red Bull to try and get them both in the points-paying positions. But Verstappen, impressive with a 10-second penalty. He's still ahead of his teammates, and now closing up to Gasly, to Antonelli, as Gasly goes for a move on Antonelli, and Verstappen goes on the left-hand side of Antonelli, now on the right-hand side of Gasly, and showing us how good he still is. He just needs a little bit of a better car, and he can be right up here, still fighting for a championship potentially. I mean, he got pole in Japan. There is still some speed to unlock there in that Red Bull. It's just a matter of when the Phase 4 upgrades come for the AI teams, and that is why it's so important to try and make... Oh, that's a big power slide for Carlos Sainz out the last corner, and so we're going to try and complete this damage limitation as we go from right to left. Sainz nearly put us in the wall, but we've got better ideas coming through on the left-hand side. The inside now for the left to right-hander. Sainz keeping his foot in though, and we're giving him enough room to work with. That Mercedes actually not half bad in the corners, and obviously we've been pushing a lot harder than Sainz probably has, so maybe his tyres are in a better nick, but we do get the overtake done. For how long? Let's see. Lap 25, we've got 6% battery, hardly anything, and we're not deploying any of it because there's no point deploying it. We'll be wasting the energy there, and Sainz with DRS flies by us with a little love tap as well on the left-hand side with a bit of aggression there as the Spaniard makes his feelings known. Maybe he's still a bit annoyed with how turn 1 went, and you know, the close call that myself and Sainz had off the 5 red lights as we try and have a little look around the outside. Probably a little bit over-optimistic there into the hairpin. Not going to lie. Instead, we're just going to wait for that coveted DRS pass in the same way Sainz did. It's an easy move. We don't even need to use battery, and instead we save battery to now push away, and we are going to do just that and break the DRS and just settle in for P4. 9 seconds to Ocon. We're not getting on the podium. It's been a valiant effort to recover from last place to P4 in this one, as Antonelli is going to lose P10, Piastri up into P9, as the Red Bull guys also show that, you know, fighting spirit to try and come back and limit the damage as best they can, because every point is going to matter maybe in a season that has been this competitive so far, with so many different fights actually between all these different teams. And this, so, you know, for the constructors fight, you know, for some of these teams, you know, fighting for 3rd or 4th, 5th in the constructors, all these points could matter a lot. But in other regards, for someone who might still fancy himself for the Drivers' Championship if upgrades come late on, an overtake like this, getting Leclerc is quite massive, you know. It doesn't seem like it, but that's the racer in Verstappen there, pushing on to the very end. He gets Leclerc. Leclerc was running like P4 or 5 in this race at some point. Verstappen's had a 10-second penalty. He's been down the order, and he's clawed it back to get P6. But a man who is has had no such difficulties this race is Ollie Bearman, our AI teammate for this one in this race. He won in Jeddah thanks to us. He now wins as an AI here in Imola. It's back-to-back wins for the Brits. Ollie Bearman in the AAR car ahead of both Ferraris. What a day for him. What a day for the team. That's insane. That's literally, hands up, nothing to do with me. That is all him. And that is so awesome to see that on his own accord, he's gone and dominated this one. Obviously had help with Piastri holding up the Ferraris. The two Ferraris themselves were fighting each other a bit too much, probably in hindsight if they look back at it. But it's GG's for Bearman. And for us, well, being honest, it's just one of those days where we made a mistake. We had to recover. It happens sometimes. It's going to happen at least once in a season. Let's hope that's our kind of one and done. And we're going to have some more clean races coming up.
The British driver will see the checkered flag first. Ollie Bearman takes the win.
And that's 2 wins in a row now. It's the start of potentially something special, but they can't get ahead of themselves just yet. It's a long way to go.
Tramnitz is behind, but, directly behind me on the grid. So let's hope there's not a repeat of 2016 Merc here for aarava Arch GP. There is a Merc on pole. That's pretty surprising and could be a new dynamic here as we get ready to go. Myself and Tramnitz, you may notice, on the soft tyre, others on medium. So we're going aggressive because we know that this car in clean air has been unbelievable. Being able to control the pace, control the tyre wear, and it's been a real great one. But in traffic, as we saw in race 1, can be beaten for sure by the Ferrari on a good day. Maybe now by Merc. We've also seen Verstappen in flurries being quick. And yes, we have been winning races consistently, but there is no guarantee of that. Race to race, we have to always be on it. So we've chosen softs. Tramnitz's AI has also chosen softs. So I think we're together working and thinking in the same way, which is very, very good. I think the plan will be trying to make the most of the softs, sail off in the distance, and then control it from there. See if we have to make an extra stop. If we do, hope we have the pace. It might be a 2-stop for everyone, to be fair, with the slightly higher tyre wear or very confusing tyre wear we've been facing in Season 3 with that regulation change. As we now all get ready for 5 red lights for this Spanish Grand Prix, which always feels like the true start of the European portion of the season. Sorry, Imola, lights out, and we're underway. Mercedes on pole, but he's slow. Albon can't quite get it. The Mercedes is cut across. The Ferrari's cut across. We're boxed in. Tyre on the grass. It's the classic camera angle shot down into turn 1, and Verstappen has managed to jump up to second. We've got a bit wayward on the rear end, and a second Ferrari is now ahead of us. Ocon is through. We're going to go for the kamikaze dive because I was a bit irked about losing that position, and in turn we've actually opened up the door for Tim Tramnitz. How on earth has he done that? He's overtaken Ocon. He's overtaken us again. My AI teammate really impressing us on my team in this F1 25 game. It's Lando Norris that leads the way then in the Silver Arrow. Verstappen second place, Albon third, Tramnitz now ahead of us behind Ocon. Antonelli flying high, P7 for Haas. Sainz P8, disappointed from qualifying, but he's already made up a couple of positions then. Paul Aaron in the Williams P9 and Gasly P10 in the Renault. As the second half of the top 10 continues to be incredibly competitive between so many different teams, which is awesome to see. At the sharp end though, it has been mostly Ferrari and us, but now Verstappen is mixing it up a little bit. The Merc leads, but for how long, as Albon makes a move up to second place, and I think it's going to be sooner rather than later that both myself and Tramnitz can close up to Verstappen, because the Red Bull, it's been great over one lap. Verstappen's got pole before, but it just doesn't have the race pace yet. I think Red Bull are really needing those Phase 4 upgrades, and McLaren, well, they need more than Phase 4 upgrades. They need a miracle. What's going on? P14-15 for Leclerc. It's now lap 3. Tramnitz makes a move. Albon makes a move. Mercedes, they were living the dream for 3 laps, but now the Ferrari leads, and Tramnitz makes a fantastic overtake on the Dutchman, the 5-time champion in this alternate F1 universe of ours, and he's up into P3, the German is, and Albon is first place. So it actually, after all the chatter of maybe Merck making a difference, I get the sense that Tramnitz is on a mission, and it may just be once again us versus one Ferrari here, it seems, as we go from the left to the right. We faked Verstappen out, and we're up into P4, as we are also, by the way, of course, just using the softs. Like, we should be quicker, because we need to be, because if we don't make the most of this first stint, then the whole game plan's done. And so Tramnitz is executing that to an absolute T, as he's side by side with Norris now, keeps his foot in, gets ahead, and he's actually now put off Lando so much that we just get through the inside. That was great teamwork there. That was basically Tramnitz repaying the favour. You know, we helped him out, overtake Ocon on lap 1. That's essentially the same sort of thing. You know, he cut across in a way where Lando's AI clearly got off throttle, and we're able just to sail through into P3. So teamwork, you know, working, an absolute dream. And now, here he goes all the way from, what was it, P6 on the grid, up to P1 on lap 6. Tramnitz, as an AI driver, leads this race ahead of Albon. We're in third, and now we can set our sights, and then it will be the game plan working. If we can get 1-2 and then just pull away on the softs, that's what we have to do. Otherwise, we're going to be in trouble later in the race, because these guys could well go onto softs later on, as there are some movements for Leclerc and McLaren. He's up to P13, as Stroll is fighting Hulkenberg tooth and nail. Audi versus McLaren behind. It's Renault versus BMW, as Doohan gets Maloney and Hadjar and Bortoletto pretty close. So it's, you know, even though they may not be so competitive, Audi and BMW, it's nice to see they're actually getting a little bit of fighting going on now, as we get into the real heart of this third season on the game, as Tramnitz sets a purple. We go for the move to get up into second place to make it a 1-2 for this team. Albon does really well, though, under brakes to try and come back at us, but we are going to get second place because we're on the softs. And right now, lap 7, the tyre wear isn't that bad. Lap 9, we've broken DRS, and it is just a case of trying to stretch our legs as much as we can, as instead Lando Norris is doing the opposite. He's just going backwards in this race. He's defended really well from Ocon there, to be fair, but it seems like he is eventually going to meet Verstappen, as the two Williams are neck and neck, and Tsunoda swapping with Paul Aaron. Tsunoda was a bit down the order earlier on in the race, so that's a good recovery for him. But both Williams will be buoyed that they're both in the points ahead of Oscar Piastri at the moment. As lap 9, we now, ooh, a little bit of a rear end wobble for Tramnitz. We're catching up. Can we make a move for first place? We look at the tyre wear, though, on the right hand side. It's starting to creep up, and, you know, Tramnitz losing the back end there is a testament to that. He must be feeling the same sort of tyre wear. So but according to the strategy, we could make a one-stop work, I think, soft to hards. I just don't know about that. That seems a little bit audacious, but, you know, maybe Season 3 with the upgrades, maybe that is the way. Well, it's not going to be any more, because there's a red flag. That is going to change the entire race and throw a spanner into the works, because there's a Red Bull that is backwards, and there's a massive, massive pile up there, and, well, you can see why there's a red flag. Yeah, that was fair enough. But that's going to definitely, I mean, that's going to work against us a little bit, to be honest, in terms of our advantage, you know, being on the soft, trying to pull away. Now we're all going to be together, as, well, the Williams was pretty wayward as well, so everyone feeling tyre wear, and Piastri obviously feeling too much tyre wear and spins it. So it's a bit of a shame. Again, we're seeing Piastri just, even after the driver rating upgrade, just not performing at the level that you feel like we're seeing from him in real life, you know. And also the mistake there, very uncharacteristic really in a way, but we've seen that a few times with other AI where, you know, AI mistakes are a bit randomized on the game. It's not, you know, down to who the actual driver is all the time. As now we're in a bit of a weird situation. I'm trying to decide what to do on strategy mid-race. The softs went 12 laps. I think we were near a pit stop window, but, you know, 12 laps on mediums, the mediums should go more than 12 laps. So I think the mediums can go to the end. The game doesn't think so. The game thinks I need another stop. But the game didn't recommend me 2 stops before, at least, but that was on the hards, wasn't it? So We could go hards and go to the end, and the game would agree with me. I think we can go mediums, go to the end. The game doesn't agree with me, but based off the tyre wear we saw on the opening stint, I think our car, at least, can make it work. You know, our car has been very good on its tyres in clean air. Obviously, if we start fighting Tramnit, if we start fighting other cars, that's a big difference. But if we can have the same sort of vibe as we did in stint 1, I think we can make a medium tyre work. And I reckon Tramnit might go hard and play it safe, because that was what the original strategy said. And as we load in, yeah, he's on the hard tyres as we go to 5 red lights for the second time this afternoon in Catalonia. Lights out, and we're on the way from the red flag restart. It's a good start for us, of course, versus Tramnit on the medium. He's on the hards, but we're playing the team game and easing off into turn 1 to give him track position, because honestly, I feel like this should be a slam dunk that we overtake him eventually at a later point, and that later point will come literally a lap later, lap 15. We're gaining, but by the way, I've only just noticed behind the Ferrari going for the move, they're all on softs. What's going on? Are they all going for a 2-stop from this point onwards? As Albon goes round the outside, the Ferrari second, all of a sudden Ocon is also in play. Both Ferraris are attacking, but look at all these cars. All of them have chosen the soft compound. We're the only 2 cars. We were the only 2 cars at the start of the race to go softs, and now we're the only 2 cars not to go softs. As Albon overtakes us, there wasn't too much point fighting that, because I had very little battery, so I may as well just recuperate the energy and come back at him on lap 17 to repass with DRS, of course. We don't even need to deploy that much battery to make the move as we commit to the right. Albon, bit of a squeeze there. I winced a little bit in the cockpit. I thought he was going to send us towards the grass, and we're still neck and neck through turn 3, and we have to use a little bit of battery to get into P1. But this is now a very peculiar race. I don't know what the game plan is for everyone else. Obviously, I'm trying to go to the end, I reckon, and I think Tramnit is as well. These guys making another stop, they're going to have to. There's no way the softs can go all the way to the end from this point onwards. That would be incredible to see. So, I mean, I guess they're banking on having much better pace at the end of the race, and maybe hoping our tyre wear on mediums and hards is bad enough as we repass Albon for the second time now, I think that is, and Tramnit may just follow us through, even on the hards. 2-step harder compound. He nearly got through there and followed us through. DRS obviously being a massive aid. And on lap 20, I think this should be the slam dunk now. He's got the overspeed, and it is once again a 1-2 for this team with 13 laps to go. That pit stop, that second pit stop after this red flag, should be coming through for these guys. This Sainz now has come alive. That red flag has brought him back into it, and now he's the one ahead of Lando Norris. So Norris will be very annoyed by that, as Sainz was way down the order for most of this race. And Haas, it's a bit of a shame. They obviously lived the dream on qualifying day, but they're now both out of the points, and it's Leclerc recovering into the points, P9 there. Colapinto as well in the Aston Martin Honda doing well to get back up into some points after they were knocked out early or down the order in quali. As on lap 22, there you have it in the background, 2 cars coming in. It's a Merc, it's a Red Bull. They're making a second stop in this race, and so I think it is going to be just all Behrman versus Tramnit, ourselves versus our own AI teammate, our own AI driver, and it's going to be a case of, can we both hold our tyres to the end, and can the AI rivals of ours do anything to come back at us on the more aggressive 2-stop? I mean, to be fair, it's the first time I've seen the AI be that aggressive on a 2-stop. Most of the time I'm begging them to be aggressive and try a 2-stop like this, so I shouldn't complain about it. But in this context with the red flag, it does seem a little bit odd. If they were doing a 2-stop anyway without a red flag, I would have been all about it. I would have been praising it, because you never see the AI do 2-stops enough, I feel like, once the tyre upgrades come in. But off the red flag, I just feel like it made sense to go onto hards and go to the end. And a lot of them were on mediums, so it's not like they, you know, couldn't have pulled that off. Like, the tyre compound rule would have been met. As on lap 24, by the way, you may have just noticed there, I kind of let Tramnitz through on purpose, because I've not got too much battery. I need to kind of do a little bit of work of just being sat behind him with DRS and regaining that battery. So I'm playing a little bit of chess with our own driver there, letting him run in the lead and kind of think like he's got it under control. But at this moment, I'm just hanging back a little bit out of dirty air, recuperating a bit of energy, and also making sure my mediums don't go off too quickly, fighting him and in dirty air. So we're trying to play this almost as realistically as they would in real life. You back out, you kind of go again and re-engage, as Verstappen is in third place, fighting Albon, fighting Sainz, and there's fighting going all the way up and down the field as you got Doohan versus Piastri, Leclerc and Ocon together. I mean, Ocon way down the order now in the Ferrari, as on lap 30, we're gaining on Tramnet, and we've got over 50%, 60% battery now. So this is exactly what I wanted to do, because now onto lap 31, we're over 70% battery. We've got the DRS. We can now re-engage in this fight with confidence as we go to the right. Tramnet squeezes us. He hardly gives us any room to work with, as it was all a little bit too close for comfort as the two of us swap. But that was as fine as a margin as you want between teammates, as Verstappen leads the charge of all of these guys on another set of softs, by the way. So they've gone soft off the red flag. Unbelievable levels of aggression from the AI. I mean, fair play. I mean, if they can close up to us, it could actually maybe work. It depends on how much myself and Tramnitz fight, which I am wary of. So I'm trying not to fight him too much in the corners, and like this in a straight line I use a bit of battery to try and defend, but it's no use. He's got the overtake done. We're back down to second, and now Albon is the one that leads this train of himself, Verstappen and the two Mercs, but the gap is now down to under 5 seconds. At one point it was 10 seconds, so they are much quicker than both myself and Tramnit at this stage. But now, lap 32 towards the last lap, maybe it's a little bit too late, and I'm actually probably in prime position, being second on the road, going on to the last lap. But Tramnit, a bit slow in the last sector, opens up the door to maybe get the overtake done before the last lap, as we lose the back end and we put a tyre into the gravel. No, it's a little bit of a flick of oversteer, and we had to be very careful of not making contact with Tramnitz, and in doing so, I just had to snap the car and let it roll through the gravel there. The tyre icon is orange now, so you can see here, just like I made the decision to go on inters compared to wets and quali, and that was the better decision. In hindsight, I think Tramnitz has decided better here in the race. The hard tyre was the better choice, because I have hardly got much of an advantage going on mediums, and he's kept up with us, and now my tyres are probably more worn out than him. I mean, they definitely are, looking at the icon. And now on the last lap, we just can't get it. We can't get the overtake. My tyres are too worn. I couldn't even make the dive bomb that we did on lap 32. That was it, maybe. Lap 32, that moment there would have been it. We're going to have to accept second place, but we have to be very happy with a 1-2. It's our second 1-2 of this season, and we have to cherish these moments. We have to cherish these moments, because there is no guarantee that this continues later on in this season. So we have to remember these days. And that little speech at the end of the Spanish Grand Prix race would be quite fitting, because it would be some time before we stepped on the top step of the podium again in Formula One. We had some difficult races. We saw other teams starting to win, and we had probably one of the messiest and chaotic races at the Austrian Grand Prix. Lining up on the second row, looking ahead to the two drivers we're fighting so ferociously last time out. It certainly feels like they are going to be mainstays maybe now for the next phase of this season. Ocon P4, not too bad for Ferrari. I'm actually more interested in Sainz P5. What can he do? Because if there's two Mercedes attacking us, then that's a real threat if Sainz can have the same pace as Lando showed in Montreal. As we go to the grid, Sainz and Verstappen playing very weird tactics with me, ghosting into me, holding me up, and then oh my, I missed my grid slot. Filthy tactics, I think, from Carlos Sainz and Max Verstappen. They distracted me by ghosting through my car, and I missed my pit box by an absolute mile, and now I'm starting further back. Absolutely brilliant as we go to 5 red lights to the Austrian Grand Prix. We're underway. It's a good start for Lando Norris, is it? No, Max even better as we cover off Sainz and Ocon after starting from well, basically Germany at this point. We're so far back in the grid slot, so the top three remain the same, and I'm still pretty seething from what just happened there on the formation lap as Ocon tries to go around the outside of Sainz. Sainz compromise on the inside. Tramnit up into P9 or 10. No, he's fighting Stroll. He might be down the order. I'm going to wince at seeing where Tramnit is later in the race. I really hope that he can, just pick up a little bit of rhythm and at least get up to, around P8 or 7. Otherwise, it really will be grim reading with how the season's going to go maybe in this next part as Ocon goes round the outside of Sainz, and the Ferraris at the moment looking okay, but we know over a race distance they just seemingly don't have a lot of great consistent race pace, or they just get really unlucky, to be honest. Ever since Bahrain, Sainz was Albon was fighting us, in Bahrain. And then since then, I feel like we haven't really seen a lot of Ferrari at the end of the race. Like, when it really matters, they're just too far gone away from the action. Speaking of the action at the sharp end, Lando Norris goes from left to right to try and make the move for the lead of the race early doors. Verstappen is still in first, but now Lando and myself have DRS. We've closed up. We're using a lot of battery. Lando to the right, we're to the left. 3 wide for the race leaders. Oh, Verstappen's hit us. Verstappen's broken his front wing, but he's given us floor damage. Lando Norris as well, I think, with some damage I could spot on the front left. So all three of us have come away with damage. The difference is, though, theirs is temporary, mine is permanent. Absolutely. Oh, calamity there. I am so annoyed with Verstappen's AI, though, personally, because the funny games in the formation lap and now this, breaking my floor and maybe bargewood area. This is a replay. It was going to be a fantastic 3-wide moment, and it just turned into a travesty for all of us, to be honest. But this is the onboard from Max then, and I mean, it's not really a lot going on from Max's POV, but he does go into us. He goes wide, and that's how he's broken our floor. But this is why he went wide. It was actually Lando's doing. Lando locked up, and there was a lot of sparks flying. Lando's locked up, gone into Max, pushed him into me, and then given me the floor damage. So in reality, it's actually the Mercedes' fault that all three of us have had damage, both of them with the left-hand side end plate off. So that's going to compromise their turn-ins every corner as we try and go for the move on Lando Norris, who gives us no room to work with on the right. We have a little bit of contact as it's getting very frosty, and I am showing my frustration in the cockpit of what is going on in this race as the Mercedes comes through on the left, Verstappen on the right. It's 3 wide again momentarily, and now Verstappen and Lando side by side fighting behind me as we take the lead. But where my damage is going to hurt me, you saw there, a little bit of opposite lock needed mid-corner. So whilst those guys will have less grip turning into every corner, I have a lack of grip in the mid-corner where the floor is doing a lot of work to keep the car planted, and on the game at least, that's where you always feel the floor damage the most, is mid-corner compared to the front wing where it's more just a turn-in thing. But the thing is, again, they can change the front wing in a pit stop, and I find if you can just reassess your brake points, you can drive around front wing damage. You can't really drive around floor damage, but at the moment it's not too bad. All I'm having to do is skate through corners, and Max and Lando fight each other so much. They're still 2-3 with the front wing damage, but they've been fighting each other so much that I've got a 2.3 gap. They've fought so hard that I'm pulling away, even with the damage we've got. And very strangely, I don't know how these guys behind have not overtaken a single one of the two of them. Ocon goes to the move finally on lap 8, but how has it taken 5 laps for any of these guys to make a pass on Verstappen or Norris? This is why I say no matter the upgrades that happen, I think it seemingly, it looks like that Lando and Max are the two that will be bothering us in this mid-part European portion of the season, because the rest of them, they have the car on paper. There's no tooth. They've got no teeth. They're not really going for it, and they're just dilly-dallying, taking their time with these overtakes. How is it now lap 9 only? One of them's trying to get up to second place as Ocon finally does do it, and Albon is past Verstappen now, so maybe now they're finally feeling the front wing damage, the pair of them. You know, also the tyre wear's now kicking in, so maybe initially the fresh tyres were negating the front wing damage. That also is definitely a pattern, that when you have fresher tyres, it negates any damage you have until it starts wearing, and that's the same for me as well, as we're now losing a bit of time to P2 and 3. Lando is actually still fighting back for second place, but both of them are catching me now as the gap is just under 2 seconds, and the Merc amazingly is back up into second place. How on earth is Norris doing that in the Merc as Sainz now overtakes Verstappen? So Verstappen is really feeling the damage compared to Norris, who is still up there in second place. Tramnit P9 as Stroll falls away, so Tramnit in a bit of no man's land, unable to keep up with the likes of Piastri and Leclerc as the tail end of the top pack, really. So is that going to be a sight for the rest of the mid-season? Is, you know, the AI teammate kind of being in the middle of nowhere, because now Red Bull and McLaren and Mercedes have a car to outperform the AI teammate every time. I don't know, as the tyre wear now is really kicking in. Look at the bottom right, orange marker, and now the gap is down to 1.5 as Norris and Ocon continue amazingly to just swap. What are Ferrari doing? They are playing with their food, it really seems like, because Liam Lawson out of it as we just update. Safety car because of Liam Lawson retiring with the Aston Martin Honda blowing up on the main straight, and that's actually quite good timing in terms of I was really wincing at the amount of tyre wear there was, plus the damage. So we are going to box in this lap. What just happened? Oh my god, the Haas has spun it as well. Maybe that's why the safety car came out, because there was a spin at the same time, and this is why. Oh wow. Oh, wow. So Marty, essentially what it looks like is he's spun because of poor visibility from the smoke of the Aston Martin Honda blowing up. Amazing. It's the first time, I've never seen that happen, for an AI spinning because of visibility. As we now come in on lap 11 then, on to 12. Undid the safety car. Everyone's going to be coming in though, and I pushed quite hard even though I was negative on the Delta, because I knew Tramnitz was going to come in, so I want to try and give him the biggest gap possible in the pit lane so he doesn't have to, you know, lose too much time double stacking. That's perfect. Tramnitz, I don't think will lose any time doing that double stack under the safety car, whereas others will, and so it means obviously we come out still in first place on the hard tyres, and potentially these are hards that we're taking to the end of the race, because there was a forecasted one stop on the cards as I nearly crashed into the safety car. He wasn't sure why he wasn't moving across the racing line, but it's Norris second, Verstappen third, both on mediums. So Norris and Verstappen, are they pitting again? Are they going to have to, because they started on mediums? So that's a guaranteed two stop for the two rivals behind. And by the way, if you look closely, they haven't changed their front wings. They have both decided that they've got enough pace even with the broken wing. So they've chosen not to lose time in the pit stops, and they've not changed the wing. Interesting. Let's see how it works out for them. Of course, that's good for me, because now all three of us still have the damage that all three of us got on lap 2. So it's an even playing field in my eyes, thanks to them, because they could have easily changed the front wing and just gone down the order, but they've decided to go for track position, which is, well, with the two stop, I guess, they need as much clean air as they can get on the mediums. They'll be hoping to pass me quickly, I suppose, and just run away to try and negate that extra stop they're going to have to make, whereas I have the option of trying to go to the end. And it was a good safety car pit stop for Tim Tramnitz, who's definitely gained at the start of this And it was a good safety car pit stop for Tramnitz, by the way, who's definitely gained positions there and is in a better shape. But now on lap 14, the safety car is coming in. Bert Meinland is driven away, and I now am effectively the safety car. I control the pace. We're weaving about a little bit to get some temperatures into the tyres, but with the two guys behind me on mediums, I'm going to slow us right down, and I'm going to accelerate after the final corner to really get the best, you know, launch, because they will have so much more grip on the medium tyres. What?
Red flag. We'll update you in the pits.
Red flag. We didn't even get going. What's happened? Has there been a crash behind me? Was that my fault? Did I bunch us up too much and someone crashed behind us? What? Okay, this is a race of first times for a lot of things, because I have never seen a red flag occur whilst the safety car is about to come in and go green flag. There was no crash. No one crashed behind me. What are the FIA smoking? What is just what? Why did we throw out that red flag? There was no need to throw that red flag. I was not going too slow. I'm the leader. I control the pace. I can go that slow if I want. And it's up to me then, until we get to that white line, which is on the main straight, to overtake. No, you can't overtake until that line. I should know, because I've gone too early sometimes against the AI, and I've had to slow down after the start-finish line because of an illegal overtake. I'm baffled. I'm so perplexed. Red flag then. I guess that, well, actually annoyingly, that red flag now, it gives Lando and Max the chance to change their minds, doesn't it? They can now swap to the one stop. And so that's the FIA really helping our rivals there, because now they can get off the medium and go to the hards. And even though it looks a bit grim, the hard can definitely go to the end just about as we get going then to 5 red lights. And we are underway for another time here at the Austrian Grand Prix. Verstappen has chosen to go to the hards. Norris is still mediums as we defend the inside. Lando's wide. He's made a mistake into turn 1, and the Merc is down to 4th place, down to 5th place. It's a howler of a restart for Lando Norris. His teammates ahead of him in P4, for goodness sake. There's a dive bomb from Tsunoda, 3 wide. Oh, there's contact. Carbon fiber. Tsunoda has stuck his nose in, and now Lando's down to P6. It's a disaster for the Brit in the Merc. He's lost 4 positions, and he's on the medium still, so he has to make another pit stop still, and he's lost all those positions. Meanwhile, Verstappen all over the back of us, and it's because if you look closely at the front wing, it's fixed now. Under the red flag, Max and Lando fixed their front wing. We've still got the floor damage, of course, and it means the Red Bull is able to try and go right round the outside of us in the second last corner to the last corner. We just get Verstappen out wide to the outside, but he's going to come back at us on the inside. We give him this squeeze, but go to the racing line to open up turn 1. He's still there. Oh, there's contact. The Ferrari! No! We've spun. The Ferrari spun us, and we've gone from fighting for the lead to... We're down to 19th, 18th. No, it's 19th now. It's 20th. It's 20. It's okay. Oh, and floor damage is even worse now. It's gone from yellow or orange to brick red floor damage. Thank you very much. Who was it? Albon. Thank you very much. Albon, honestly. There's a villain arc forming for Behrman and Tramnitz versus Alexander Albon, it would seem, this season. What on earth was the Ferrari doing? We're fighting Max. We give him the squeeze. That's fine. We go to the racing line. That's fine. What? Why did he think that was a good idea? He's watched us have a two-way fight and saw the tiniest gap and gone, yep, I'll go for that. It looks even worse from Sainz on board, and Sainz, oh, bless him, he got held up by us spinning. From Sainz on board, clearly it was never going to work, as on the replay we see Tramnitz, though, making a move on the Williams. Here's an even better view there, so we're still fighting Max, and then the Ferrari. That is all the Ferrari's fault. The Ferrari just wedges itself inside and decides to get involved in the worst place ever. He's broken his front wing, so that's a bit of karma at least, so he's making a pit stop. But he's done permanent damage to our floor now. That's even worse than before. We've got a red floor and bargeboard area, and we're down to 18th place. We are in the mud. We are absolutely in the mud, but we are still going to push on because, as I always love to say, in Formula 1, never say never. We have still got so much R&D performance on these cars around us that we are still making moves and trying to get up the order as we go from the right to left around the outside of the BMW. We've already overtaken 2 Audis, so at least we're fighting some of these newer teams that we've not had a lot of action with so far, and now trying to get the move done on the Haas of Marty Hajar ahead in the BMW. We're on the outside line. Oh, contact! No! Oh my god. We've been spun again. We've spun into the gravel, and now we're back down to 20th. Gravel on the tyre, and we're 4 seconds back from doing. What is going on in this race? Oh my god, the Haas has a rear end snap. He's spun on his own and he's drifted and tail kicked my car. And because I've got floor damage, my car is so sensitive mid-corner, and that's why my car's gone round so easily. And you're seeing that now. I'm really fighting the wheel every single corner. Oh! It's another twist in this race. What is going on in this race? Because Max Verstappen is now out with an engine failure. The car slows up. Oh, wow. This race is turning into an absolute classic one of chaos, of everything that could be happening is happening in this race. So often, Austria delivers on the F1 game, and F1 25, it's taken its 3rd season, but it's done just that, because that's a safety car now and an opportunity to close back up and recover something, because I'm still adamant I can maybe recover to maybe 1 or 2 points because our car is so much quicker than the bottom 5 teams. It has been all season, so even with this level of damage, with a fresh tyre, I think we can do something. So we've opted to go to a medium. It's a used medium, but I'm hoping it's only got 10% wear or something like that. We maybe used it earlier in the... Oh.
Here we go, back into the race.
Oh.
Perfect job from you and
Oh.
the crew there, mate. We're delighted with
Oh
that.
my god. Oh no. Oh, I've had a howler. Oh no. Oh no. That's you know what used medium that is? That's the medium I started this race on. I thought we had another medium that was just used because it got used in practice. No, I had no allocated second medium. I've just put on the medium I started the race. It's a good thing there's a safety car, because otherwise that would have been instant retirement from there and unbelievable levels of embarrassment for what I've just done there. I'm going to come in again. So what is this? Our 4th time in the pits, or 4th time changing tyres, if you include the red flag, I think, as we come on now for a new set of hard tyres. There was a mistake on the pit stop. Lovely. But we're on the safety car, so we can catch up. Oh my god. We're stone dead last, by the way, because of Verstappen and Lawson being out. Oh, bloody Nora. This race has had Piastri's leading. How? Piastri leads. Ocon, Gasly, Norris, Doohan, Tramnitz P6, Tsunoda, Sainz, Leclerc, Colapinto. How are the 2 Renaults in the top 5? And Piastri leading as well. Oh, my days. There is so much to debrief of this race at the end. And there's still so much of this race to go. There's still 13 laps. So much can happen in this race. And we're now here, tucked up behind the Audi of Nico Hülkenberg. We've got freshish, hard tyres. We've got a lot of floor damage, but we've got a lot of grit. You know me. as I said, never say never. Let's continue fighting. It's overcast. Is there some rain to come? I'd welcome that, just for a little bit of chaos here, as into... Oh, no! Into the next corner. We've had an absolute mare. I slammed on the brakes, and the rear brake said, no, not happening, goodbye. And we locked up on the rear axle, and we've gone across the gravel for the second time this afternoon, and we're back down to 20th as Hulkenberg re-overtakes me. What that means is I'm going to have to reassess my break points, because clearly that was too late of a break point for the car to handle at this stage, as on lap 25, Piastri now losing the lead of the race, maybe, nearly. Ocon having a good go as we repass Nico Hulkenberg, now knowing we have to brake earlier for most of the corners, but I'm hoping we can still do some work maybe. But it's the Ferrari that leads, Lando's through to second, Tramnitz making an overtake up into, I think that was P5 or 4, as it's 3 wide between Aaron, Maloney and Bortoletto. And we're just trying to get through and find some room here, because we've got the pace once we can get the power down and use DRS and ERS as we slice through Aaron and Maloney. Bortoletto made a nice double pass there, to be fair, up to P16, but we'll try and give chase and close up to him, and we will do on to lap 26 into turn 1. We get to the break point ahead of him, and we're up to P16. Albon, the man who spun us earlier, he's directly ahead of us, and he's fighting Marty and some other cars. I would be lying if I said I didn't want to mince him, absolutely, because I'm still annoyed at that spin, and we are going to mince him. We're not going to... There's no funny business. I'm just going to absolutely do him with the ERS here, and a big old dive bomb and squeeze to finish off that move for P15, and really also showing he should be embarrassed, because what is he doing in that Ferrari? He's doing niche, because I've got so much floor damage, and we've overtaken him, and we're now going to continue to try and make overtakes as we go for this. Again, the outside, but the AI are so slow, I gotta say, on the inside there when they're fighting each other. It's a little bit of an exploit, I want to say. I felt a little bit bad, but, you know, you're not going to not go for the move every time. As we go around the outside of 2 cars then, we're up to P13, and we're really showing at this stage the fighting spirit of a potential world champion as we go round the outside of another car. P12, Doohan and Stroll fighting. The Renault seemingly losing all sense of race pace now from that, you know, safety car restart where they're both in the top 5. We squeeze Doohan, we go to the outside, we force Doohan to make a move on Stroll that allows us to get round the outside, and all of a sudden we're into P10. We've got 1 championship point. We've had so much happen to us. You know, we're spun once, crashed into twice with floor damage, a trip across the gravel a second time, a mistaken pit stop 4 times in the pits, and yet we're still in the points as Tramnitz is into 3rd, Piastri from 1st to 4th in the matter of a couple of laps. And it's because actually you may have noticed on the replay cameras, Piastri's actually got front wing damage. I don't know where from, but that's why he's gone from the lead down to P4 as it stands. And I didn't really give it a fanfare there when he made the move, but this is Tim Tramnitz, our AI 71 rated driver. He's fighting for 2nd place, so I was worried at the start of this episode about how he would do in the maybe, you know, less than competitive car that we've got now relative to the rivals around us. But Tramnitz is pulling out an all-timer performance compared to Behrman's AI last episode, remember? No, floundering in, what was it, P8 or 9, as we overtake Antonelli driving as Behrman to get up into P9 now, and Tramnitz continues to squabble with the Ferrari to try and get this 2nd place with 6 laps to go. Lando Norris, though, seemingly is checking out of this race, 3.4 seconds ahead, so after all of this, it might be back-to-back wins for Lando Norris and Mercedes as Tramnitz continues to try and secure this 2nd place. And Ocon is trying hard to fight him back as we see Piastri and Leclerc fighting each other. So Piastri trying to come back a little bit, maybe getting used to the front wing damage he's got on the right-hand side. And Leclerc trying to do good by the McLaren upgrades to get P4 as we actually push away from Antonelli and we're on the back of Yuki Tsunoda. So we are defying the levels of damage we have got through just, honestly, pure anger and frustration of what has happened to us in this race. And it's happened before where you guys have even noted, when I'm angry, I sometimes drive even better because I'm so annoyed at what's happened to us in the race. And we've locked in. We've absolutely locked in and we are maximizing this. We're up to P7 around the outside of Gasly. But to be fair, like I said, we are so much quicker on paper than Williams, then Renault, then Haas. You know, it's not really that impressive that we're overtaking them. Honestly, it's all I can do is recover to what seems like P7. That's the best I can muster today in this race. And after everything that's happened to us, I'm really happy with P7 because we've been through it. We've been through the wars. As Ocon now, by the way, as you've seen there clearly, tyre wears hit the Ferrari and he's now actually squabbling Leclerc for third place as it's 3 wide again into that corner. It's this time Gasly v Antonelli v Tsunoda. Is there more? There's damage. Yeah, there is damage for Antonelli. Antonelli without an end plate. So that corner has been, that corner and this corner has been an absolute travesty for damage for the AI today. It's another car without an end plate. Gasly now scurries away in P8. But Tramnitz, I was going to say, because of Ocon's tyre wear, Tramnitz is going to fully secure second place as it's a three-way fight between Sainz, Leclerc and Piastri now. And Sainz, late on in this race, with 3 laps to go, I think Sainz is going to try and make it a double podium for Mercedes out of nowhere. Because Sainz was kind of in no man's land, I feel. And he's just found a bit of pace at the end of this race. Maybe Leclerc and Ocon equally dropping off. And this could be Sainz making it a double podium for Merck, which is pretty damn big. It kind of vindicates what I said at the start of the race, that watch out for the Mercedes cars, because if Sainz can, you know, just back up Lando with a third place to his first place, Merck could be a real threat in the Constructors' Championship if they consistently can do this from now on, as there's still a bit of fighting to do for Sainz, but I reckon he's got this because the Ferrari just has not looked great at the end of races. And Leclerc, I mean, he's kind of there, but I don't imagine the McLaren is going to actually come with a bit of fight back. So it's maybe just a matter of time before Sainz gets that move, and it's going to maybe take to the last lap of the Grand Prix. It's nearly 3 wide again. So to be fair play to Ocon and Leclerc. They're giving it a good go to try and fight back, but maybe that is the final nail in the coffin for those guys, and Sainz up to third. Meanwhile, for us, P7, we've actually got company though. Albon going for the move. We go defensive, and this is my payback. I'm going to do the Verstappen and take Albon wide off circuit, because there's no way I'm giving up 7th place. With what we've been through, I'm not giving up 7th. As we watch ahead, Tramnitz getting a fantastic 2nd place as an AI. Lando is going to win back-to-back races in this season for Mercedes. It's the same for 1-2 as it was last race, but this time I'm not driving as Tramnitz. Massively impressive drive from the German, and we have been through it today. We've had our floor damaged twice, 2 separate occasions. We've been spun twice. We've had about 5 or 6 trips through the pits. We've made a mistake on the pit stop, and we've still come through for 7th place. And that could just be the difference at the end of the season. You never know. And that's why you never give up in an F1 race. You just don't know what can happen. Oh my God. What a Grand Prix that was.
What a way to head to victory. Lando Norris takes the win.
And that's 2 wins in a row now, of course. And it marks the fact that it's not a fluke. So, you know, their head's in the right space. What more can we see going forwards?
Lando Norris would become the first repeat winner outside of Aarava Archer Racing. Tim Tramnitz's AI really impressing, though, in second place on his own accord, and really showing now at this point that he deserves to be leading the championship by this sizable gap of 35 points. And the pattern was forming that maybe Tramnitz would be the man to go for that individual trophy. And if that wasn't already set in stone, then this next race at the Italian Grand Prix would really do it, as we pulled off probably one of the most incredible drives I've done in recent years on the F1 game. Guys, I've had a howler. I've had an absolute howler. Obviously, I've swapped components around to use in practice to get the R&D points. I don't even know why I'm doing that. We don't need R&D points anymore at this point in the season, and I forgot to swap them back. I do this every single episode, but I just forgot to do them this time, and it means that we may as well now take a full row of engine components, some fresh components, because I'm not going to be able to qualify even if I change the important components. There won't be enough time, so I bit the bullet. And we've just thought about this tactically. I've tried to turn this horrendous mistake, this one mistake that is a calamity. I'm going to try and turn it into a positive by just getting a fresh engine at Monza. Surely a fresh engine is going to absolutely cook, and we're going to be able to recover from what is going to be the back of the grid. I just spoke about maximizing everything, and what happens? I make one of the biggest blunders you can make in terms of just ruining our chances in quali. But if it had to happen anywhere, I would rather it happen at Italy, where you can make overtakes. We know that DRS, slipstream, it's powerful around here. Always has been on the F1 game. Ollie Behrman P10, so maybe we would have been on the back foot anyway. I don't know. Leclerc looking good in that upgraded McLaren, but let's go to the grid sequence then, and we're going to have to genuinely focus in on the grid sequence to find out how Q2 and Q3 went as we go to the grid.
The boss wants another podium finish this weekend. I know you're more than capable.
The boss, you say? Is that not me? So you're telling me, Mark, that I've said we need a podium from last place with the car we've had recently. That's not been a podium contender really, and we did very well to be so last episode. Okay, good to know that Mark has lost the plot then, and maybe I have, apparently, in-game as the owner, as we are, stoned at last, 22nd place. It looks very far back from down here as we get going for the formation lap, and strategy-wise, it's going to be up in the air, because usually you'd say Monza nailed on one stop, but obviously the tyre wear with the regulation change we had into this season has been a bit higher and has been very peaky at some places this season. And on the strategy screen, there was a two-stop as the default. So we're going to have to play it by ear and see how things go. We're on the medium like everyone else. I think the plan would be going to hards, and then we'll see if we need a third tyre at that point later on in the race. But the first part of this is just going to be trying to make up as many positions as we can, as it is Charles Leclerc on pole position as we go to lights out, and we're underway for the Italian Grand Prix. So the McLaren, at least in Leclerc's hands, much improved. Not so much for Lance Stroll down in P19, is into turn one. Oh, Zay Maloney has cut across this, and we're on the grass. Oh, it's an absolute disaster. We're already last place. How low? How much further can we go? Oh, Lord. Oh, my life flashed before my eyes there on the grass. I didn't think we were going to slow that down in time, and that could have been devastation of a T-bone and a bit of 10-pin bowling that would have been into turn one as Maloney cut across this quite viciously. I just didn't really expect it, to be honest. Bit of a racing incident, not majorly his fault. It's one of those things where down into turn one at a place like Monza, mistakes are going to happen, and that, you know what that is? That is the cost of being so far back and in the thick of it, basically. As you know, my teammate Ollie Behrman, P6, you know, probably enjoying some, you know, more calmer fights as we now try and go around the outside of Stroll. You can see a whole gaggle of cars as it's 3 wide ahead between Albon, Hadjar and Bortoletto. Was that Gasly, Tsunoda ahead? We've just overtaken Stroll. We got Doohan obviously before on the previous lap at the end, and now powering through Tsunoda. Gasly to the right now as there's a lock-up from Albon. We get Hadjar as we're now just cutting through the slower cars like a hot knife through butter, because as you saw on the R&D chart at the start of the episode, these guys, unfortunately for them, they are so much slower than ourselves and the top 5 teams on this grid. So there's basically no competition. It's not really much of a hassle apart from just not wanting to waste too much time making the overtakes every time, or just also keeping our nose clean as these guys are having their own battles as Hulkenberg goes round the outside. Lovely move for Hulk, and we follow him through. Sorry, Antonelli, home favourites. And we absolutely embarrass him through Ascari, but that was actually an insane move for Hulkenberg on the outside, and the Audi running at a very high P12. Surely he's got a nosebleed at this point as we go down the inside at Parabolica to get up into P12, and now there's a little bit of clean air to Liam Lawson, so we got to head down and try and catch up to that next pack. But leading the way then is the much improved McLaren of Charles Leclerc. So if Leclerc was to win this one, this would maybe help persuade him to stay put at the, well, not Papaya team, it's the white and red team at the moment of McLaren. Verstappen second place, Norris third. So again, Norris, Verstappen, very much the two consistent protagonists right up there. But obviously Albon and Ferrari will be hoping they can recover as Behrman makes a fantastic overtake on the outside to get up into P5. So there clearly is some pace in this car if Behrman's making a move for P5. So we're going to try and use that as well. But Monza being Monza, you know, you can always make the repass, slipstreaming every single main straight, and that's what's happening in front of us between Colapinto, Lawson, the two Aston Martin Honda teammates, and Marty in the Haas as we go for the textbook switchback from right to left, you know, on power early, and then we get the run on Colapinto as well as we're gaining. Franco is going to squeeze us towards the grass, and we go for the kamikaze launch down the inside, because I just knew if we did not get that dive bomb done on Marty then and then, we would have lost at least half a second there, you know, passing him through this next section. And every little bit of time is maybe going to matter, because now we've got a big gap, 5.4 to Behrman. So now it's really where we're going to make up time in the clean air. But the tyre wear is pretty damn high, 61% wear on the rear, on the left-hand side especially so. And my team are asking about change of strategy, so surely everyone else may be in the same boat, but I feel right now we just commit to going a little bit longer to go onto the hard tyre, maybe onto the next lap, lap 7, as it's 3 wide between the two Red Bulls and the Merc, and maybe a little bit of carbon fibre off on one of the Red Bull cars. I think there is actually a bit of damage for Piastri there, and it's 3 wide behind between the two Ferraris, and Carlos Sainz. Behrman annoyingly down to P8, so maybe initially it was looking good, Behrman, but maybe the tyre wear is also affecting him as much as it is me, and maybe he's now slowing up a little bit. So maybe this car really can't do a one-stop around Monza. That's fine. I'm going to say box in this lap. I'll come in because the thinking is the train up ahead of us, they're surely going to lose time with each other if they're fighting. So I actually may as well come in earlier than I maybe planned to try and get the undercut. But, Behrman's come in. I just spotted that on the mini-map and ahead of us, and we just dinked a bit left to continue on because there's no point coming in and double stacking with Behrman because that would have slowed us up more. So it just wasn't worth it. And you know what? That's what we get for being behind and coming from last place. Behrman has the priority as the teammate ahead of us on the road as we continue now on lap 8, looking to come in, but there's a puncher on the rear left. Puncher gate again from Silverstone to Monza, and we're flying towards Parabolica at max speed. We've spun the car, we've kept it up the wall, but it's an absolute calamity. Please don't beach, because I've seen it before. You can actually beach your car in the gravel trap this year on F1 25. Thankfully we've not, but the rear left tyre is mangled and we're driving with one tyre up in the air on the front right. It's a smoke screen and we're into the pits, and all of that progress we made in 7 laps from last place, eroded, gone, niche, done. This really has been a race to forget. Why is this giving me Silverstone vibes? I mean, it's a puncher like in Silverstone. Unlike in Silverstone, though, there's no rain, and I am now on a hard tyre that can go a fair distance, and we do have, you know, we're not a lap down, so there is still something to fight for in this race. And like I always say, guys, in Formula 1, never say never. You just never know what can happen. One safety car could help us out here, so we'll continue on. We've got some pace in the tank, so we'll try, but this is a replay. I mean, a very dramatic entry into Parabolica. That's probably one of the worst places to have a puncher. Full speed puncher into a corner that is so quick under normal conditions. That would be horrifying in real life. As we now reset ourselves in this race, and we do it all over again, like from lap 1. We were P20, now P19. We've got 17 laps to go, so there's still plenty of racing to be had. And obviously all these cars, thankfully, are a lot slower than us, so we can at least have some fun making some great overtakes. Down the inside of Bortoletto in the Audi is Max Verstappen setting a fastest lap, but we're coming through with the fastest lap, showing we do have some genuine pace in the tank here. It's just a shame about that tyre blowout. In hindsight now, the double stack would have been worth it, wouldn't it? But you can say a lot in hindsight. I really thought, oh, okay, one more lap, that's fine. Let Behrman pit. We'll just continue on for one more lap. As we now look to overtake Antonelli for the second time, we've got a Renault in the pits. We're up to P14, so making good progress again against all the cars that are slower than us. But then we're going to get to a point where we just hit a bottleneck of how far we can go up the order. We had a chance to break back into the top 10 fights before that puncher, but now it's going to be very slim pickings as we overtake Colapinto up to P11. There's actually maybe points on the cards as we overtake Stroll, who is nowhere near the performance of Leclerc, his teammate, in, well, P4 right now. So actually that's not that great. Leclerc's lost the lead then in the pit stops. Verstappen leads from Norris, Ocon P3, Leclerc, Albon behind, Piastri close as well, as there's a lot of fighting going on. So Leclerc will be a bit frustrated there then, because he's gone from P1 to fighting the Ferraris for the last podium spot, and the two Ferraris swapping positions, Ocon just ahead of Albon, and Behrman fighting back a little bit versus Carlos Sainz. So again, Behrman showing that the car does have good pace when the tyres aren't worn out. You know, you saw Behrman falling away at the end of the first stint. The same for us. Just really unlucky, really unlucky. Our tyre was only at like 76%, by the way, before that puncher happened. So that is just RNG bad luck for the puncher happening. But that's the way F1 is. It is a cruel sport as Verstappen leads the way now in a bit of a dominance, 6.2 seconds. The gap is ahead of the next car as yellow flags into turn 1. Oh, the Ferrari's off. Alexander Albon, the nearest man to us in the championship, is in the gravel and the safety car's out.
Watch your delta. Make sure you
Yes, yes. What did I say? What did I say? One safety car would help us out and bring us back into this race. It is out. It is beautiful. And it's because of our nearest championship rival, Albon, spinning it in front of the adoring Tifosi crowd at turn 1. Goes a bit deep and then just loses the back end into the gravel. And he's stuck there, letting cars by. And that is why the safety car is out, because it's a bit of a precarious, dangerous spot to be parked in there. And thank God. But now we've got a bit of a predicament, because you can see everyone ahead of me is now pitting. We've stayed out. We're going to take the leads of the Italian Grand Prix, not because of a choice I'm making it. I genuinely had no choice but to continue, because I didn't have the tyres. Look at this. All I have is a new soft, and then I've got inters and wets. So I have no medium or no hard to go to, whereas all of these guys seemingly behind me have another hard tyre to go to. So, and the soft tyre can definitely not go to the end. If the medium can't do 7 laps, the soft can't do 10 laps. So we are stuck on the same tyre. Thankfully, there's not too much tyre wear on the hard we're on, and we've got track position. So somehow we've now ended up in a position where we're leading this race legitimately, and we're going to have to try and defend now for 10 laps to see how high we could possibly finish as... Oh, it's a bit of a late call there, isn't it? I thought the safety car was going on for another lap because Bert Mylander was speeding through all the way through the midpoint parabolica. So now we've got to prepare ourselves for the restart with a very short...
Red flag, no overtaking, and let's get back into the pits, please.
Oh, the FIA have done it again. Oh, the FIA have done it again. It's another red flag from a safety car restart. But the FIA just being very overcautious this season. What's going on? We had this in Austria, and we've had it again. Red flag, just as we're about to restart that safety car period. I don't know whether it was to do with Bert Mylander going very, very quickly. He gave us very little run-up to restart that race. So I wonder if that's the reason, because I thought we were going to go for another lap. So that is very confusing. That doesn't really affect anything, because I still can't go to a medium or a hard that doesn't exist. I have to just stay on the hard tyre I'm on. I can't go to a soft, because even from lap 19, we can't make a soft to the end. So this doesn't change anything apart from maybe this gives our rivals a better chance to jump us off the 5 red lights, or maybe it could give us the chance to jump them. Either way, it's going to be the same thing. We're leading. And now it's a case of, can we somehow, in this amazing position, do anything from here to get a great result? As here we go then to 5 red lights for the second time in this Italian Grand Prix on lap 19. Lights out, and away we go from the red flag period. Verstappen's a bit slow. Norris with a good start. Leclerc as well. We've had a great start as well. And so into turn 1, we're unchallenged, a little bit deep into the first apex. But you know what? It's worked, because Norris has tried to follow us through, and he's side by side with Verstappen, so that gave us a little bit of breathing room. But very quickly, we're going to see the Red Bull and the Merc and the McLaren have a lot of serious pace as Verstappen pulls out for the overtake. And I'm saving battery, because there's no point trying to convince myself that I can really go toe-to-toe with Max's Red Bull for 8 laps without just draining the battery. So we need to be very clever about this. So we go behind him, DRS now enabled, and that will allow us to hopefully stick with Max. Norris is right up my gearbox as we go on to lap 21. But look at the mini-map. There is a huge gap to Ocon, who has annoyed the hell out of Leclerc. So even though we're down to third, this is kind of where I want to be. If we can just stay in DRS with Norris and Verstappen, if they fight each other enough, I can stick with them then and still be in DRS, save battery, and we are away safe from the group behind that is now broken away with Leclerc. Leclerc has now broken that group, and you can see that orange dot is on his way to us. So this might become a 4-way fight, but it is a fight that we can stay in. We just have to be very clever, and it's why you're seeing I've got over 90% battery now, because I'm playing this so carefully with only deploying enough battery to just keep up with these guys on the straights. When I have DRS, that's an aid. And then these guys are going side by side, so that's helping me in the corners close up as Norris goes for the lead of the race. Yellow flag. Oh! Engine failure! Engine failure for Leclerc! Late on! Oh, it's absolute pain and misery for the reigning champion as we overtook Lando under yellow flags. We had to give back the position, but we're now going to retake it because now, well, 4 laps to go. Look at the tyre wear that maybe Verstappen is also facing. A 10-second penalty for Carlos Sainz. It's all kicking off, and maybe there is a chance that we fight Verstappen to the very end here, and Norris for the podium positions as we go for the move now. With only a couple of laps to go, maybe this is the time to actually go for that overtaking move for the lead. Verstappen comes back at us. Initially, we're not going to deploy too much battery because I want to save it, but then at the same time, you see a car side by side with you and you want to try and fight them a bit, but Verstappen is going to try his hardest to get first place back, but we get round the outside with plenty of room to give him, and we remain in first, but Verstappen's going to fly by towards Ascari, and now the Ferrari is with us, so we need to be very careful. So on to the second last lap of the Grand Prix. I'm just trying to suss out where's best to go for an overtake attempt, and I think it's here. This is a dress rehearsal. I could have gone for a move here, but this was a rehearsal. Clearly, at that point, if I have enough battery, I can close up and go for a move into Ascari on the Red Bull. Is behind, Ocon has got up to third, so he's taking care of Lando for me. He's going to keep the Mercedes at bay. So it's just Tramnitz ourselves versus Max Verstappen, and we are not going to overtake Max until this rehearsed point on the track. We were within DRS before, but now is the time as we go to the left, to the right now. Verstappen defensive, but we've got the DRS. We've saved so much battery now to defend as we run towards Parabolica. I can't believe I'm saying this, but as we defend Verstappen to the inside with everything we've got, Verstappen on the outside, we come back through. It's a bit of a slip and slide as the oversteer kicks in. I can't believe I'm saying this. We're gonna win. We're gonna win the Italian Grand Prix. Oh my days. From last place. Look, we were on the grass on the run up to turn 1, lap 1. And we just won it. What the hell have we just done?
What an excellent performance this has been from Tim Tramnitz, who takes the checkered flag to win.
I know every race has equal importance in terms of points, but when you get to this part in the championship, it's clearly on your mind as you're looking to see how far up the order you can finish. And races like this certainly help that.
After this insane race win, there was a huge gap to the nearest man for Tramnitz. So it was almost like he had one hand on the trophy. We had weathered a really difficult middle part of the season where other teams were genuinely quicker. And now we're setting our sights on both championships, in the constructors and the drivers. And at Las Vegas, it seemed like it might be our first opportunity to seal one of those championships. Here in Nevada, as we go to 5 red lights to the Las Vegas Grand Prix, lights out, and we're on the way. It's a good getaway for us. It's a slow one for the pole sitter, Lando Norris, who tries to cover off Piastri. We make a ballsy dive round the outside to make it 4 wide, I think, for the lead. Verstappen going through. Oh, he squeezes us. There's contact. The Red Bull's round. Oh, we made contact with Max Verstappen. And Verstappen is out. He's broken his tyre. The suspension arm sheared off. It's a red flag, and thank God for that, because we've got a red front wing. My word, everything blew up so damn quickly. One moment we were fighting for the lead. Verstappen doesn't give us any room to work with, and then he just loses the back end on his own accord and slams into us. That could have been pretty nasty for us. We could have easily have been out of this Grand Prix. We're very lucky not to be out of this race. I think we're lucky, to be honest, if I put my hands up, to not have a penalty there, because that was equally our fault as well, of trying to go for a gap that was always closing. But I mean, we had such a great turn 1. We were 4 wide for the lead. I'm not not going to not go for the lead of the race if I can, especially on lap 1 where opportunity is rife on an F1 25 race. We know later on the AI start to have that advantage, so we went for it, didn't really work out, and now we have a red flag restart and we're down to 7th place. As we go to lights out for the second time here in Vegas, and it's a very slow getaway for Ocon, who just barely gives us enough room to work with, as Albon is way down the order in 10th place, Tramnitz as well. So the two championship protagonists down the order, maybe nearly out the points, as Lawson gets squeezed out for P3. Carlos Sainz has had a mega recovery from the bottom of the top 10 to now being two Mercedes fighting for the lead, maybe, because it's Piastri versus Norris. Piastri on the outside, Norris on the inside as well to the sphere section for the first time then on lap 3, with the emoji sphere looking over us, and it's seeing Lando Norris lead the way. Piastri second, Sainz, we're in P4. We've overtaken Lawson just before that section. Tsunoda P6, Ocon and Albon, yeah, he's down to I think P10. Tramnitz at the moment as it stands, he's outside of the top 10. So it's a little bit chaotic for the two guys in a, well, not really close, but in a mathematical championship fight, as we are now facing the might of this long Vegas main strip back straight, as it's 4 cars involved, and we're going to thread the needle through and make the overtake on Sainz whilst we got attacked by Lawson. So we turned that into a positive, as, you know, we just kept our foot in, kept it pinned in, and made the move whilst being attacked by Lawson and Tsunoda alike, as Piastri now with the dive on the inside to try and get the lead, and those two are fighting each other so much that we're closing in. You may notice Piastri, he's on the hards. Most of us have chosen to stay on the medium we started the race on, but Piastri swapped under red flags onto the hards, and that's going to open up the door. It seems like a pretty easy 2 overtakes there. That's just because we have so much overspeed on Norris, and then Piastri was so pedestrian into that corner, but I think it's because he knows there's another chance to repass. You can afford to be very cautious around Vegas when it comes to an overtake, because you know that if you just get behind someone on this straight, you'll make a move. And so all of a sudden, we've gone from P1 to P4. It's on nearly P5 as Tsunoda comes through. It's laughable how much of a gamble it is in this race. Like, you won't decide the race winner most of the time, or the podium at least, until the last lap, because it can go all the way to this corner on the last lap. So we've overtaken Lawson. We're back to P4, but Tsunoda's leading. What? I swear Tsunoda was P5 at the start of that straight, and he's now leading the race. Crazy. Vegas always delivers on the F1 game. That's bonkers. He's gone from P5 to P1 as Piastri squeezes out Norris. It's almost like they're two AI drivers. They actually know that they're former rivals, former teammates, because they're fighting each other so hard. Both of them now in different cars from their McLaren days. It's Silver Arrow versus Red Bull Ford instead. And now Tsunoda going from P1 all of a sudden down to P4. Piastri's the one that leads, and we're trying to finish off this move on Lando Norris, but you got to say, on lap 6, maybe Piastri now, his decision to go onto hards is proving the right one, because he's now subtly pulled away, and he's got the better tyre at this point as Tsunoda locks up, because the tyre wear is actually coming in thick and fast for the medium, and so Tsunoda's lock-up there gives me breathing room. I've broken DRS with Behrman here, but Piastri equally is so far ahead, but this gives us breathing room and gives us also room to just take a beat and focus on Tramnitz. So he's just overtaken. Tried to overtake for P8 it was, but Colapinto has gone for the double pass. That's how crazy it is. by the way. Tramnitz went for a move on Leclerc there and instead ended up behind still P8 because Colapinto made a double pass because he got 2 times the slipstream or 2 lines of slipstream on the main straight. So Tramnitz in the thick of it, in the middle of the traffic. I think you've got to say that it's been a pretty okay first stint for Tramnitz because look at this. He's going for a move on Norris, a man who was fighting us and Piastri for the lead. That's how badly Mercedes are falling off on the tyre wear. It must be horrendous for them around Vegas. Ironically, it's so good for them in real life. But Sainz is down to P14, Norris P8. Absolute shambles then. So Tramnitz now is ahead of the Mercedes, ahead of Leclerc, P7. So yeah, Norris falling off a cliff. To be fair, now on lap 10, my tyres are feeling very second-hand. Piastri 7 seconds up the road, just showing how much more pace he's got on the hard compound of tyres. So I mocked him a little bit for choosing the hards initially, but it's worked out better for him as we kind of let Ocon by. There's no point fighting him that much because I'm going to come in on this lap. My team have recommended me to come in now, and I'm going to agree to that. This is actually a couple of laps earlier than was originally planned because the tyre wear is just so high. And I think it must be surely that high for others. I mean, it clearly is for the Mercedes guys. So I think we should be doing well here to get a pretty powerful undercut going. And that could just get us that breathing room we're looking for in second place. Oh, no. A bit of a mistake there on the pit stop at a 5-second stop. So that might just nullify the undercut we get on Ocon, and so he might still have some fighting to do with the Ferrari once he comes in. That's a little bit frustrating. It's the first big pit stop mistake. Oh no! Oh, what? Safety car to red flag. That's gonna change things up. That's gonna be an even worse downer on our undercut chances as both Mercedes are around. Did they crash? What's happened? That's the worst time pit stop for me as Lando Norris is round, and that's caused a car park, and that's going to hold up his teammate Carlos Sainz, a bunch of cars. No wonder there's a red flag. There's a massive car park going on at the end of the strip, and this is why then Norris fighting the Williams car and the Aston, and he just loses the back end, probably because of that horrendous tyre wear. And then Carlos Sainz breaks his front wing on one of the other cars, I think this is. So he's done double jeopardy to his entire team, Norris has, but that's probably the worst timed pit stop in the known universe. Because have you realised what's just happened? I was the only person who made a pit stop at that point. So red flag is going to restart lap 14. I think we're going to be in last place here, and everyone gets a free pit stop. Brilliant. Absolutely. Oh my days. We're 21st. We're 21st. Lights out, and we're underway for the 3rd time here in Vegas. 2 red flags in 14 laps. We dive it from so far back to get up to P16 because at this point, I am pissed. I am so angry in the cockpit at this point. I am driving with my teeth gritted. I've got my 2 hands firmly on the steering wheel, and we are absolutely launching it at every car, every corner, because I am not accepting being last place after that first round of pit stops, quotation marks, as we make a double overtake on Stroll and Sainz. That is what happens when I drive angry. I just commit, and I couldn't care if we crashed as well, by the way. I am just committing because we got done so dirty with that pit stop. We're up to P11 then. In fairness, all the cars we've overtaken, barring maybe the McLaren and Mercedes that we did just before, they're all slower cars, so we had to get past them. We probably should have been getting past them pretty quickly, but now these are cars that will put up more of a fight. But you've got to remember, we've had now a good rhythm from the first stint. I feel very locked in and dialed into the Vegas circuit now with this car. So we're in a groove. So we're making moves still on Norris. Now going to look to Leclerc. Meanwhile, Tim Tramnitz, by the way, because of that red flag, at least that did him some service. He's up in P5. Albon is P3. So this is definitely much better for Tramnitz, I think. And I reckon Tramnitz will have the pace to overtake Albon at some point in this second phase of the Grand Prix. So I think this German is well on his way to a Drivers' World Championship. It's Liam Lawson in the Aston Martin Honda overtaking for the lead of the race with 10 laps to go. Unbelievable stuff here. So the red flag has turned the race on its head a little bit and has allowed Lawson to be in the fight, Tramnitz to be in the fight, and we are making big gains as we try and use all of the early stint pace up as much as we can, knowing that eventually maybe the tyre wear will come in. And oh wow, look at that, it was 3 wide. Leclerc got overtaken there, and he's actually dived it back around the outside of myself and Aaron, and he's only just gone for the repass then. Leclerc, very lovely move into turn 1 there, I must say, to come back at us, but we are going to try and finish the move off, cut across the apex as we enter the sphere section and get up into P8. Now 3 seconds of clean air ahead of us to push ahead, but Leclerc keeps the pressure on, so we might need to defend. As ahead, there's an engine failure. Who is it? It's Albon! It's Albon! I can't believe it! 2 race weekends in a row, the Ferrari engine goes up in smokes, and that is the final nail in the coffin, surely. This has got to mean we can open up the balloons, pop the party poppers early. Tim Tramnitz is surely well on his way now to becoming the new Drivers' World Champion in Formula 1. He overtakes Ocon as well. He gets into a podium position whilst he does it. Oh, it's meant to be. It is meant to be. Is this actually happening? Our F3 driver icon has only got 9 laps to go, and he can just take it easy. He can take in the sights, the sounds, and really revel in this race and experience right now, because he's on his way to a first ever Drivers' World Championship as a 76 rated AI driver, by the way, as well. Crazy, and that's unbelievably bad from Ferrari and the engine there. That, oh wow, that's devastating. That, you know what that reminds me of? That reminds me of, was it F1 2017? I want to say, back in the day, like season 4 or 5, where I was in a title fight with Vettel in the Ferrari, and he had an engine failure in the last race, and so it gave us easy victory. That's reminded me of that, as it's going to be a piece of cake now for Tramnitz, as we still have a race to do though, and we're looking to overtake Tsunoda and Colapinto. The two of them though, so close together, nearly have a bit of a shunt as we get nearly pincered in. We try and go the long way round on Tsunoda, not going to work though, and we've actually offset ourselves a bit on the racing line. We've gone wide, and that's going to invite Leclerc in. We've both got DRS, but he's got the overspeed. To the inside he goes, we give him a squeeze ahead. There's fighting going on for Tsunoda and Colapinto as, oh, what? Aaron's just crashed into the back of us. Safety car is out. We're facing the wall. What just happened? We got rear-ended by the other Williams. I was focusing on Tsunoda ahead, his teammate, having a little scrap with Colapinto, and Aaron has just driven into us. We're, giving Leclerc the squeeze. We come back to the racing line. He's just misjudged it. He has fully just misjudged the brake zone there. He broke way too late for where I was, and he's just rear-ended us, put us round, and the safety car is now out. It's a tremendous little crash there as the Williams does a full 360 spin. We've broken our front wing on the wall, so we're now in for a pit stop under this safety car. I kind of almost low-key wished it was another red flag. I wouldn't have minded a third red flag. You may as well at that point, FI, you've done 2 today. You may as well throw a third one out, because now we're having to trundle around. We've made the pit stop. We're going to have to catch back up, but we've gone onto soft tyres now. I usually would be more annoyed at this situation. We've just recovered from last place already with that pit stop blunder before the second red flag of the day, and we recovered into the points, and now we've been sent right to the back again. But I'm not mad, because none of it matters, because way out ahead, Tim Tramnitz He's just relaxed. He's probably loving life, knowing he's about to become a world champion. That is what I'm going to take solace in. And also, you know what? We're going to have some fun now because we're on the soft compound with 4 laps to go. All these guys on worn out hard tyres. We're going to be so quick and rapid on these softs. So it's going to be take 2 on recovering from last place. And we're going to be back with an even bigger vengeance now and even more pace into some of these corners with soft tyres on the car. Slightly worn out from qualifying, but, you know, we're only talking like 5%, so it's fine. And you can see how far back we're coming from on Hajar into this left-hander. Such an unorthodox place to make a move, but with the tyre compound difference, it opens up a world of possibilities of overtakes for us because we're so much quicker and we've got so much more grip into every corner and even out of it as well, and that's going to help us on the main straight as well, just launch ourselves towards the cars of Maloney, Bortoleto, which, by the way, Bortoleto in the Audi, he's currently running in the points. Audi and BMW yet to score any points in Formula 1. Is this going to be maybe Audi's first points? I may just come to ruin the party though, because we're actually coming through. We're now P11. Oh no. Are we about to ruin Bortoleto's point scoring here? I hope he gets an overtake on one of the cars ahead, because I don't really want to spoil this for him. Surely he overtakes Marty at some point, but we're going for the move, and it's a big punchy one. 1, 2, 3 cars nearly, and it is 3 cars. We just did a 3-car overtake like it was nothing on the inside of turn 1. Such is the advantage we've got, and now looking for the move on Stroll. But I'm looking on the top left and now on the timing ladder. I really pray for Bortoleto's sake that he can make an overtake on Marty to get back into the points, because otherwise I'm going to feel quite bad that I've just denied Audi their first points in Formula 1. As we close up now to Tsunoda and Colapinto. This was the original fight I was looking to get involved with before the incident with Aaron. We've made swift work of Tsunoda. Now looking at Ocon and Colapinto, the two of them squabbling, and that will give Tramnitz breathing room ahead in P3. He was under pressure slightly from the Ferrari, from Colapinto, but none of it matters. It's the wrong Ferrari still in the race. Albon, he's out of this one, and there's nothing he can do now. Tim Tramnitz in 3rd place, and you know what? We've got the pace. I reckon we overtake Tim, we overtake Lawson, and then slow down and allow Tramnitz to get 3rd place and then get 2nd. I think that would be quite fitting. As what? I've only just... Ocon's in! Ocon's in for a pit stop! Oh, it's an absolute shambles of a race for Ferrari. But hang on a minute. Is there a way we could win the Constructors now? Ocon's in, 0 points for Ferrari. Is there a way we could win the Constructors all of a sudden? We're 3-4. If I can get Tramnitz and I can get Lawson and push him down the order and slow him up, could we get 2-3 here and get the Constructors? I'm not completely sure about the maths, but let's try it. Also, just for the sake of, could we get Tramnitz? I'll let him by. I have no qualms with that. I'll let him by and get 2nd place if we can do that. So we pass Tramnitz, just a very nice, simple overtake in a straight line, no time lost, and we're now going to be on our way to closing up to Lawson on the last lap. Can we make this a historic 2-3 to get the Constructors here in Vegas with the chrome livery as well? Oh no! What? No! What has happened? Tim Tramnitz is out! He's hit the wall! Oh my God! What have we just watched? What have we just witnessed? Tim, fella, what happened? What happened? I cannot believe this. It's another twist in this tale. The championship will go on to Qatar because, oh my God, he's just driven into the wall. What's happened there, Tramnitz? Oh, the pressure. Oh, the pressure. Our F3 icon driver, the pressure's got to him clearly, and he's just driven into the wall. He's felt it. He's just been a bit too much for him, and he's decked it into the wall. We can't even get Lawson in the end of it, in the irony of that. So we get 3rd place. It's a great podium for us, but Oh my, oh, Bortoletto is going to get points. Audi score points in Formula 1. What a day for them. But for the other German counterpart, Tim Tramnitz, oh my God. Another twist in this tale. Devastation for Tim Tramnitz, the champion-to-be. But it's fine. That just meant it had to go on to the next race, the Qatar Grand Prix. And then in a more fitting way, we were going to be driving as Tramnitz now in this next race, where we could seal not only his championship, but the team's constructors. History awaited us. Going into this race weekend, we can, for the first time, seal out not only the Drivers' World Championship, but also the Constructors' World Championship. And what timing to do it as we cross over for the first time to fan rating 7, and we're now kind of officially, according to the fan rating, a part of the top echelon, top cream of the crop group in Formula 1 as we lead both championships. And after last episode, we actually once again made it a 1-2 in the standings. We had a few rocky races in the European portion of the season with Ollie Behrman, but recently we managed to drag it back. And if you look at the start of the season, where, remember, we won 5 races in a row, I think it's actually quite fair and fitting that we managed to get Behrman back to second place. But this is hopefully just going to be a formality of crowning Tim Tramnitz the champion, but it should have happened a bit earlier. But we had a very chaotic Las Vegas Grand Prix, including a lap 1 crash with Verstappen driving as Behrman. Then it looked like it was all sorted for Tramnitz because there was an engine failure for, at the time, the nearest man to him in the championship was actually Alexander Albon, the Ferrari. He had an engine failure, and at that point I thought it was signed, sealed and delivered. And well, Tramnitz himself, as an AI driver, had other ideas, as there was a second last lap crash into the wall. I actually am still in disbelief at what we saw in front of our eyes there in Las Vegas, but what happened, and it means now it goes to Qatar, which, I said it was quite fitting that Tramnitz could have won his championship as an AI, but equally now, it's kind of fitting that we can be the ones to drive as him to take it over the line, and whilst we do it, get ourselves the Constructors' Championship. So, in an odd way, it's actually even more fitting, in a sense, here at Qatar, to be able to do both championships in one go, and wrap up the season 1 race early, and going into this maybe history-defining race weekend for Aarava Archer Racing on F1 25. This is how the car is looking, back to its normal base configuration with the white, the fluoro, and the black. Of course, last episode we had a special chrome livery for Las Vegas under the floodlight, but we're now back to our normal configuration with a little few changes to some of the secondary sponsors. You can see we've now got AVAX still on the side of the chassis, just a little bit changed up with the sizing of that, as that was a little bit of a secondary story I was playing into the chrome livery of AVAX wanting a lot more prominence on the car. And we've also got a few variants for other logos, and you'll notice I've actually swapped in AVAX to a few other spots. We actually unlocked some new spots on the car on the front wing at the very front of the nose with fan rating 7, as always, the Decal editor allows us to evolve the livery just like they do in real life by swapping out sponsors as the season goes on. Certain sponsors for certain territories, or they come in a bit later into the season and pay more money to then get on the car. So it's always been quite fun to be able to evolve that livery throughout this entire process. But this is the R&D chart then. Of course, we kind of already knew how things were looking at the sharp end, but just confirmation that Audi are still making some upgrades after that massive leap into the Italian Grand Prix. So we are going to end the season probably with a field as close as it ever has been, which is quite promising And maybe also a little bit worrying for what could happen into Season 4, because we've yet to be told about a regulation change. So if there isn't one, we could have a very competitive, start for the next season. And if there is a regulation change this late on, that's going to be some massive disruption for the entire grid, for this entire pecking order. But that will come in 2 videos' time in this series. Right now, we look toward this Qatar Grand Prix, and as ever, swapping over every other race with each driver, and very nicely it is now time to swap over to the champion-to-be Tim Tramnitz for this Qatar GP.
Today is all about the rhythm, all about the flow, because it's qualifying in Qatar. We're under the floodlights for a high-speed test that will set the grid for tomorrow. Wherever you are in the world, you're very welcome.
Yes, of course. It's a sprint weekend, remember, for the Qatar Grand Prix. So actually, we could crown Tramnitz the champion after the sprint, which is a little bit odd, to think about, but that's obviously always a possibility and scenario now in Formula One, ever since they brought in the sprint races that do score championship standing points. So, a race is a race in my mind, though, so it won't matter. And if anything, the sprint race will give us a really good chance to maybe seal this championship out with a bang, because this car in this season has been very, iffy on its tyres, let's say. So the sprint could just allow us to bang in qualifying laps and try and seal this off with maybe a cheeky victory even, as we do set a blistering time on the medium, just like in real life we saw, around Qatar. Because of the nature of the circuit, the heat as well, I think the medium actually performed better for us. It is definitely performing better for us, because this is my second flyer in sprint quali, and even with taking a fair bit of curb and more there in the last sector, we only narrowly are going to go better than that first flying lap. So the mediums were actually really solid, but that is going to be the sprint pole for Tim Tramnitz going into a race that could get him the World Championship. Behrman P6. It was a bit of a topsy-turvy qualifying with Tsunoda on the front row alongside us in the Williams, for goodness sake. And there are some very questionable time gaps going on. But this really does feel like it is meant to be, and the stars are aligning, especially after a very difficult race for the German, having crashed out in Vegas. We're bouncing back in the best way possible as we go towards the grid. What might be the most important race in this young German driver's racing career.
Welcome to today's sprint. This is shaping up to be another fantastic weekend. Let's run you through the driver grid order for today's exciting sprint. Tim Tramnitz lines up on pole position, and Yuki Tsunoda completes the front row. Looking at the rest of today's grid, we have Piastri, Sainz, Esteban Ocon, and Behrman, Leclerc, Verstappen, Stroll, and Lando Norris, Aaron, Albon, Liam Lawson, and Colapinto, Gasly, Pepe Marti, Jack Doohan, and Isaac Hadjar, Maloney, Antonelli, Hulkenberg, and Gabriel Bortoletto completes the grid. And with preparations almost complete, let's head trackside for today's sprint. Welcome to the commentary box. I'm Alex Jakes, delighted to say that we're joined today by Anthony Davidson. So, a sprint race today, and that means lights to flag, no stops. And how is that going to affect the driver behind the wheel?
Absolutely. So for today, there's no pit stop, or shouldn't be a pit stop anyway, if things go right, and you can forget about strategy. You're just driving today as fast as you can, make those overtakes if you need to, and that's what a sprint weekend's all about.
Okay, here we go. I know what you can do. Don't let me down.
Mark with some encouraging words there, because we do know what Tramnitz can do as an AI. Not even whilst I'm driving as him. He's pulled out some insane performances as an AI. He deserves to be up here, and now it's down to me to bring this home for him, hopefully, in this sprint race. But, this has got me thinking back to the history, the lore of how we've got here, ever since that very first episode where we first signed Tramnitz as a complete unknown. First time we have some F3 drivers in the game, and I'm going to go for Tim Tramnitz, the German driver, 62 rated, so one of the higher rated F3 drivers. I'm looking at that pace there, nearly 70 pace. I think out-and-out speed is going to be very useful as a second driver. So out of the bunch, I feel good about picking Tim. We try and maybe secure our first points of the season, nay, of the team's existence. And, you know, a lot of the times you forget about the junior driver you sign at the very start of my team. So maybe in another sense, it's kind of nice for the F3 driver, Tim Tramnitz, to get a bit of the spotlight today as we try and secure this team's first ever points. You guys, just like me, we've all really grown attached a little bit to Tim Tramnitz. He's been, I mean, what a man. I mean, we've scored so well with him. He's actually had some great performances as an AI as well. So I was ready to send him a contract.
It looks like a mechanical failure. We're going to have to ask you to find a safe spot to retire.
Oh my God, no! The worst possible way to start a season and end the first round. And it's an amazing P5 for us driving as Tramnitz. What a way to make up for the engine failure. We come through the final couple of corners here in Vegas. Absolutely no grip on offer as we try and get the power down. Hamilton coming at us, but we're going to hold. We're going to hold, and we're going to hold on for dear life to come across the line. P1. It's our second win of the season, the second win of this team's history, and this is a first win for F3 driver icon Tim Tramnitz. One only possible logical choice, and that is for a third season we are going to sign Tim Tramnitz. And the lore, the world building, the history building with this team on F1 25 continues with our German rocket ship F3 driver icon. And again, at Silverstone, we seal the deal in person, got it over the line, and we're going to continue this entire journey together for a third season. The gloves are already off as we go down the inside to try and repass Behrman for P1. It's going to be so close on the left-hand side. Finally going to be the top step in Season 3 for our German Tim Tramnitz. Let's go. Come on, back-to-back wins. Can now re-engage in this fight with confidence as we go to the right. Tramnitz squeezes us. He hardly gives us any room to work with, as it was all a little bit too close for comfort. In a straight line, I use a bit of battery to try and defend, but it's no use. He's got the overtake done. Tramnitz a bit slow in the last sector, opens up the door to maybe get the overtake done before the last lap as we lose the back end and we put a tyre into the gravel. Oh, we just can't get it. We can't get the overtake. My tyre are too worn. I couldn't even make the dive bomb that we did on lap 32. That was it, maybe. Lap 32, that moment there would have been it. We're going to have to accept second place, but we have to be very happy with a 1-2. It's our second 1-2 of this season, and we have to cherish these moments. We have to cherish these moments because there is no guarantee that this continues later on in this season. So we have to remember these days. And though is going to win back-to-back races in this season for Mercedes. It's the same for 1-2 as it was last race, but this time I'm not driving as Tramnitz. Massively impressive drive from the German. To turn one, oh, Zane Maloney has come across us and we're on the grass. Oh, it's an absolute disaster. As we go for the textbook switchback from right to left, you know, on power early, and then we get the run on Colapinto as well as we're gaining. Franco is going to squeeze us towards the grass, and we go for the kamikaze launch down the ends. We continue now on lap 8, looking to come in, but there's a puncher on the rear left. Puncher gate again from Silverstone to Monza, and we're flying towards Parabolica at max speed. We've spun the car, we've kept it up the wall, but it's an absolute calamity. Please don't beach, because I've seen it before. I always say, guys, in Formula 1, never say never. You just never know what can happen. Yellow flags into turn 1. Oh, the Ferrari's off. Alexander Albon, the nearest man to us in the championship, is in the gravel and the safety car's out.
Watch your delta. Make sure you
Yes! You can see everyone ahead of me is now pitting. We've stayed out. We're going to take the lead with only a couple of laps to go. Verstappen's going to fly by. We were within DRS before, but now is the time as we go to the left, to the right now. Verstappen defensive, but we've got the DRS. We've saved so much battery now to defend as we run towards Parabolica. I can't believe I'm saying this, but as we defend Verstappen to the inside with everything we've got, Verstappen on the outside, we come back through. It's a bit of a slip and slide as the oversteer kicks in. I can't believe I'm saying this. We're gonna win. We're gonna win the Italian Grand Prix. Oh my days. From last place. Ahead, there's an engine failure. Who is it? It's Albon. It's Albon. I can't believe it. 2 race weekends in a row, the Ferrari engine goes up in smokes. And that is the final nail in the coffin, surely. This has got to mean we can open up the balloons, pop the party poppers early. Tim Tramnitz is surely well on his way now to becoming the new Drivers' World Champion in Formula 1. Oh no! What? No! What has happened? Tim Tramnitz is out. The championship will go on to Qatar because, oh my God, he's just driven into the wall. What's happened there, Tramnitz? Oh, the pressure. Oh, the pressure. Our F3 icon driver. The pressure's got to him clearly. Oh, fella, you're going to have to dust yourself off and pick yourself up for next race. Because the championship, because of that crash, the championship goes on to Qatar. It's been a real journey, hasn't it then? That actually just shows it. Watching back, looking back at those episodes, the little highlights that I can pick out from the 3-season journey. And it all comes to this then. One race in between ourselves, Tramnitz, and the Drivers' World Championship. Let's go make history as we go to 5 red lights. The sprint race here in Qatar is underway from the front row. Myself and Tsunoda, we're both on medium tyres. The rest on softs, and Piastri on that soft compound will come knocking on the door. We're defensive to the inside of turn 1, and Tsunoda actually tries to claw his way back, and Piastri does get the move eventually, but it does just slow up Piastri just a little bit to give ourselves some breathing room as it's Ocon versus Leclerc. Behrman P7 in behind, watching that fight as the Ferrari gets ahead for P5. Verstappen down in P10. Norris as well, P11. Albon, P14, for goodness sake. So some big names in big teams out of place in the sprint. It really was a chaotic sprint quali, and then obviously a few penalties I think also coming into the factor as Piastri now is going to come through with the DRS on lap 2. On the outside the Red Bull goes. We're going to have to get the elbows out, and we do successfully defend for now. But how long can we keep the Red Bull at bay? Ollie Behrman, he's actually on the move. He's made the overtake on Leclerc. Really nice overtake actually on the inside. So is that Behrman showing the car actually has some decent pace? I mean, it always has gone well around Qatar, the My Team car in the F1 game, as there he goes with the move on the outside. Leclerc comes back at him, so he actually had to commit because he's actually been re-overtaken at this point, commits to the inside and gets the move. Wonderful stuff from Ollie Behrman, who is now 99 focus, remember, after the great races we've had with him recently. So he's back to his best, it seems, as an AI driver as we try and break the toe from Piastri. Sainz now also a problem as well. Mercedes and Red Bull either side of us. We defend to the middle of the track, basically. Very awkward to know where to go, but the middle was the place to be, as Sainz and Piastri both had to just back out of that because there was no room to work with. But now we are going to have an issue because Carlos Sainz is very, very close, looking very, very punchy, and despite us deploying battery down to like 7%, the Mercedes flies by with the DRS. But look at the mini-map. There's a massive gap to the cars behind, because this was a little, rewind back to the end of that previous lap before Sainz overtook us. Look at Piastri. He's really slow. I think he's got a car issue, so he's actually slowed up the entire group behind in Sector 2, allowing myself and Sainz to be all alone. But this is now on board with Ollie Behrman. Tsunoda going for the move. Ocon as well. Piastri gets overtaken by 3 cars. Behrman now up to P5, looking to go on the outside of Tsunoda. Is he going to make it? Oh, he keeps his footing. Committed, he does. He gets the overtake. In the same way he got Leclerc, Behrman is committed to that inside one, and he gets it again. Behrman really, really is performing at his best once again, and on lap 4 to 5, he's going to go on to overtake Ocon for 3rd place. So clearly the car itself is working very well around Qatar, which is amazing for us, which is great in a race weekend where we're trying to seal out both championships, as there are a few retirements in this race. Hulkenberg, Hadjar, as we close back up to Sainz with DRS and make the move for P1 in this sprint. We kept it calm. We didn't panic once Sainz overtook us before, because I knew we could stick with him, because now around here, lap 6, this is when the soft tyres will start to wear out and where we have the advantage on the medium. So now it's a case of, can Behrman do anything on Sainz before his tyres wear out too much? Well, I think that's going to be the case on to lap 7. Let's just watch on and see if Behrman can get up into 2nd place. And this will make it a pretty damn awesome 1-2 in the sprint. Behrman with ease is by, and it is now 1-2 for Aarava Archer Racing. Puff of smoke behind with a lock-up from, I think, the Ferrari. That was under pressure from Tsunoda. And so now Behrman comes chasing after us, and we are going to actually let him by, wave him by, because right now he needs to use the softs before they go off. I know I have the tyre to push on later, and so we're going to focus on the action a little bit further down the road now, as Sainz is falling away. We've seen this many times with Mercedes, where they've got great pace initially, but then they really fall off, whereas Ferrari actually is the opposite sometimes, and they've gained pace later on in stints. And so Ocon is up to 3rd. Sainz now in P4, and maybe looking in his mirrors for Tsunoda. As we go on to the last lap now, we've been giving Behrman room to breathe, and both of us have pulled away by 3 seconds, but now is the time to attack our teammate, just like we were doing in the early part of the season. It's time for a duel in the desert, side by side, for old time's sake, with Ollie Behrman as Tim Tramnitz, and Behrman again commits, this time on the outside, just as he was doing so many times in the early part of the season with us. It's oh so close, and we can't quite get the move finish and have to stick behind in 2nd place. But this last lap, that's reminiscent of what we saw with those 5 wins in a row. It's lovely to rekindle some of that vibe, some of that aura that we had in the early part here in Qatar. The car is working a treat, and it was the best decision to let Behrman by the way, because that gap of 3 seconds has allowed us to now relax, enjoy this last lap, and more importantly, have free reign and no one else affecting this fight to try and get Behrman, just for one last time. Can we try and pull the wool over the more senior, more higher rated driver's eyes here, driving as Tramnitz, the champion to be, one last time. Dive down the inside. It's the final corner. Get the elbow out. Power, power, power. And to the line. It is going to be the sprint win, and is going to be Tim Tramnitz crowned as the Drivers' World Champion. We've done it. We have made an F3 driver icon in F1 25 a world champion.
And so the celebrations begin, and well earned they are indeed. It may have looked simple at times, but as any racing driver will tell you, competing at this level, at the very top, is anything but simple. There's no catching them now then. We have a new World Drivers' Champion.
There we have it. It is a 1-2 in the race that seals the deal. And I think it's quite nice. It's the same 1-2 that is leading the standings, 1-2 as well. It was a great race by Behrman. He recovered from P7 to P2, just showing the car really did have some excellent pace. and that sprint pole wasn't a bit of a fluke. We had that genuine pace there. It's just a case of in sprint quali, we've seen a few times the AI not really maximizing their potential in the sprint quali, because just like in real life, it is a bit more chaotic to get the job done with the pressure of only having really 1 or 2 at maximum flying laps to get the job done. But there we have it. The German is the world champion. I really didn't think the season and the series was going to go in this direction. I really was convinced at the start of the series that by about season 2, we weren't going to have any of the F3 icons involved in our team. But you guys, you know, really bought into the storytelling and the lore we were building. You guys really showed me in the comments how much you were liking Tramnitz as a driver in our team. And it was obvious that it was more of a fan favorite story to continue with him and see how far we can take it. And we've taken him to now, we've grown him to what, like 77 rated maybe, or 76 rated driver. Probably should be more, to be honest, based off his performances as an AI, not even just with me. But and now we've secured him a world championship. That is crazy stuff. As now there's no time to rest. We go on to the full qualifying. Verstappen actually gets a bit of a cheeky toe, but I like to think here this is quite a nice little moment as we slow down for each other. That's the 5-time world champion, of course, in this alternate F1 universe of ours, him having won in season 1 of the series. Congratulating the new world champion there as they went side by side momentarily at the end of that lap, and we are able to secure a place alongside Max Verstappen on the front row, showing the car genuinely does have pace. Behrman's up there as well, so there you have it. Behrman as an AI is right up there, so the car just is working really well around Qatar, and I'm so glad. Can you imagine if this was one of those races where we had to limp home in like P8 or 7 or 4-5 to get the championship? It wouldn't be as nice. I think it's going to be really special to be able to, well, we've already crowned Tramnitz the champion with a race win. Can we now seal out the Constructors' Championship with, well, you know, a win would be nice, but a podium as well, because remember, it's a full race. Tyre wear is going to be a major factor for us now, so I'm not as confident about going for the win because of the tyre wear, but if we could get a podium to seal out the Constructors, I would very much like that. Let's go to the grid for the full Qatar Grand Prix.
Welcome back to Qatar. There was talk of a new circuit, but we're back here once again at Losail, under the lights. It's time to see how our drivers are stacking up after yesterday's exciting qualifying session. World champion Max Verstappen starts from pole position, and Tim Tramnitz completes the front row. Moving on to the rest of the grid, we have Behrman, Leclerc, Lando Norris and Ocon, Stroll, Sainz, Tsunoda and Liam Lawson, Aaron, Piastri, Franco Colapinto and Antonelli, Pepe Marti, Doohan, Zay Maloney and Alex Albon, Hadjar, Hulkenberg, Gasly and Gabriel Bortoleto completes the grid. Which of these talented drivers will come out on top today?
It's an all-champion front row. Max Verstappen, one of the best to do it in recent years, and the latest world champion etched into the tapestry of Formula One history. Behrman alongside just behind in P3. Hopefully, we're about to etch the entire team's name into Formula One history. Aarava Archer Racing going for this 2027 F1 World Championship. It is inside of this game. Season 3 of F1 25 My Team Career Mode has all been building to this from episode 1 to episode 46. 46 episodes in the making to go from 0 to hopefully hero today as we prepare ourselves and rev up for 5 little red lights for one last time, maybe for the championship. Lights out and we're underway. It's a real great start from Verstappen. We got caught napping there a little bit with the lights going out. We're able to dive bomb into turn 1. Verstappen's gone wide. He's opened up the door a bit and he's invited us in. We'll go around the outside, take a leaf out of Ollie Behrman's book in the sprint and learn from our AI teammate and make the move for first place. Behrman goes for second nearly. Behrman nearly made it. An early 1-2 on lap 1. P1, couldn't quite do it. He's in third place, though. Leclerc's P4, which is quite nice. So remember, Leclerc was the reigning champion into this season. He's still got the number 1 in his car right now as it stands. It's quite nice to have him up here as well then. So 3 different world champions in the top 4. Verstappen has got us for P1, you would have seen in that sector 3, but it's no qualm. We will be able to stick with him at this early stage of this stint and try and come back at him. The worry is what happens when the tyre wear starts to set in, as Behrman actually closes up to me a little bit more than I close up to Verstappen there. So Behrman maybe wanting to snap at our heels and give us a bit of a headache as it's Tsunoda round the outside of Lance Stroll behind as the Williams gets up into P8. And speaking of the tyres, Tsunoda's on the soft, so he's going for a very different strategy, as are we as well, because I think I'm going to commit to the early 2-stop. Because in recent history on the F1 game, if you commit early enough to the 2-stop, it can pay you massive dividends around Qatar. And that's what I want to do, knowing how bad this car has been on tyre wear at the end of stints. I mean, we've had 2 different races where we've had punches. In a race where we're trying to get the Constructors' Championship, I want to play this safe and not leave it to chance or a miracle drive from last place after said punches. So here we go, though, on Verstappen, the move for first place. Verstappen will come back at us. It's the fight for the ages. We've seen a few fights between Tramnitz and Verstappen, and we're going to have another great one on lap 3 there. You saw the tail wagging away as we drifted our way through the corner exit to maintain first place. Leclerc's now overtaking Behrman, showing the McLaren and Leclerc have some pace to show as well. At this stage, we're looking quick, but I just know at the end of the stint, we're going to be hurting a little bit. So I want to commit to the 2-stop, which is going to be around lap 10 for the first pit stop. And because of the sprint race, the allocation I chose, I've actually got another new medium tyre to use. So as we defend Verstappen once again with a bit of a squeeze out, I know I can go medium, soft, which I think is a really great 2-stop strategy. What the others do remains a mystery. As Verstappen looks a bit slow there. He is slow. Oh, there's a massive crash. And Verstappen has crashed out and Behrman has been caught up in it. Max Verstappen is out of the Qatar Grand Prix 2 races in a row. He's crashed with Behrman, and there's a 10-second penalty for Ocon, for Behrman. I think because of the yellow flags, because this safety car is out. But Behrman's got front wing damage, and he's coming in. Oh, that's going to be a little bit frustrating to see, because Behrman now is going to be all the way down to last place. It's going to be down to me driving as Tramnitz to get this Constructors over the line, but what on earth happened? It was a spectacular crash. Verstappen almost got airborne a little bit there. Let's see what happened. So he was actually retiring with an engine issue, and it was Leclerc. Leclerc broke Verstappen's suspension and tyre as he was retiring with an engine failure, and then that caused a spectacular moment with Behrman as the Red Bull launched itself over Behrman's front wing. Okay, wow, this race has taken a sharp turn. We're now on lap 6, safety cars coming in, and this time I won't be making the mistake of going too slow and accidentally causing a red flag, but we are still on for a 2-stop, I think. But now we're going to have to go a little bit longer into the race to make this stint worthwhile and to try and get a bit of a gap going, because we need to try and build gaps in every stint before that last pit stop. Behrman, by the way, is now last place in this race under safety car, so he is effectively on a 2-stop as well. He's just already made that first pit stop, so let's see if Behrman can recover in this race, as this time, no funny business, no red flag, and we absolutely nail the restart. That might be one of my best restarts ever on the F1 game from a safety car, as Leclerc caught napping. He's nearly a second back, and now Ocon has overtaken him. Think Ocon's got a 10-second penalty. He's not served it yet because he's not pit. Behrman has served his 10-second penalty, I believe. I think in the F1 game he can serve it under the safety car, but Ocon still has a 10-second penalty, and he's just overtaken Leclerc. So that's going to be massively frustrating for Leclerc and for everyone chasing, because Ocon's not really in the fight, and yet he's there causing them issues with dirty air. As we now focus on board with Behrman, our AI teammate, on the outside of Bortoleto. A little bit frosty there as the two of them bang tyres, but Behrman gets up one position to P20. He's on the soft, so he's definitely doing a second stop then, Behrman is. So it looks like he's going to have to go, well, he's been forced into medium soft. I would suspect hard, or maybe a medium, depending on how long he can go on the soft compound tyre. But look at this, lap 8, Leclerc, he is now nearly 3 seconds, or he is 3 seconds back from myself as Tramnitz, because Ocon is holding him up that much, as there's plenty of fighting going on down the field, as it's Stroll versus Norris, and Norris has just been done by the Canadian. He's down to 9th place, and Aaron versus Colapinto in the Williams v Aston Martin Honda fight. Leclerc now on board with him, lap 10. Can he finally get by Ocon, who's been annoying him to no end? No, look at that, he's drifting, he's losing grip in the dirty air, and that is the best illustration of how we're able to pull away from Leclerc right now. That dirty air is horrible in Sector 2 especially, and so it's just giving us breathing room to try and build this gap. We're not built it that much though, it's only 3 seconds, I say only, that it seems quite big, but we need more with the 2-stop to work, but my tyres have obviously been wearing out, and now lap 12 is when I decide to come in. So we were going to pit lap 10, I've come in lap 12, so we've extended by 2 laps. That kind of accounts for the 2 laps in my mind that we did under the safety car, essentially. So we're coming in for another new set of mediums, and we need to go like the clappers on this set. But
removing the left rear wheel. I know it's not ideal, but let's try and put it behind us and finish the race strong.
Okay, come on, guys. Come on. Constructors' Championship on the line. We can't be making mistakes like that. It's going to be a slow pit stop, and so we've got a little bit more work to do. Essentially, that's kind of eroded 2 seconds of the 3-second gap I had on Leclerc. We're now going to have to see how we go with the undercut, basically, as we've got some overtaking to do as well, as Tsunoda has auto pit early. He's on the soft tyre now, again, so he went soft, so very peculiar strategy, I must say, for Williams and the Japanese driver today around Qatar, as we gain now with DRS onto lap 14, and now we've got in our sights Maloney and Bortoleto coming up as we're setting purples. We're nearly pushing the BMW through the last corner as Maloney now comes in. Bortoleto next up. We've got some pit stops for Stroll, Albon, Piastri, Sainz. Behrman yet to pit again. Leclerc's come in, so he's now 5 seconds back from us. So we've done well on the undercut. We get Bortoleto, and we're now into 2nd place, and crucially, clean air, because the next car along is Behrman. He's out of sync of everyone in this Grand Prix, having made that safety car pit stop. But he leads the way. It is a 1-2 for the team. But on lap 15, the pit stop for Behrman is surely going to come soon. But our job now, we're a net P1. We've just got to push and use the fact we've got mediums versus Leclerc's hards and try and build the biggest gap we can to allow this 2-stop to work today, as we keep pumping in faster laps. Even with like a purple middle and yellow first, we're still making it work. Behrman's now in, so we are into 1st place proper on the road. Behrman comes out outside of the points, P11, but lap 20, 9 laps to go. Behrman on a new set, I hope, of medium tyres, that is, and he's trying to go around the outside of Norris to carve his way into the top 10 for the first time. And this is for proper position, because all these cars ahead of him, they're not pitting again. So Behrman is legitimately recovering from last place after that crash into the points and doing his bit to help us in the constructors fight, of course, because every point is going to count. Both Ferraris are in the points, so we need Behrman to score a couple, just for comfort's sake. I don't know what the actual maths is. Maybe if we win the race with Tramnitz, we could still mathematically win it, even if Behrman was out in the points, but I'm just hoping to try and get the maximum so with Behrman being in the points, I'll never say no to that. But we're now in lap 21, 8 laps to go, or 7 by the time we come out. No mistake this time on fresh softs, and now we just have to go like a stabbed rat on these softs, qualifying laps every single lap to try and make up, as meanwhile Behrman making a move on Colapinto as we come out the pits. I cannot believe the timing of that, as we basically watch Behrman with a bucket of popcorn make the overtake there on Colapinto, getting up into P7 legitimately. There is the wear on the soft, so this was probably a soft we used earlier in qualifying or just around the race weekend in practice, so it's not a fresh soft tyre, but it's still going to be so much quicker. Then remember, some of these guys are on hard, so 2 steps softer we have got on our car, so we should be a lot quicker as we now close up to Behrman with a bit of a twitch of oversteer there. He's on the back of Ocon. Can we make the double pass here? Behrman goes to the right. We're going to go to the left of the Ferrari, stick to the left and go round the outside. Behrman will put up a little bit of a fight, but not too much, as we get up into P6 and now finding ourselves down the inside of Albon for P5, and soon getting onto the back of Oscar Piastri as we are pumping in purple lap times after purple lap times as we try and at least minimum get back on the podium with this 2-stop. Meanwhile behind, it feels like deja vu here, as Piastri again is pretty slow on the main straight and again gets passed by multiple cars. Behrman now up into P6, looking on the back of Albon. I think if he gets P5 and beats both Ferraris, that's job well done for Ollie Behrman as an AI. From last place to beating both Ferraris, the nearest team to us in the Constructors' Championship, that's a really job well done in my eyes, as we overtake Lawson to get up into 3rd place now, and Behrman behind cruises up into P5 ahead of that 2nd Ferrari. It's all eyes on us now. Can we round this out with a fantastic victory? It's going to take a lot though, because there is a sizable gap to Leclerc. We're going to try our best, but I think at this point we have done all we can to seal out this Constructors. We get Carlos Sainz, and we now come to the last lap of the Qatar Grand Prix, driving as the new world champion Tim Tramnitz, trying to chase after the outgoing previous world champion from season 2, Charles Leclerc, in P1, to see if we can get this poetic full Grand Prix win to seal out the Constructors. I think it's going to be very, very tough, but it won't matter. It will not matter, because as it stands, we have done enough. Behrman has done enough as an AI teammate, and we are going to collect that 2nd trophy. It's going to be the Constructors World Championship for aarava Archer Racing. It has taken 46 episodes in the making, from absolutely nothing, the lowest settings in this My Team. It's been a true thoroughbred road to glory, and we have successfully climbed the mountain, and we have got both World Championships here in Season 3, but we're trying to cap it off. We're pushing so hard. We're down to like 0% battery. It's just not going to be enough, but we gave it a good go. We had a lot of fun in this race, a lot of fun overtaking cars. The outgoing World Champion is going to nod to the incoming, now new reigning World Champion behind him in 2nd place, but we have taken the championship in the Constructors for this team. 3 seasons in the making. We've done it. We've done it. Oh. And so that concludes this full movie of the journey from zero to hero, from literally the lowest settings ever, nothing on the board for this team, to then in the 3rd season reaching the summit, winning the Drivers and the Constructors Championship, and winning it with an F3 driver icon, making it even special in many, many ways. If you have enjoyed this video though, be sure to hit the like button. Let me know what you thought in the comments below. If you made it this far, let me know in the comments below. If you're around here, then do get subscribed, and coming up will be Season 4 at the time I post this later this week. Till then, goodbye.